마무리. 대자연의 맛은 언제 깔지?
잘 보고 있죠?
그렇죠.
자, 프리가 좀 들어가고요.
트림이
일점 녹았어요.
녹았어. 바로 녹았어.
그때 월광파!
아,
근데 화재력은 좀 차이가 나는 것 같긴 한데.
근데
개구리가
개구리
그리고
여기
예.
그리고
그리고 1, 2봐.
1, 2가 갔어요.
그래도 퀄리티가
불이.
퀄리티 올려주고
실드.
야, 불이.
와 이거
그리고 더블이 한 번 더.
한 번 더. 건동 프릭스.
안 됐던 게 일단 예.
르블랑 상대로는 잭스가 좀 힘들죠. 힘들죠.
폴미 와요.
그러니까.
폴미
와요.
와요. 이것도 메꿔주고.
폴미가 사냥 본능 있거든요.
예.
사냥 본능
자,
있거든요.
들어가요.
자!
폴미.
뭔가 플레이적으로
네.
마음의 여유가 하나 생명 쪽에 좀 더 있는 느낌이거든요.
전멸 없거든요.
그렇죠.
전멸 없는데.
뺐잖아.
전멸 없는데.
전멸
그래도 리신을 잡아.
됐어요.
잡아냈어요.
리더.
그리고 블리츠 왔어요. 블리츠 왔어요.
리더.
블리츠
리더.
왔어요.
리더.
블리츠.
어이. 나이스.
네번까지.
야, 이거 코드 플레이가 지금 지속적으로 나오고 있습니다. 하나생명 e스포츠.
그렇죠. 그래서 이제 잭스는 사이드를 확실히 압박할 수 있는
오,
상황이에요.
잘못 몰랐다. 오.
일단 부빙을 피하기 피했는데
뒤로
브라운
흘러가죠.
나가면서 브라운 막았다.
그런데 문제는
아이고
뽀삐.
스포츠가 일단 잘 날렸어요. 근데 전멸이 없는데 이게 스포츠가 살아갈 수 있나요?
이러면 핑을 한번 던지면
연계 들어갔어요.
아,
연계.
스포츠 위험한데요. 그래도 와박.
거기다 보냈어요.
렉 잡았어요. 지금 잡았어요.
그런데
세게 맞았고.
자가스가 또 괴물이거든요.
아,
그리고 플랜트가
이거 좀 안 될 것 같습니다. 자,
플랜트가
공격이
들어가.
들어가.
타나토스.
막을 수가 없는 존재입니다.
점프.
아.
안녕설이.
자, 어디 들어갔다.
탑도양이
또.
올라서기야.
알리만 빼고 빠지는데
궁 빼고 데미지 좀 살짝 넣어주면서 뒤로 빠지시면 끌어들이고 있어요.
그 구도를 좀 봐야겠어.
많이 맞아요. 많이 맞아요.
그리고 렉사이더.
딱 KD가 먹었어요.
자, 그리고
네.
나가다.
대박인데요.
아웃도 위험.
알리스타 전멸
이렇게
없어요.
하면 안 되는 거.
사야 도망가야죠. 전멸 쓰면서
이러면 안
아니,
잡히는 거 아니에요? 이거 몇몇 잡히는 겁니까?
갑자기 난리가 났어.
아.
근데 대박.
Hello, we are here for LCK Challenger League live at the WDG Esports Studio. I am Valdez, with me is Walp, and we are getting ready to jump into a very, very long day of lots of Challenger League. How are you doing, Wolf?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about the possibility of a 9-gamer because we still haven't had ours yet.
Yeah.
And
Today could be the day.
today definitely feels like it is the strongest chance for a while. We're moving into the second round robin here of challenges as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen, what's going to change. You know, how much Rel we see. Rel very popular in LCK this week. I think we're going to be seeing it a lot in challengers because it's basic, it's simple, it's easy. Yeah, it's going to be one of those days where we got some of our lower level teams playing.
Yeah. Someone was in the chat earlier saying T1 win. T1 are not playing today.
Not today.
I did, though, go to the T1 base camp with some friends. Checked out the PC Bong or the PC Cafe. It was very cool. It was very nice. But, yeah, they're not playing today. So if you do want to watch T1, that will be tomorrow. And I don't know. We'll have to see if they can start playing better. But today is not about T1 Wolf.
Yeah.
It's about 6 other teams.
That is the truth.
It's one Brendan.
Yeah. First time chatter, welcome.
I think he was in my chat, in my Twitch.
Let's see. What player in Challenger League do you think has the best chance of beating a fully grown American grizzly bear in a fight?
Ooh.
Honestly,
in
it's probably
Challenger League?
It's I'm gonna be honest, it's probably Guon. You've seen that guy's picture,
yeah.
right? I bet it's actually him. I think it's him.
Yeah, because if you ask LCK, I think we have a lot of good options.
Like Kingen, maybe?
But Kingen, you know, he had
Owner.
that he had that for his skin or whatever, he's
His
like
TFT
working out.
skin, yeah.
Yeah. Zeka could be good, you know, he's kind of got the size on him. Let's talk about these results from last week, the 2 days that we did not broadcast.
So D+, they are still undefeated. They have not dropped a single game yet this season. They're 16-0 with an 8-0 scoreline. 1 game left for them in the first round robin. So looking very strong, as expected. T1 beat Guangdong, which is actually pretty huge for the bottom of the standings. Live Sandbox.
Barely.
Yeah, barely, but they did.
They did it.
Hanwha also taking out Gen.G, which kind of solidifies their spot in second. And DRX also narrowly defeated KT. So, you know, KT looking better than they did at the beginning of the season, but still some work to be done. They'll be playing later on tonight. Let's hear our standings. T1 passing Guangdong Freaks with that win. Live Sandbox and them tied at the same game score.
Yeah. And Gen.G right in the middle at 6th place. And, of course, DK have not dropped a single game, so they're up atop. Life Esports looking very strong in that 2nd place spot. And then for 3rd and 4th, I'm not really sure, because DRX, they were looking great, like amazing at the beginning of the year. They kind of slowed down a little bit. Their strength of schedule got a little bit tougher, and they have begun to kind of middle out for now, but they're still definitely one of our better teams here in Challengers, but Nongshim are coming right up behind them in the standings, so... will be interesting to see who does eventually take that 3rd spot, or if anyone can overcome Life Esports. Nobody's overcoming DK. I don't think that's going to happen this season.
It doesn't seem likely, and at this point, it seems like D+ are going to win the entire first round robin without dropping a single game. I'm actually going to check their final opponent.
It's Life Esports, I think.
I thought, yeah, I guess you're right. I thought they played them first, but yeah, you're right.
Which is really interesting.
It's tomorrow as well.
Because Life is really good. Like, they are a very strong team.
They also, as here are our rankings for the entire season, obviously D+ at the top.
Smithy, just watch tomorrow.
Yeah. You always miss them.
It's okay.
But Hanwha, they will also probably be playing with Guon tomorrow, you have to guess, so that may affect their ability to play, unless they want to play Grizzly in both leagues, which we almost never see. Nongshim, you could see very up and down. The same to be said of KT Rolster, really having a bit of a tumultuous season, and
a little bit of a
Rolster coaster.
Rolster coaster, yeah. Absolutely. Papa Missy. Wolf the Volcano double beef burrito is tasty.
Oh, I still haven't been able to get one yet. I checked the menus online here in Korea. It wasn't on the online menu, so I'm guessing it's not here, but I'll have to make a trip in person because you know how things are here. They don't always update very quickly. That's my favorite
it might not
burrito.
even be a thing.
Yeah, it's probably not a thing. It's probably not a thing, but
you got to check.
Keep buying them, Papa, to keep it alive in America, so next time I visit, I can get one.
Today's schedule, that was weird. you know, even saying today is sometimes difficult. Nongshim up against KT. Definitely favoring Nongshim, but again, it's a close match. I mean, KT are a strong team as well. They are kind of the opposite of DRX, where they started off very weak, and we're like, what's going on with KT? And they're slowly coming back. Second match, DRX versus Bro. That should be our most one-sided match of the night, but again, we'll have to wait and see. Bro has, just like in LCK, like sometimes they just turn it on against really strong teams. And then that final match of the night, we're getting down and dirty.
Yeah.
Slip Sandbox versus Kwangdong Freaks.
It is going to be down and dirty, but also Kwangdong losing to T1 makes me feel like it could actually be one-sided. Like Live Sandbox also has had some good games this season. I believe they even beat Hanwha Life, right, in that big upset win earlier this season. So, you know, there's potential there.
Well, if remember we had that discussion about which team is more red.
Yeah.
T1, KT, or Nongshim. Like, Nongshim have it in the team title, but the KT color is actually the most red in my opinion.
It was definitely more red when you had the side-to-side there. It was like more maroon for Nongshim, it felt like. But
yeah.
In terms of who's more red on red side, I think that's probably going to go to KT. As you can see, Nongshim have picked it way more often. They actually have played 16 games of red side compared to one game
on blue side. One game. How is that even possible?
Yeah, that's...
I guess they pick red side, and then regardless of if they win or lose,
blue, yeah.
the other team picks blue. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. They surely are the red team.
Yeah.
Is Claude
Sound
just
fan.
chilling? Yes.
And
on the bench for
I'm
now.
a Heil fan as well, yeah. And
cool
I don't have any religion, but I believe in Vital. I only believe in Vital.
It's an interesting religion to have. The Vital, you know,
The Church of Vital.
Yeah, I don't think that's a thing, but you know, maybe that one believer. You got to start with one, right? Like everything starts with one. You got to start with that one believer, and maybe you know you get a couple more here and there depending on how he plays.
Maybe KT is more red in color, but they play way less red side games. But they're also statistically more successful on red side.
Ooh, what does it mean?
They have played 11 games of blue side. And we always zoom in on this stat because a lot of the other stats, you know, in challengers don't mean as much. Like average game time, like, well, who knows, man? First
That
blood
could
win
mean
rate,
anything.
they're all about 50, right? Like,
Yeah. How about the Herp G?
Yeah, that one always makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable, but
Oh man.
I really hope I don't get Herp G about this.
Yeah. But they get
not-
exactly one per game,
Yeah.
so that's a very nice balanced number. As Vital here, second across the board since making his way into the Challenger team. Of course, he was on the LCK team, but now Jiu, with his kind of crazy, kooky style, he has gone up to the LCK and Vital has come down.
Yeah, Vital is a player who has been pretty, I'd say pretty critical for Nongshim in both rosters, but his champion pool hasn't been as varied as Jiu's, and so Jiu ends up winning out and going up to challengers, and he took a game off T1 just yesterday with that Nila pick. As Hambak, one of your favorites, I think he's been the most consistent part of KT this season. You can see the point picks here are all very relevant. The Vi, I don't think he'll get a chance to play today, but Sejuani, really strong at the moment.
Yeah, his DPM is very low. Just, I think that
Sedge.
actually kind of matters for Challenger League. And yes, he has played a lot of Sejuani. But
It does matter, though. That's a good point.
Hambak, I think he was a little bit more off the rails last season. And now either he or the team has kind of reined him in. And I think that some of his strength does get lost through that. But, I mean, he's still a strong jungler, but he doesn't have those crazy Elise games where he's like 1v9ing.
He does, you know, or he did last season play around hype, having strong side bottom, and then just playing like Elise, stuff like that. Now he's played a little bit more through top side, and I think he's been very consistent, but yeah, it hasn't had the same huge impact that he had last season as a result. Let's see if we're seeing any Ivern today. The Tristana ban tells me probably no.
Yeah, teams have just figured it out. They're like, people would pick Tristana with or without the Ivern, but if you don't have Tristana, Ivern does lose some strength. And I think there are angles to make it work anyway, but teams are not willing to do that.
Yeah, I'm not actually even really a huge fan of the Ivern right now. I think trying to have a more versatile jungle is better. Yeah, no, I'm not.
With all of your blasphemy all week last week, I had no idea, Wolf.
No, I was kind of like telling people it's not that good, and it's gonna get banned anyways. As no one have no intention of playing.
It's good.
It's Challengers, Valdez.
True, it's Challengers. I don't want anyone in Challengers to play this pick, actually.
Let's see what that final ban's going to be. Could be Sejuani. Yeah, bye-bye. See if it's going to be a first pick 80 carry, like a Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa lock
I've
in.
been
Call me played it in mid and won.
I've been on the Kai'Sa hype train. I just think she does way too much. And teams have figured it out now, and they are prioritizing it correctly.
Yeah, with the ban on LeBlanc, it felt like probably wants to play at mid, or could have wanted to play at mid, but now that Azir's over there, maybe not so much. Is Master Yi will get a hover. Always a cool champion art to take a look at here before he does move on.
Why does he have so many flashlights on his head? Did we ever figure that out?
No, but also,
why
like, why does
Jax
Jax have the same thing? Are they related somehow?
But, like, smaller? I think they are, actually. Like, not even joking. I think they are somehow in the lore. I would like to see the Rel. I think the Rel is pretty good at engaging in general. Kai'Sa Rel, very, very strong combo.
Yeah.
And the Kai'Sa, as you mentioned, still potentially flexed.
Let's see if KT want to play Gragas into the Jax, or if they want to opt into Renekton and just go all in. This is perfect starting today here for KT. We didn't really mention that over Castle. And they will pick the Renekton, so this feels like we're very much doing the exact same thing as the LCK right now. Not a whole lot of changes here. Nothing really challenger flavored, although usually I'd say an LCK team would save the Rel for later and prioritize jungle. So Soundo, we still have no idea what he's going to be on. I mean, I guess technically it could be Rel jungle, but probably not.
Probably not, and probably not Rel top lane like someone was memeing before in the chat.
The ban on Alistar does kind of also let us know. You know, what's up.
I mean, yeah.
It's pretty obvious. Pretty obvious. Honestly, they're aware of it, Valdez.
Honestly, they're aware of it. And honestly, IMO, I think that Nongshim right now are in a really good spot in this draft. Let's see how it does get rounded out, though, because teams love to just punt drafts in the second half.
In Challengers especially.
Especially in Challengers. It's very difficult for teams to round out their comps. Bel'Veth
ban.
It's
yeah,
like
speaking of punting it.
Zoomed out version of the Bel'Veth.
Yeah.
Why is he so far away?
Just don't want to look at Bel'Veth's face.
Yeah, she is kind of scary, I guess.
Varus will get locked in here, so, I mean, this draft for KT, I think, salvageable for sure. Well, I mean, hasn't locked it in, but it seems like that it's going to be locked in now. Can be nice in the lane. Don't know what it's going to be with just yet. Could see, hopefully not a Jin, but maybe like a Heimerdinger or an Ashe. Ashe is still open, so do like the potential here to turn this draft around. Nongshim, what's it going to be in the mid lane? We do not know yet. I don't think the Kai'Sa is going there in this game, or it's going to be a bad time.
Yeah.
And Ahri is banned. I'm going to see Veigar again.
We need some, yeah, we need some other kind of control mage mid for all the pro teams to play.
Yone.
Or just do not play Aurelia.
Yone without the Sejuani. But, I mean, they have Rel to set up big combos with the Jax. And Gragas jungle.
Okay. Maybe they meant to pick Yasuo and they picked Yone instead.
Well, Wei is
I think I'm on to something here.
In here. He's like, you should have played Veigar. We're going to play Nautilus.
Are these AI-generated games? Yes, they are, in fact.
Just play Vel'Koz. Just play Vel'Koz. No! Play Vel'Koz. No.
Vel'Koz.
AI-generated games. I mean, KT's comp does kind of look AI-generated, to be honest.
Yeah, it does. It is so basic.
Nongshim is like, looks like not AI-generated.
Yeah.
The AI would like write a 2-page paper on why the draft is not strong here for Nongshim.
What's wrong with Nautilus, Wolf? Stare.
I mean, I don't mind Nautilus.
I think it's great.
I just, especially not Astronauts. I'm always okay with Astronauts, but I feel like they could have gotten a little bit more power and prio in this lane, but they want to play defensively, want to play safe. Into the Gragas here on the bottom side. I don't think that they should have any problems getting through the laning phase against this Rel unless they really mess something up. And it's hype. I don't think he's going to mess it up.
Hey, say Jax, it could have been Jax jungle. I was there with you, you know, like that was a thing. But Jax is just really good in the top lane, and regardless, like even into Renekton, he's fine. So I think just a lot of people want to have that strength in the side lane.
So combo-oriented playstyle here for Nongshim. KT just straight up front to back, lethal tempo Varus incoming with the AP build, and just going to be doing a lot of damage with the Azir. We'll probably see Feisty build, Nashor's Tooth, and this Renekton's going to have to be the front line. And I think in this draft, he certainly can be. If they fall behind early, it could be a huge problem because then Nongshim can engage however they want with the Rel, who's also kind of zoomed out. Now that you're mentioning the zoom outs, I'm like, yeah, Rel and Bel'Veth, maybe zoom in a little bit on those next time.
Well, Rel's on a horse at least. You know, you
yeah, at least the
have
horse
to,
is in there.
You have to like get a little bit of the horse. I'm not sure, like I can't really tell if the horse's face is in it. I don't think it is.
It's like just the top of the horse's armor.
Yeah.
On the back of its neck and the top of its head.
Doesn't the horse get kind of tired carrying all that armor? I guess horses are pretty powerful.
The horse is just ripped, man.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I think that the only player on both of these rosters that could take on a bear, a grizzly bear, probably Wei.
Yeah.
That would be my sense. Either way, guys, let's hop onto the Rift for game number 1.
Easy.
Easy. Apparently the horse is the armor. That makes sense because...
Rel is a horse person. I think that's the... like, that's what Atlas calls her.
What exactly do you mean?
Atlas is the one who knows the League of Legends lore and the backstory and stuff, and he calls her a horse person. So.
Yeah, she's a metal bender. Does she, like, work at a blacksmith or something?
Definitely better than Final Fantasy 16's blacksmith. That guy sucks. He's not very good.
What?
He's not good.
Why not? What?
He's really bad. He never upgrades his stuff. I keep visiting him. Can I upgrade my weapons? Can I get stronger? Nope. Are there JRPG elements in that game? Not really. But I love the game. Yeah. I just wanted to complain about one of my least favorite parts about that game. You guys talk about Diablo all the time. I can talk about Final Fantasy.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a free excuse me. It's a free it's a free cast. No, like the horse isn't actually real. It's just her armor shaped in the form of a horse, and then she moves it.
Yeah, that sound. I'm pretty sure she's just a horse person. I think that's a better explanation.
I think that's not real. I think Chronicler just made that up right now, actually. I mean, it's cool. Like I like you know, storytelling as well. But
and I will not ever put spoilers in this stream. Except spoiler, the blacksmith mechanics are not very good. It's not one of the strong points of the game.
The horse has a soul.
The horse does have a soul. It
still needs a name.
Look at it. It's getting hooked.
Yeah, look, what? That's real. It's definitely a real horse. Wei is taking a giant amount of damage. Double H is like, yeah, I'll get in there too. You know, you can trade some back.
But where does the horse go is the real question. Yeah. Where does it go? No one has the answer.
I think Chronicler might. Flash comes in from Wei. Nice little opportunistic gank down on the bottom side. Remember in LCK recently we were casting Wolf. Nautilus lost their Flash early. And then that led to them losing the game.
I don't think it's going to be that impactful this time around, but it could. As over here, Perfect is winning the early laning phase.
Chronicler said it becomes her pants. Now, you know, I liked the story before that, but that is just unbelievable. Like that just took me out of my element. Like I don't believe this story anymore.
League of Legends. Okay,
yeah.
Humbug's here.
Ooh, still a flash here for Double H, but the kill goes in first as Vital just going to pick up a free first blood. Might not be free for HH though, as he is going to get a shield and flash away just to die. Nice little try, but at the end of the day, it is just a trade of kills as Hype does pick up one as well.
Yeah. I've seen what he means about the pants just from watching there for a second, but I don't don't know if it's pants so much as just part of her armor.
It kind of looks like a dress.
It's like bell-bottom jeans.
Yeah.
But like it becomes a horse. It's very strange, as this was just, unfortunately,
Oh, perfect stead. Okay. He decided not to flash either. Just decided to take it instead. As Double H comes up here to help out, Call Me Will Be Okay against the level 2 Nautilus game.
yeah, he's spending a lot of time out of lane. Does pick up a few of those, a little bit of XP there, and grab 3, leeches it. And I guess we're not going to really see what happened on the bomb side there. I wanted to zoom in on that more, but I thought he's just caught on the edge of the counter-strike here. It's just that simple. Slice and dice, but body slam going to interrupt his ability to escape.
That was a nice clean gank from Sounda. Good setup from Mihail. Nongshim in general getting the better of some of these early trades.
If he didn't get hit by the counter-strike, he would have been fine. But he's just on the edge of it. And then, yeah, as you said, the timing is good. As Kerchesses.
Yeah, the Kerchucky cheese is picked up here for
cheese.
for final. I just hope that Chronicler's still around so he can get to it. He hates when we don't call it Kerchais.
What's your elo on Kerchesses.com? You use the training tool.
I do my puzzles every day. You know, my free 5 puzzles. That's about
Challenge me on Kerchesses.com. So it's going to be the new Twitch stream meta, Kerchesses.
Kerchesses.com. Yeah. We got some action brewing, like a good cup of coffee in the bottom lane. Stun comes up and Wei is so dead. He is like omega dead. He could not be more dead than he was right there.
No, he couldn't.
And Hype has flash. No stun available, so he just walks it off. But yeah, still another kill, this time going the way of Sounda.
So, Nongshim are starting to mount a pretty significant lead. It's 1,000 gold here early, and doesn't feel great if you're a KT fan here, as it's just a horse over the wall, and straight into the bell-bottom pants.
Dunked.
And that's the end of Wei as he gets body slammed. And Sounda, man, he's having a huge impact.
Where does the horse go, though, Wolf?
Into the bell-bottom pants, I think. Like it.
Oh.
Like it just transforms.
Wait, so Chronicler was right?
Yeah, no, actually, Chronicler's right.
So Ben W from YouTube chat says, I cannot take this misinformation. The horse turns into her skirt when she's dismounted, not pants. Also, I'm fairly sure her lore is she was being trained to basically be a Noxian soldier and rebelled.
Aha.
So I'm glad that the misinformation has been cleared up. Thank you, Ben W.
I think he's spreading misinformation. I'm pretty sure she just likes bell-bottom jeans, and it's her fashion to turn them into a horse. Also, is it a horse or a unicorn? Because
yeah, it has a horn.
Yeah, is it part of the armor?
We're all calling it a horse, but it doesn't look like any normal horse.
It's only half of a horse anyways, right? So
I mean, are they pants or a horse?
I think they're pants.
We got another play here as Sounda, nice cast, gonna bop perfect into the back of this lane as he's only able to slice and will not be able to dice. Doesn't even elect to flash. As Miles gonna play it safe. No more health given over to Perfect as he does not have his Q, and he will go down. And Sounda's just everywhere.
Yeah,
he's
man,
just
he's
like top, bottom.
He's literally just destroying KT from the outside in, and that's been calling me in.
Well, at least the damage got off.
True.
But yeah, it's Yone, so.
Not ideal there for Feisty, but we'll get the damage like you said. Would have liked to get more. Obviously, if you catch most champions, then you'll be able to do a ton of damage with that, and then hit a few of your Qs, and then poke them with your Sand Soldiers. But he just took the damage of the Emperor's Divide. As Feisty once again in potential danger. Now Sounda has rotated over to this Drake, or rather Herald, and this fight is kind of awkward here for KT. They're going to be able to secure this, but it looked for a moment like maybe Nongshim actually come in and steal this away. But they don't. They're just going to come near it for some reason, and
Just gonna look at him menacingly.
Yeah.
And then walk away.
Just walk away. Bam. The first void has been sought.
Yeah. There's many more to come. As you have more trades over the top side. Mile not on his first item just yet. Actually down 10 CS, even given the amount of focus that has been put up there in the top lane.
It's really easy for Renekton to CS, and he's doing it. And he also will pick up a ton of this wave, obviously, and should be able to equalize some of that. Oof.
Demolish Brock. Boom.
And he hit the Renekton, didn't get the CS, and he still got the plate. Come on, yeah. Should be hitting those minions. Get that money. So, otherwise been a pretty, I want to say it's been a quiet early game. It really hasn't, but it hasn't been team fights. It's just been ganks.
Yeah.
Okay, this time he is not going to get hit by the counter strike. That would have been very problematic.
Maybe a little call me ult here. Action. No, just waiting for Sounda to get the job done as the cask is not good. The flash body slam was really good. And then, unfortunately, the follow-up was just not there. Kind of surprised that Call Me didn't even elect to try to ult as that was happening as well.
Yeah. I feel like if he ults first and then the cask comes, like the cask puts him where he wants to be no matter what, because he was in ult range. At least gets flash. As yeah, Dominus top tier.
It was a big wave. You don't know if Sound is just coming right up, so just gonna take care of that. He has teleport. It's totally fine.
Yeah, for a moment, I thought he was gonna try to use the ult to all in, but he did not. Just walked back with the wave there, as you mentioned. Sometimes it feels really good when you have a wave coming like that with Renekton and they're pushing towards you and you have some of your Fury because you can use the minions to heal up a ton when you go for that all-in. Jax on top of it is Call Me is happy to see Hangbok here take half of his health bar.
What did you call him?
Hangbok? Hangbok, the word for surrender.
I see.
Nah.
Wolf. Well, yeah, for now he's trying to get something done. He's trying to do as much as Sounda.
But he is certainly not. And it's hard to do as much as Sounda has done in this game.
Where is KT roster?
What?
What do you? What does he mean by that?
Like literally, what did you mean by that? I'm not entirely. Please rephrase the question, and hopefully we can get back to you soon.
Yeah, the KT roster's on the right. Thank you, 1 in a million, for helping us out. Where's the real KT roster?
It's right there on the right side of the screen.
Yeah. Flash through. That's a hop. Skipping a jump. Mihail just gonna pick up a nice little solo kill.
Sent him right to grandmother's house.
And Call Me just dies. Okay. That is something you could do. The timing on the divide, I think, just caught him off guard, and now there's a Rift Herald in mid.
Okay, well, that's a lot of money. Now, Mihail is going to be able to take out some plates of his own, and because Gragas is mid, Sounda can prevent this from being a turret race for first brick. It's still a lot of damage done up here. I still like this for Nongshim, because the Jax getting ahead like this versus Feisty getting just one individual kill and some plate gold isn't going to mean as much necessarily, especially considering the bot lane is in shambles. As yeah, this is just really clean here from Mihail. No stun there to hold him on the turret, fortunately. As yeah, this was a choice you could make. Maybe he thought he could unbound the ultimate like he did last time, but he did not. And also, he was so low that even if he did, he might have still died because of the damage.
Yeah, he was like trying to unbound Soul out and do damage while kind of clearing the wave and then just get back and, you know, not have to give up as much. Instead, he died. And the Rift Herald got sent in the mid, so let's see this first fight as Wade just gonna flash away. The Magnus Storm is perfect! Right as he goes in, he goes out, and Sound is gonna go down here, but the rest of the team is getting the job done. Nice little sweep from Calm Me, picks up the double. Spicy just gonna flash away from that one, and Nongshim just dunking on them on the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, this is not what you want to see. 0 damage in that fight for Hype. Unfortunately, Season Way are deleted instantly. As that was very much a out of the frying pan into the fire situation for Wei. He's like, I'm going in. He's like, I'm flashing out. And then he gets caught instantly after the flash. Like he flashed into HH's ult. And
oh
once
no,
again,
not again. Dominus there, and at least he's going to get some health. back. But Perfect is really playing with fire up there. Especially now because Mihail probably has Divine Sunder.
Yeah, he definitely does. With all that
that
plate gold he picked up. So watch this. Wei hits the dragon, flashes out as HH also flashes in for the engage. And then Devaris is dead before he can get a single auto off. And yes, Sounda does die here, but this fight is so one-sided. This is a very snowbally composition. And what do we say in the draft? As long as you don't fall too far behind early as KT. Well, I think we've definitely crossed the too far behind early line. Yeah, or very far behind.
Yeah.
In the early stages.
And, you know, that was just a little taste. And I know that Pipe is a fantastic AD carry, but at the same time, he's playing Varus into Relkaisa, but not only that. There's a Jax. There's also a Yone and a Gragas who can get onto a backline very easily. So imagine playing non-lethality Varus into this team. I don't know if he's going to do more than 10,000 damage in this game, Wolf.
I mean, considering the game state, I think you might be onto something. As Mihail has Counter-Strike,
yeah.
So
like if they got ahead, maybe in like Wei was setting up fights. Mihail in a little bit of trouble, but he is very strong, so he's not too scared of Wei, especially.
He is big. He's 1,300 gold ahead because of the ganks and the plates he picked up, and also the solo kill. As KT here, trying to force some gold here into the Azir's pocket on this bottom side, but are unsuccessful, and Hype is just sitting mid with the Shiv, and because he's against his Shiv opponent, it's not like that Shiv is really going to end up being a advantage. It's just an equalizer here. And I think we need to see the decisive team fight here, but this Renekton is so small that I just don't know what he can do with it. It's okay, here we go.
Ult and call me. Ooh, really nice flash. The timing of that was perfect, and Wei is just dead as Mihail tries to steal the kill. Not even going to be able to pick up assists. And yeah, they tried to 3-man dive a Yone, and they just got their ankles broken by
that was really... I mean, Call Me has been the brunt of KT's aggression. Like, he has been the one who's been struggling the most. He only died once, but has had a lot of pressure on, lost most of his turret. The Herald was crashed into it, but he's sitting here just breaking their ankles, as you say, and he absorbs all of that pressure as they get mid-turret here. Picks up kills. I think this one might just be Dunzo, you know?
It does feel that way, doesn't it?
Bell-bottom jeans. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, sorry.
Let's watch this again. How does Call Me pull this off?
So, unbounds, blocks the Nautilus ult with the reconnection, then flashes left, then gets the knock-up, and also has his ultimate available, doesn't even use it.
It's even better in slow-mo. Because he buffered the ultimate with his Q3, right? And then he just flashed the hook immediately after. That was so cool. You know, Noshim have got some gamers.
They
on
are
their
gaming.
lineup. Chronicler was just talking about how much Mihail has really improved as a player in general. Like, he used to only play Cassante, and he was, like, okay. But now he's actually just doing really well. And yes, he did get a lot of help from Sound in this game, but he's doing so much with the lead that he already has.
Yeah. And he's a level up on Perfect. Probably about a level and a half, to be honest, at this point in time. Kraken Slayer's done for Call Me, so, and has been for a while. He's going to be a very big threat, as long as they can set up engages, but they have a comp that works so well for that with Jax, Gragas, and the Rel, and Kaisa to follow up, Yone to follow up. KT don't have any vision control. That's also a problem. You can see the wards around the Dragon Pit. And up here, they're going to at least try to get this turret down, and might actually, if Mihail doesn't actually hit the turret, which he didn't, get that first turret. Or actually, no, 2 turrets already went down. My bad. Felt like it was a race, but it wasn't. Yeah,
right?
Yeah, it felt like it was a race because the observers were showing us both, but actually, no, like they got top and mid long ago. I need more coffee, Valdez.
Coffee number 2 on the way.
I'm only halfway through my first coffee of the day.
Yeah. I usually get a grande, but today I got a venti.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I think it's necessary, right? It's Monday. It's Monday morning for us in esports hours.
3-game Monday.
3 series Monday.
Yeah.
9-game Monday.
Well, it could be 9 games.
You know, I was coming to this and I'm like, it's probably going to be 8. But now after seeing this, I'm like, maybe it's 7.
Could be.
Again, we talked about this before. It's very important. 6 and 9 are the best, obviously, especially together. But 7 and 8 is cringe. If you're gonna go long, go 9. If you're not gonna go long, go 6. Right? Like choose one.
Sounda with a party stopwatch, not a party cask. Disco stopwatch.
He survived against the hook. He didn't know what was on the other side. He had no vision, so he's like, ah.
I actually feel like they could have engaged out of his stopwatch there too, but they just didn't have enough vision control. And ultimately, he's broken it now, but will he be able to get feisty here? Maybe get his crown. Not going to commit. Look at how much that Nongshim could do with the vision control they have and the lead that they have with this comp where they can engage from so far away. They can literally just walk up to the red buff and then walk towards the inner turret. And then 4-1, super hard. While Jax, who is massively ahead, can just win out in the 1v1, and there's nothing Perfect can do about it.
Yeah, they don't have an answer for the Jax. This is why, you know, we were talking about, you know, could have been Jax jungle, could have been Gragas jungle. Even if Gragas gets really far ahead, he can't do this, right? Like, he can't be this much of a threat in the side lane, whereas Jax absolutely can. And he already is. Generally, it takes a little bit longer, but due to Sounda's early ganks, now Perfect is a what is it? It's a bag. They made him into a bag. What is the thing that Atlas always says? Yeah, the
Crocodile handbag.
The crocodile handbag. And that's what he is. He's sitting there, and that handbag isn't very big. He's not holding a lot of gold. He's down 2 levels too.
Yeah.
Who gon' win?
Who gon' win?
Who gon' win?
Nongshim gon' win.
Nongshim
gon' win.
Nice.
That's what I'm telling you right now. Alberto's 38. And I think you can trust me.
You ever think about Crumbs?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah. I wonder how he's doing.
I think he's doing well.
That's good.
Saw him,
Good old Alberto.
saw him during Worlds last year.
Nice.
Hung out with him. He hasn't changed.
He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would change
No,
very much.
he doesn't. He sticks to his values. A real OG of League of Legends esports. Call me over here threatening a side engage. They're spending so much to try to get this warded and failing. But I mean, there's nothing else they could do. Like, it's a losing ward battle. Now they have to hope they could walk through all this vision to deny Baron.
Crown's gone. 1 W is all it took.
And Vital, he is ready to do more. He's just going to keep hitting these.
Yeah. Top laners not joining yet. They might, but at the same time, Nongshim don't really have any impetus to really go for that. And look at this, they just back away. They're just tanking the Drake. This is handled so perfectly. This is better than like most LCK teams would do, I think.
I mean,
I'd
I'd say better than at least like 4 of our LCK teams would do.
Yeah. That was so cleanly. Okay. Well, now he has Zhonya's at least.
Yeah.
But this is not clean anymore at all. But HH is going to give his life for the team.
No, they're just buying time for Jax to win the game. Hold on. He's hitting it. He's hitting it. He's hitting those minions. He's gonna be.
Yeah.
He's gonna be doing more. Wait for it. Hold on. Go back. No, not that one. Not that.
KT are gonna try Baron. This.
Mihail gonna teleport.
This might work, actually.
I don't know about this.
It is pretty early in the game, though. Uh-oh.
I don't know about this.
Here comes Mahal. The Rel is in here. Oh, the cast is perfect. It gets way in a huge counter-strike. Oh, man. Nongshim. What a team fight. Super clean. Here comes Sounda. He's like, you don't need my smite. I'm going for the kill. I don't care about the Baron. And it's just a Quadra for Vital instead, who is just laughing in the face of KT. Oh, man.
So I wasn't too sure about that one from KT, you know?
It was
I may have known my
rush.
I think I made my opinions known, but
yes,
didn't feel like this was the right move. Let's watch Sounda. Both isolates Wei and then sets up Mihail's perfect triple counter strike here. It doesn't get better than this with the follow from Call Me. And the Emperor's Divide is desperate at best, as then Void the Seeker hits again, and then Sound is just a walking ward here. One more, and bam, Quadra. Nearly the Penta there.
Yeah.
There was not a whole lot that KT could do off of the turn on that one. And their comp is not good at turning. Not really. And from behind, forget about it. But what are you going to do? You have no good choices in this game. It was the one time where Nongshim was away from the Baron, and they were fighting this whole time trying to clear vision on the outside of the Baron and losing that battle. And for once, they were like, okay, we can actually start this. Might as well try, otherwise just lose slowly. Since this Renekton's not getting any more relevant anytime soon as Hullbreaker's done.
Yeah, this game is over. I know oftentimes in challengers we're like, oh, you never know. Nope, this one is over.
Yeah, this time we know, actually.
We have all actually, no, Nongshim have declared it over. I didn't declare it, Wolf didn't, nobody in chat did. Nongshim was like, no, this game is over.
I feel like there's one thing we don't know about this, and that's whether Sounda is going to get robbed of POG by
Probably.
Vital. Yeah, I feel like Vital will rob him, even
yeah.
though he 100% deserves it.
We don't have media votes here, so that certainly helps. I do feel like in general, challenger votes are better than LCK votes just because we don't have media.
That's true.
So I think people will notice. He's had a bunch of big casks as well, like in team fights. It wasn't just about the fights, or the ganks rather.
I think he's going to get robbed, to be honest. After a quadra kill, I think that's just, they're just going to push it over. It's going to get pushed over. No media still. I hope I'm wrong about this, but I'm worried.
Could be a Mihail angle.
Okay, come on. I mean, this guy's casking.
Yeah, he's casking. He's casking real hard. Ooh, nice flash once again.
But the Void Seekers,
so
man,
good with his flash, man. It's crazy.
And these Void Seekers are making me worried that, like, maybe Kai'Sa gets it again. It's a real 1v1 between these two in these last few moments, Valdez.
Honestly,
okay, one more.
Twitch chat votes would be better than media, 100%. Like,
yeah, Twitch chat
not
knows.
even close.
Yeah, Twitch chat knows, dude. So they'd always vote for the most popular player, to be honest, Valdez. But in challengers, they'd always be right because these players aren't that well known yet. But
well, Mihail's he's trying to make a name for himself today. As you know, he has done quite a lot with his lead.
He has.
So I don't mind the Mihail shouts. But again, it took Sounda to get Mihail, right, in this game, so...
Hype is, okay.
Yeah.
That was worrisome.
Remember when I said I don't think he's going to do more than 10,000 damage? I think I was a little bit conservative. I don't think he's going to do 5,000
7? I think 7, maybe 7.
Yeah.
Maybe 7. Because of all the bounce from Shiv.
Yeah, if the early game went a little bit different, then maybe, but yeah, he just, okay, well, he really just doesn't get to play the game. As, okay, nice stopwatch at least, but he's still got a Yone on top of him. As down will go Sounda for the culture, I guess, as the rest of the team is just getting wiped off the map here. Nice divide, not going to matter. Still, the Corrallon was lasting for a very long time as the soldiers actually getting some work done, but Mihail is actually a raid boss at this point, so he doesn't care about a damn thing. Down goes the Nexus. Nongshim take game 1 in 27 minutes.
I'll consider this. Nongshim are always known for their unusual picks, right? They played the Neela early on. Ju's, you know, crazy eclectic stuff that he does. But then you have also, you know, the fact that this team narrative-wise, like, oh, what are they going to do? What are they going to pick? The draft was pretty unique. Sounda playing Gragas jungle. Big part of this. Maybe that's what pushes the Korean narrative over the edge and they vote for Sounda because it's like, oh, he's playing Gragas jungle. That's rare in Korea, you know. Maybe that's what does it. As Hype's stopwatch here was good, but then he disappears.
Maybe he hit 10K because he got like, I think 3 or 4 autos off in this fight compared to the 1 or 2 that we saw in the other fights. What do you think?
Still somewhere between 7 and 8 is my guess, but Shiv can be deceiving. Let's take a look. 6,000.
You were closest, Wolf. You said 7. I mean, it's hard to get that close. And yeah, I mean, the bottom lane kind of got dunked early, so even though the Varus didn't fall that far behind, there was never really a team fight where he was ever able to do anything against Kai'Sa Rel. But not only that, it's just the entire team.
Feisty's laning phase was a little bit up and down, but I'm glad to see his damage numbers are high. Obviously, a lot of it was that last fight where he was just like free hitting people. But I think probably he did effectively like 15 to 18,000, you know, just in general.
Yeah.
And I thought this comp would have worked if they didn't fall behind and they had the Renekton to be beefy in the front line for big follow-up damage for Varus and the build that we saw from Feisty. I liked. We've seen this exact draft in the LCK. It's a solid draft, but Unfortunately, Sounda just made Mihail a big problem, and then once they were so far ahead that the Rel and the Yone could just stomp on people, Void Seekers just keep hitting, and like you have there's like nothing you can do as KT. You can't engage, you can't walk towards this team, you can't clear vision, and if you just sit back and wait and say, oh well, maybe they'll make a mistake. No, Void Seekers just keep pushing you away, and you have to eventually be decisive with a comp that's so far behind. There's no solid engage, and unfortunately for Wei, this was not his night.
Well,
League of Legends. His
night isn't over. Sounda is
Not
going to pick it up.
robbed.
Not
Not robbed.
robbed. And perhaps our 2 votes got him over the edge. But yeah, he just did way too much in the early game, and his team fight prowess was amazing as well. Casks always working. 1 vote diff with Top, so actually our 2 votes did get him over the line.
I'm just glad to hear that it was between Top and and not.
And Vital got, yeah.
No, I mean nothing against the guy, but I mean, you press W sometimes. It's a lot of damage.
True. The Boom Boom damage vote, not the vote this time around. Sounda was like number 4 on his team. Doesn't matter. He did a lot. And there you go. So Sounda going to carry this first game. We'll be curious to see what happens in game number 2 if KT have an answer for the level of gameplay that we're seeing out of Nongshim. They're playing like gods today.
Yeah, they're looking very good. I think for me, I'm most interested to see the draft, but more than that, what happens if Nongshim don't have a massive lead? You know, can they actually play out an even game state? Because this one, the lead they had was pretty hard to mess up.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break and come back for game number 2 of Nongshim Red Force up against KT Rolster. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to this fantastic first series we have going on between Nongshim Esports Academy and KT Rolster. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and we just had game number 1 where Nongshim Esports Academy was able to smash them. It was not close, Wolf.
It was not close, and it's their second time of playing on blue side for the entire season. 2-0, 100% win rate. Wow. I wonder if KT will pick blue side. We don't have the confirmation just yet, but I would take it away from them. They're just too powerful on it.
Take the blue side, take the Kaisa, and try to win through that, because Hype was not able to do anything in that first game. Sounda was able to carry from the jungle, and then Mahala took that carry and went into outer space with it. So the two of them really just popping off in a big way, and it's gonna be interesting. I think after the swap here, as KT have selected blue side, which is what we expected, and how will the bans look? You know, maybe this is a game where Kaisa gets banned and they let Nico through or something. Could be something weird like that as well.
Yeah, it could be. We might also just see Kaisa and Tristana banned, and then they just play something else. I thought Hype's Varus was always pretty decent in the lethality meta when he played it back last season, but he was not a lethal tempo Varus enjoyer. That was kind of like Bull's thing only in challengers, and the laning phase was the problem. Like, yeah, Sounda had a good game, but they also, the Nautilus play was more problematic, I think, than anything else. And I hate to put Way down because he's actually normally an amazing Nautilus.
And he's like the one guy who could fight a grizzly bear.
Yeah, so I think they could bounce back. But when you get a lead like that, it's hard to mess it up, as I mentioned before. So let's see what's going to change, or what won't change, like the Tristana ban.
Tristaner going to be banned here on the blue side. Will Nongshim ban Ivern in this case? Maybe from red side, you can kind of like let go the Ivern ban, just go like Vi, Nico, Kaisa or something, or maybe you're not even worried about the Kaisa. Let's see what they decide to do.
Yeah, maybe they... I mean, on blue side, I think you could ban it, right? Like, if you're not planning on first picking it, I think it's a pretty solid ban. They are going to do it, so... Wow, it looks like the coaching staff and us are on the same page, Valdez. Still going to ban the LeBlanc. I think this is a smart choice for the side of Nongshim Esports Academy. And then in this final ban, I wouldn't mind to see Sejuani if you're also not planning on picking that one up yourselves. They banned it last time on red side.
Valdez, if you could do me a favor and never say Tristaner again, why not?
I think that's a pretty tall ask, to be honest, guy in the chat.
There's a lot of people from Australia that would say it exactly that way. In fact, if Atlas ever casts, you should pay attention.
Yeah.
Because he will say it that way from time to time.
I mean, he sounds cooler when he says it than you, but like, it's still pretty alright.
I am definitely making fun of him when I say it. But,
yeah.
You know. Rel got banned as well.
Yeah, Rel was banned. I think this is smart if they just want to pick up Sejuani. So now the Renekton Jax trade feels better for KT because they have the Sejuani. I do generally think that if you're going to opt into this, you probably need to know whether Sejuani is there or not, right? Like, and in this case, opting into the Jax when Sejuani Renekton is on the other side means the Jax is weaker. But given how they played last game out, Mihail is probably pretty confident. As even though Gio's not here, we're given some considerations to this without Rel, by the way, and picked this early in the draft. Don't do it.
Uh-oh.
This might be okay. I'm not ready to hate on it yet. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. Different player this time around.
It's Tristana. Well, there you go.
There you go.
We figured it out. I do not have divine insight into why Breon picked red side.
We don't have divine insight, but red side is often strong if you want to get 2 picks and trade some bans. And that's what Breon did in that game, if I remember correctly. Is see Feisty pick up the Azir again.
Yeah.
He had a good performance outside of the one Emperor's Divide that didn't end up going well for him. And you got to get Renekton here if you're planning on playing that. I don't want to see Aurelia personally too much. I'm not really about that. So I think we're putting in the croc. There he goes. Just let him like scurry up to the top lane. He'll be there in a little bit. Over here, I don't want to see Nautilus just yet. Rather see a jungle pick. Rather see a strong jungle pick like Viego to come through here into this Sejuani. Nobody wants to play Trundle right now for some reason.
Yeah, Trundle doesn't exist. Well, we're just getting Gragas again.
Yeah, that's going to be Gragas jungle. I don't think you want to play that into Azir in this meta. So that's that.
Hey, casters, how come you read chat on this broadcast?
Because we like you guys more than the official chatters in the LCK.
Yes, that is the only reason. Very true.
It's because you guys are better.
Yeah, especially Twitch chat.
That's true, Secondary. That's true. I do.
And we are also AI. That's also true. Take a look at the Heimerdinger ban. They're like, well, we don't want to allow you to play any kind of weird shenanigans like Ashheimer bot or something like that. And they're going to take away Braum, too. I love the Braum ban.
Yeah, me too.
Here.
I actually think it's all right. What if they just play Aphelios Emilio?
No, we don't cast Drunk. That is not allowed.
No, that's not allowed. Well, I mean...
I wouldn't want to do that anyway.
It's like... It's not professional. Is it not allowed? I'm like, I don't know if that's true, but we're not going to do it, so don't get your hopes up. Nautilus is banned, so you lose that pick, but I think, you know, picking up a jungle pick first instead was the better call. Now, is it Yasuo?
I think...
Is it Aurelion Sol?
I don't think so. Ari didn't get banned, so it's just Ari. You know, sometimes we have a meta,
Aphelios Emilio.
and we do not move away from the meta.
And sometimes we have a better version of the draft we had in Game 1, which is what KT are about to have. And in Game 1, I liked their draft a lot, but obviously the early game was disastrous. In Game 2, it's just a better... Oh, I mean, you could do this.
Yeah, Zyricon is a little bit better into, like, Gragas and stuff like that, but if you do get... It's a lot less... how do I put it? Good?
I mean, it does less
In this
damage.
meta?
It does less damage.
Yeah, Aphelios is still pretty strong, even with all the nerfs to all of his items and runes and stuff.
I'm a little bit worried about how squishy Renata feels into this lane matchup. She can handshake her way out of a lot of things, but when that's on cooldown and Rakan is going in, can be pretty hard.
Rakan is go in.
When Rakan is going in. Going water S.
Yes. Did Milo get nerfed in a secret patch? I didn't see.
No.
Yes, you just have to be a high yellow, aka silver 4 or higher, in order to see it.
This draft for Nongshim has some pretty strong top jungle power, just like we saw in the last game. Mid 2v2 doesn't feel amazing for Feisty, but you're going to have decent lane prio against the Ahri. And what?
No, just YouTube chat being YouTube chat from time to time.
Okay.
It got removed, but
I'm glad to hear it.
yeah, just doing their thing.
I want to favor KT or Valdez. I want to say I think they've got the power in the bottom 2v2. They played out well. Looks like a more comfortable draft for Hype here. He's going to have a little bit more agency because he's not going to be under threat as much. But I got to see Perfect play a better game of Renekton than what we saw last game. I'm going to have to see it.
Yeah, maybe from the blue side, he can have a little bit more safety up there. We'll just have to wait and see, especially what Hambak's able to do on the Sejuani. It's a pick he's had a lot of success on this season, and maybe he can help out the Renekton. And it's going to be very important. We did not get any melee for mid here for Feisty because he's a little bit of a 3-trick, you know, and that's fine because all the picks that he plays are very good.
Yeah, I mean, the Sejuani is going to be playing mostly around topside, so it's okay. Needs to play around topside, though. I want to see him start bottom, path top, make an impact early. That's what I want to. That's what I want to see. I think we can see it. I want to believe. Okay, KT Rolster. I want to believe that in the 9-game day,
Yes.
the dream is alive.
This is the beginning. If you don't win here, we don't get 9 games. So we'll know very early on. As we're ready, let's hop into the Rift.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
It's gonna.
I won Caster Chicken.
Yeah,
Valdez talked
Caster
first.
Chicken.
Valdez
It
talked
is my
first.
job. You know, like I had to.
Oh, it was play-by-play. Play-by-play always has to break the silence. That's
just
the power
have
of
to
being
say
the color.
something. We just can't.
He has
be
to say
quiet.
something. Valdez.
Yeah.
1-0
미니언들이
Wolf.
생성되었습니다.
Someone in the YouTube chat said, "Doot, doot, doot." Now we're trains and we doot our horns.
We do as we like.
Mm-hmm.
We do as we please here at the Challengers broadcast. We've got a lot of first-time chatters today. Thank you guys for joining us. We are
Yes, although some of the messages are somewhat confusing.
Look.
But it's okay. They're trying their best.
Participation is the first step to being part of the Twitch chat here for Challengers. As this time Perfect is going to get out of that Counter-Strike. Not going to get clipped by that one. Renekton is such a fun champion to play. I've been kind of on a bit of a Renekton kick. I don't know, he's just so easy. Look at that. Oh, can't get me. Then you like to go over there, start hitting the minion a little bit, building up your bar. If he hits you, you Q him, and you hit the minions that are left on low health. It's just a fun thing to do. It's okay. A little bit of action level 2.
Some feathers being thrown around.
A lot of them actually, as HH is gonna have to chug a potion. You think potions are always chugged? I don't think they take a sip, you know? There's not a whole lot of time. If you're like drinking it, it's not gonna pull it out and be like, can you give me like a few minutes, I wanna drink this potion real quick. It's always a chug, right?
I mean, it has to be. Because it instantly disappears,
Yeah.
right? How about the biscuits? Is it the same? Do they just, like, one-shot it?
Yeah, I just like to imagine they're like continuing to fire. Like Varus just has like he's chewing on it as he continues to fire his gun or his bow.
Those things are, they look kind of dry. Like, I don't know. I feel like I would start coughing.
They kind of look like cinnamon rolls. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the idea, because people call them cookies, but I've never really seen a cookie that looks quite like that.
Well, they're officially called biscuits.
Yeah.
They don't look like biscuits either.
No.
I just thought I'd mention it. Sounda hanging out in mid, trying to help push this, but Hambach is up a level, and Calmy is very low on health, so this is not really a trade you can take too well. This ward's going to go down. Hambach's going to see him go into the Raptor pit, and that means that he will get that top Rift Herald, or Rift Scuttler for free.
Okay, this is an opportunity here at level 3 with Bailout to try to go for an all-in bait, but not if you get the handshake. Gonna happen. Yeah, I'm not feeling great about how this is looking here so far on the side of Nongshim. CS lead for Vital at least, as Mihail. This is the Sejuani early game we were talking about. Go to the top side. Perfect has a lot of fury.
Let's see how this works. Gotta land the stuns here on the Mihail, but he has the Counter-Strike up in time, and look at this. He's hopping over to Hambach, but flashes away, and now he is just dead. First blood given over to the Renekton this time, as Perfect will get his revenge.
I mean, he's also going to get a plate here. It looks like he is going to be very big, very fast, and that was a great play. They had to commit 2 flashes here to make it work, but absolutely worth it. There's the plate. And now Mihail, nothing he could do here but catch the minions. At least he has his teleport available still, of course, this early on in the game, so isn't going to fall too far behind in CS, but it's first blood, plus the assist, plus the turret plate. And the flash to guarantee the follow on that to make the permafrost happen was the crux of this, is just kind of corral him onto the edge. Counter-Strike is good here, gets the stun, which is scary, but he flashes onto him. Permafrost comes through, perfect flashes for the secure. And that was a very decisive call from Hambach to follow the flash there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good one. Wanted to make sure he could pick up that kill and kind of make this story in this game a 9-gamer beginner.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're potentially heading that way.
Man, Aftershock is so good for diving people.
It is.
Yes. It is.
It's very good at that.
You get a lot of armor. Turret isn't really going to do too much to you. Wait, what? Wait, just went in there and stole it away.
Yeah, well, I mean,
What, was he able to hand that over? I don't think he was.
don't think
I
so.
don't know. That looks weird.
Maybe he did actually with the relic shit. I don't know.
I didn't like see the animation, so I was like, what? He just
Yeah,
like went in there and
usually-
viewed it away?
Yeah, usually the like it draws a line.
Yeah.
I don't think he did. I mean, I think he was trying to, but I don't think he was able to. We'll never know.
Yeah, we'll never know. It's a mystery forever. As Handshake comes in, but this is a fight that should go the way of KT. As blast away from HH. He has Permafrost on top of him, but the bailout here, it is going to be given over to Wei, actually, who just pick up the kill somehow.
Ignite. That's one of the powers of bailout. You use bailout to give the kill to the support, so you can. The ignite damage will come through after, so it triggers the kill for the support. So bailout is actually broken in that it can both
Plus
save you, but also
suitability.
just take a kill away from the enemy AD carry when ignite is ticking. It's hard to play around it, but if you just don't ignite, then that won't happen. But he did, because that's your instinct as a pro gamer.
There's a very intense Kog'Maw debate going on. What's your take on Kog'Maw, Wolf? You think we'll see it make a comeback?
I think there's just too many other strong viable options at the moment, and he's a little bit vulnerable in this dive and engage support meta. So I liked that he was seen earlier on. As see the ignite here, bailout ignites the last ticking damage, so that's why kill goes over the way. But yeah, I think Kog'Maw was really strong in the first few weeks of LCK, and we weren't seeing it as much as we should have. And I'm a little bit sad about that, because I think the window's kind of missed now. I think it's still viable, but it's hard in this meta with all the dive threats. And not a lot of frontline necessarily, because both Jackson, the Renekton, which are the most common top laners right now, they don't really provide you a frontline. They provide you engage.
Mm-hmm. I think that Varus, I think he's just got like better burst and better kill secure potential with his ultimate.
Yeah.
Whereas Kog'Maw is just a little bit too much of a
Glass cannon.
Yeah, like he's basically just DPS. And yes, he is better DPS, but he doesn't offer as wide of a variety of like
Utility.
a wider range of utility. And you could say like maybe you don't need to pick that from the AD carry role, but a lot of people do, and it's not just about finding picks. The Chains of Corruption can sometimes offer you safety as well, so it just makes you a little bit more viable in that sense. Now, the on-hit Varus is pretty low range. It oftentimes only really works if you're ahead, but if you are ahead, it can do really, really insane damage numbers that are comparable to a Kog'Maw. So
Yeah,
in that case, you know, just play Varus instead, I guess.
When you think about all of the champs that are meta right now in terms of AD, especially with Zeri being off the list, it's okay.
Nice little root. The Feathers getting there on top
dead.
of Vital. He is super dead. Just trying to help out with a little Q from the Renata. Not going to help.
I feel like KT just handled every aspect of that entire situation basically perfectly. Wei is able to go over there and identify their on red buff. They had a feeling. They control warded the tri-brush. Then Wei went and checked on a safe path. He's recon so he can get out. He checks, he verifies, he knows exactly how far away they are. Then Sound is moving top, they know that. And then Vital Feathers. And they just did everything about this like situation so well. And unfortunately, I can't say the same about Vital here, just getting caught by Feathers. It happens to pro gamers way too often. Happened to Guma yesterday. Or actually, it was Owner, I believe, who went into the Feathers on the Vi yesterday. But, you know, gotta keep that in mind. It is very strong when there is a turret attached to it.
Seems like Cog with Braum has been working some for G2, but EU isn't that competitive. I do think that Korean teams are a little bit better at punishing. So you can kind of get away with like picking up one extra, you know, super defensive support and hoping that gets your Kog'Maw across the line. As Perfect takes 2 turret shots, and the ult is just thrown in, and Mihail's dead. Sound was there, but he couldn't do anything about that. Hambak just dunking on the top lane.
Yeah, I don't think he was close enough to impact when the turret shot, when the turret aggro was still picked up there. I think that was a really nice bait from Perfect. And if Sounda maybe was in like flash cask range to hold him under turret for one extra turret shot, maybe, but I don't think he was close enough, unfortunately.
Feeling like a 9-gamer, Wolf.
It does feel like a 9-gamer, doesn't it? And I'm here for it, so.
Yeah, I guess 2 weeks ago, you and I did the Monday, and it was, I think, a 7-gamer?
Yeah, we thought it was going to be an 8, but it ended up being 7. The last series went 2-0.
Yeah, but this one, I don't know. I kind of feel the magic.
I'm feeling it.
Feisty is fine. And the thing is that last, 2 weeks ago, the first series was 2-0. So, like, we lost all hope right from the beginning. Whereas on this one, maybe we won't. So Sounda is going to get caught here just a bit. Nice damage comes out, but he does have to flash away.
I mean, I'm watching this. I'm feeling like the hope is definitely still alive. That's going to be a Herald drop.
We are definitely feeling left down.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes.
But we're look.
I'm not okay.
Here's
I
the
need
thing.
my 9-gamer.
Usually in a 9-gamer scenario, there's a few things that have happened, right? One of the series ends up being a team absolutely crushes and then totally drops the ball the next time. We're checking that box. Usually there's some sort of crazy elder flip. We haven't hit that yet. So if that happens in game 3 here or in one of our games in the next series, like, you know we're on track. Like that. There's also usually some sort of wild pause and or like visual bug that needs to be resolved. So like that's another sign that maybe the 9-gamer is on the way. So we still have a few other things that we're going to find out, but we're definitely on track for the series that has 2 one-sided games before the 3rd game.
Yes. We've only had one 9-gamer since we started doing CL, which is crazy to me.
I thought we had 2. Did we not?
Nope, just the one.
Huh.
It was
Okay.
only the one time with Maxo and Mawu.
Well, maybe we'll get ours.
Maybe today is the day. CL has decisive teams, unlike LCK.
Don't get baited, Valdez. Don't get baited.
I mean, I'm just trying to think about if there is some truth to that statement, like even an ounce.
Well, right now we have about 2.5 teams in the LCK, so, you know.
Yeah.
The other ones don't count.
Call me. Ooh, nice sidestep. And
He actually gets away?
yeah,
What?
like if he got knocked up by that, he was dead, but instead just a little Sional to the right.
Everybody also just dropped the aggro. They're like, Feisty's like, I gotta go get these minions.
Mm-hmm.
He had Flash and Emperor's
Priorities.
Divide. They just don't want to use any sums here. Second Herald is going to be up in 80 seconds, so reasonable.
Perfect is, I feel like some of these trades under the tower, he's getting aggro so quickly.
He's just, when you renect in Q, if you, okay.
Ooh, nice charm. Comes in. Feisty also has flash, so he just kind of laughs at them. Did go Merc Treads early on, so not in charm forever.
No, he's
Very
totally
strong.
fine. Now doesn't have flash back up. His cask is going to miss.
Why is Wolf leaking the super secret script that no one is allowed to talk about, Monka S?
I'm just telling you guys how it is. Sorry, Wrinkle to Kinkle.
But why are you leaking it?
Um,
The super secret script.
I'm just a bit of a leaker, to be honest. In terms of scripts, like I like made sure my roof was patched. We solved that problem a few months ago. My coffee cup is also like seems secure for the moment.
For now, yeah. First turret blood. Why Gragas so thick though?
Don't bring back the Gragas chatter guy.
From Flunky 343. Well, you know,
Look at that gold.
that's a bigger lead than Mihail had.
Yeah.
In game 1, actually, at this point in the game.
He got all of the plates, and they're also going to grab this Rift Herald here for free. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, doesn't get better from here for Nongshim. They don't scale. They need picks. It's a pick comp.
What about Mihail, Wolf? When's
Nope.
he going to get that Divine Sunder? 20 minutes?
Game 3 if you pick
Game
Jax.
3. All right. That's a cleanse.
Nongshim Esports Academy. Little bit of a rough mid game here. 5,000 gold down at 15 minutes. It is, you know, the term that a lot of people would use for this is unplayable. I don't like using that
Yeah.
term because till Nexus is dead, it's always playable. But
You know.
this one actually maybe not so much. Like they're still moving, they're still hitting minions, they're still getting gold.
Negativity?
The players are all connected, but you know, winnable? No. Playable? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's definitely playable, and they will play it. That's all I have to say. Sounda is going tank this time, so he's got a Sunfire, and I guess maybe according to Dan Ox Harrison, he would say that that also makes him a DPS, but especially from the jungle where you're not getting fraudulent Sunfire damage numbers in the lane, probably just gonna be hanging out for a while. Not doing damage, throwing in casks, and that's it. Never doubt the power of a throw. This guy has watched Challengers before,
Yeah,
even
no,
though he's a first-time chatter.
Long time watcher, first time chatter. Erky Timbers.
Should be Lurky Timbers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
How did Nongshim win game 1? Well, you just had to be there.
You just had to be there. Sounda won game 1.
Yes, Sound of Mahile. Sound Heil.
And the Varus, you know, the Varus gaming has not been impactful in this series. Feeling like maybe we, as a best of 3, we need to move away from this pick. Maybe in game 3, we will not see it at all.
Which one, Varus?
Yeah. Low impact pick at the moment. And I mean, the lane setup here in Desire Recon, they picked
I
the...
think we need Kog'Maw.
I don't know about that, but...
What do you mean?
I mean, they
You know what we really need, actually, is Ashe.
well, they could have played Varus Ashe, which was open. The Ashe was not
Ashe
banned.
need to carry.
Yeah. And you can play Varus
better
support.
now.
I mean, there's a lot of things you can do. But what you did here was opt into Renata into Desire Recon and then didn't play it out very well, and advantages came through. I mean, ahead in CS at least, but his kills were picked up. Top side was in shambles, and mid is... We're trying, aren't we, Call Me? No flash just yet from his last attempt, but without flash, his ability to pick is much weaker than it was before. Sounda alone can't get it done without vision control.
Neela.
No, that's vital in the booth over there. That's not you.
Yeah. And okay. Well,
Gave the
second
gold to Vital.
charge.
Gave the gold to Vital at least.
Nice. Sub Jibu in and let him play Neela.
I don't know if that would be a correct choice, because I think it's more important for you to have prep for the series next week. Okay, that
really
was a
nice flash.
sick flash by Feisty. Oh my god.
Okay, Ambach in a little bit of trouble. Wei is going to get the charm down eventually onto that backline. Mihail's here. He's like, oh god, why am I here? That is going to miss, though, and he knocks the counter-strike in as the Feathers going to do a nice amount of damage to Vital here, who is doing some damage himself, but immediately does get popped. As in goes the Renekton. He is gigantic this time around, as Mihail is kind of soloing 3 people, and then he does go down, but at the end of the day, Feisty nearly dies to the turret. Okay, well, that was weird, but it's okay. Good effort.
He was so upset that his flash was taken away and he had to take the coward's move that he wanted to make an impact there. He'll slide forward and snipe. He's unsuccessful, but guess what? He gets out. Little B action, B mode coming through.
Yeah.
And that's going to be Cloud's sole point. As this flash from Feisty, oh my god, actually so insane. Watch this.
That's so clean.
He like made Sounda look like he was lagging.
It's so true.
It's just, he just wasn't going to mess around. Sounda could have just not committed to the flash and it would have been a win for them. But he did commit anyways and use everything. So follow-up here for Perfect is insane because he's Renekton. And look at this damage. Gets the slice and dice, the heal. He is big. He's doing big Renekton things, and he could just walk away with all of that fury. And 7-1 kill score here. Yeah, you got one back. Went over to the Jax, but DRX is done. You know, this Renekton is going to be hard to kill, hard to defeat, hard to fell. hard to slay,
Hard to fell.
impossible to put down.
Nobody says that anymore.
Yeah, no, not really. So, have you noticed?
I think you should bring it back, Wolf.
Have you noticed another thing people never say anymore is "수고하세요" or "수고하셨습니다"? It's now Gosang only. Have you noticed
I
that?
don't think that's
The meta has changed, Valdez.
A little bit. It has gotten more popular for sure. As we got a little fight here. This is very broken up. Feisty is going to get isolated and just goes down. That is a decently sized shutdown here for the Jax, as that is the Chains of Corruption. That's why you play that Varus, as in goes Renekton, but he gets double charmed. He doesn't care.
Doesn't care.
He is so tanky right now, as the damage does come through, but it's a little bit too late, as Mihail now trying to flash away. Still somehow a relatively even fight.
파란팀의 포탑이
And
파괴되었습니다.
again, Nongshim are down more than 6,000 gold, and they're still somehow able to fight these. Definitely not the cleanest of fights from KT.
Yeah, definitely not, but it was pretty hard forced, and it all starts off with Feisty losing his crown here, has to put up the Sun Disc turret, and then he's caught here with the Charm, Everfrost, buys a ton of time, but the Counter-Strike kills him, and now half of your damage is gone because Renekton can tank a ton in this fight, and Perfect is about to. Here he goes. But then where's the follow-up damage? Renata just blocks everybody out, so he's 1v5. Essentially 1v4, because Vital wasn't really hitting him for the beginning of that. But if Feisty doesn't die and this fight happens the same way, it's a complete wipe. They take Baron and the game is 100% over. It's still probably 100% over, but like, that was a really nice setup from Nongshim with the HH ult there. The hostile takeover blocking the rest of KT from following up. But yeah, the gold numbers still... Like, production's got your back, Chad. If you're like, oh wow, are Nongshim going to win this game? They're like, let me remind you what's going on in each and every lane.
Yeah. That's definitely the current state of the map, is that KT are still very much in control. But again, you know, if this were LCK, game is over. Like, just go next, like, actually. But here in Challengers, you never know. I mean, Nongshim in game number 1, I would say that's one of those games where you're like, okay, well, there's really no comeback angle, but KT have not been quite as clean. So I do want to see KT kind of, you know, shore everything up, hunker down, make everything clean from here. You know, you've got an Azir that's in a really good spot. You've got a Renekton that's in a really good spot. Get them in side lanes, start controlling some of the map. I think it will take longer for them to end this game, though, because they don't have a Jax in the side lane. Renekton doing crazy stuff in the team fights, but Jax still gonna Jax a bit.
Yeah, he is actually still in that bottom lane, pushing towards that inner turret right now. And he has Demolish, so it's not like he's going to take forever, but it is going to be slower, as you mentioned. But KT can threaten this Baron while Perfect is going to do a lot of work here. There's that Demolish proc, so half the turret's gone. Now Mihail's like, oh man, I got to go over here and deal with this, so they're going to take us down. KT can go back to the Baron and play this tug of war. And it's almost like a 1-3-1, but it's like a 2-2-1. We're 2 on Baron, clearing vision, 2 pushing mid, and then the 1 is the Renekton who's actually doing the structural damage. No one's in top side, but they've already done a ton of damage to that top inner. They don't need to push any harder. They could just constantly threaten Nongshim here until they're worn off, and then worn off of the map. And then 35 seconds to go, they just go over and take the Drake, which is a much easier target. They already preset that bottom wave. Now, as I say it, they are moving towards Baron, though. So sometimes, you know, we do we give credit too much sometimes to Challengers teams about exactly what they're setting up and what they're prepping.
Sometimes they don't even know.
Yeah, this might have been one of those moments. Yeah, that's why it might have been one of those moments, but
yeah.
Pushing top here where that turret was damaged earlier is going to force a reaction from somebody. Or Feisty will get a lot done. He and Perfect both have teleport here. And this turret is so healthy right now.
So Nongshim are sieging because these two are not here. 4v3 in the mid lane.
This is a weird game, Valdez. It's becoming weird. That means Nongshim has a chance. Yeah, the 9-gamer is in danger. It's in danger.
Those two could have definitely duoed the Baron, but they got spotted. Like, if they never got spotted, it would have been fine.
Yeah, but then Jax gets to do the dragon for free, and KT walk away with nothing. I was
objective bounty?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Kind of a little bit worried about the amount of enthusiasm I had for KT in this game.
9Gamer in trouble. Oh, maybe not. Sounda getting burned down as the body slam is huge, though, as Downey will eventually go. Very nice sweep up here from Feisty is going to get them the big win in this team fight. Flash forward. They want to end the game now, as that will be the stun down as well. And Mihail, the only one to survive.
So lull him into a false sense of security. Let him have that dragon. Take a bunch of damage. Then engage and win the fight. I guess that's what we saw there. I guess that's how it's going to go. Pretty nice Emperor's Divide there from Feisty.
They can't end. 9Gamer.
9Gamer, small peril, small danger. Wei is like, man, let me take that cone with you. I want to use my abilities.
Like cone?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
You're not a honker.
No, I just wanted to say yeah because I wanted people to think I support you. All right, Humbug's engage here is nice. Follow-up from Wei is fantastic. And the all-style takeover here doesn't hit Feisty, so critically, he's able to actually stay at full health here and then go bam. Like, KT is like, we're getting out, and Feisty's like, maybe you guys are, but I'm going in. And then everybody turns back around and trusts him. A little bit disjointed, but he was decisive. And despite a decent hostile takeover there again from the side of HH, they win the fight. Baron is captured. We'll see how much they can get done with it. It's a 12-2 kill score here. And, you know, I think that the 9-game dream is alive. Production's reminding us, like, yeah, it seems pretty alive.
Look at the support gold diff. Almost 1,600. Pretty huge. As, of course, the solo lane's more important. Sound
Blast code assassination!
Yep. Got him. At least he didn't use that to get away. As Feisty's not even there. He's just pushing top. That's fine. He's got Nashers.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
Well, that was a nice cleanse from Vital. He's put it on the moves at least here right at the end of the game. Another charm is going to land, but unfortunately when you're relying on Ahri and Varus from behind to do damage, you're not in a good spot. It's just not going to be a good thing. And Smile is here. He's like, well, I'm desperately trying to provide a front line for my team. But KT just going to pick up 2 inhibitors and leave.
Now, I know permafrost is a thing in real life, but I guess why Sejuani has the name permafrost, because it's like, oh, it's frozen, and like permafrost is a real thing. Let's make the ability attached to real life, make it relatable. But do you ever think it's a little bit weird that it's not really permanent? It's actually like the most temporary frost of like all time, basically. It's just like there for about a second, and then you're like, all right, well, that was it. Just you're frosted for just a moment there. It's a bit of a weird.
I think that is pretty weird.
Like if you think about it, you're like permafrost. Like he's just never gonna move again, right? He's always gonna be. No, it's about a second there.
Permafrost is any ground that remains completely frozen at that degree or colder.
Yeah, but it's not the ground; it's their feet, and it's not.
But it's not their feet; it's their whole body. They turn into an iceberg.
Yeah, it looks like mostly their feet, you know, like from the feet up.
I don't know about that.
Hold on, let me see one more permafrost. Come on, KT, give me a one more.
Let's go. It's very, very important.
And please do it on someone who doesn't have Merc Tread so we can get a good look. Like maybe get on Jax or something. Come on, Humbug. All right, maybe we'll have to see it in Game 3.
All right, well, the knockout comes in, and Sounda very, very tanky, but it does not matter. Mihail is looking for that takedown, but he will not get it. As Vital, you know, he got a couple of autos there at the end. Very nicely done. And Sounda is also just going to be run out of the map here, as we had 2 kills. They were both for the Jacks. 70-2 is the score line here. KT will be able to push in and end this game. We will keep the 9-game day dream alive.
17-2. That's a KT from LCK scoreline right there. That's the very KT scoreline we've come to see. They have the highest kill differential of any team in the LCK. And Challengers, at least in this second game, living up to that reality as well. As we had 2 very one-sided games back-to-back. But I would argue the second was even more one-sided than the first. And it was a team effort, whereas the first game was kind of solos only, as we do have to vote for POG. It's a tough one for me.
It was a top one for me.
I'm going to go with top as well. I wanted to vote for Feisty, but
Yeah, it was either, I think it was one of the 2 solo lanes.
I'm just gonna go top with you for solidarity. Like it's hard for me to vote Feisty here because while he did have some really nice moments, he had some less nice moments, like getting caught topside, and there was some errors in the early game. But
I think perfect was just perfect.
whatever you say, Valdez, you know, whatever you.
Yep, Croc.
I'm just not gonna have a strong opinion. I'll just copy your opinion.
Nice. Sometimes that's all you need to do. 15,000 gold at the end.
Yeah, it was
Another very one-sided game.
It was not close. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. The fact that the Drake was even taken was an error on KT's part, but it's kind of a miracle in itself that they just let Jax take that. Mihail's like, just take that. KT with that one big macro error at the end where we were like, that's not anything happening. That's good.
That
But
ain't
they eventually then just hard forced to fight mid, and that was the end of it.
That was the end of it. And we just need 9 games from here. If we don't get 9, I will feel robbed.
2 down, 7 to go.
It's going to be up to Bro, really. It's going to be up to the Giga Chads. They have to challenge DRX. Otherwise, I think we're doomed to like 7 or 8 games.
Nah, I think they can do it. I think Bro can do it. I think it's happening, Valdez.
Well, I hope so.
Me too.
Will we get our Pog?
It's either gonna be Feisty or perfect. So I'm happy either way, to be honest. This is not one of those ones I'd be upset. Like if we didn't see Sound to get didn't see Sound to get game 1, I would have been mad. But I'm not mad here. If like Wei gets it, I'm gonna be like, that's weird, but you know I won't be mad. It seems to be pretty contentious though, because it's not coming up. I'm kind of like, this is the part where we show
Someone forgot
the Pog.
to vote.
This is the part where we show the Pog. It's not coming. Where's the
Yeah.
Pog? Give me the Pog.
Getting stressed out. Okay, it's
Okay, he
perfect.
got it. He got it.
Taking damage, 31,000.
Yeah, Renekton has become this new pseudo tank champion because he heals a lot and Gore Drinkers more.
You could call him a bruiser.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. His role is a little bit more complex than that, but yeah, I mean,
Who has the most Pogs this split? It's tied between Lucid and Calmy. They have 4 each.
yeah.
Yunos has G-Sun Pog.
G-Sun Pog.
All right. We figured it out.
In LCK, it's Pays currently has the most POGs of the split. He's ahead by 200. So that's just in case you were curious about that as well. But let's see who is going where. Like, do Nongshim pick blue side because they have historically red side pickers. Although they have a 100% win rate on blue side, I think they're going to pick red side. I think we're going to have the same sides for the final game.
It might happen, Wolf. But guys, we're going to take a break. We'll be back for game number 3. Hello and welcome back, guys, to the 9-game hopeful stream. As we have had 2 so far, and we're about to get our 3rd of the same series, which means that, you know, I feel
We're
like
a third of the way there.
we need some kind of thing that people in chat can spam, because I know they're very unhappy. You know, they don't have emotes, they don't have channel points to bet on the games and lose. They need something to spam for 9-game series, 9-game days.
Yeah.
Right? You know, like how Cassidon has, like, you know, the pointing at the clock and then Monka S, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we just need, like, 3 out of 9.
I'll take a peek.
Some kind of hopeful face.
I'll take a peek at some of the Twitch global emotes, and I'll find the one that's right for us. Okay. Not right now, because I'll wait till we get into the game or something like that. But I'll take a little peek. Maybe we come up, and maybe chat can put some suggestions in as well for some good spam. As that Hewful Phoenix, that one's not the one that we'll be using for this particular case, but it is very appropriate. As we have been Cassante-less, however, so far today.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Cassante's really strong.
He is pretty good.
Jackson, Renekton are like number 1 and 2, right?
Well, I mean, if you have a Sejuani, if Sejuani's left open every game, like definitely going down that path. If she's not, maybe Cassante ends up being the right choice. Not that he's bad with Cassante, but she's not bad with Cassante, but it's not as good.
Gragas is up there. I just wonder where Cassante fits in. Like, is he number 3? Is he number 4?
I think he's number 2. Like, well, I mean, Renekton Jax are 1 together, and then he's 2. And Gragas is like the Jax counter.
Well, if they're 1 together, then he's 3.
Well,
right?
I mean, yeah, I just mean
Because they're tied for first.
I guess so, but I'm saying like in terms of the tier. Like
I see.
Second tier, but yeah, 3rd in line.
I can't access this stream from the LOL Esports website. They only have the Korean
Yeah, they
broadcast.
hate us, but it's cool. No, I'm kidding. No, we've been trying to get this officially added. It hasn't happened yet, but it should eventually happen, so I'm told.
Eventually. You know, at some point in the future. Maybe the popcorn is good. I like that. Maybe it feels like kind of plain by itself, though. Maybe like something else and then the popcorn. And I feel like there should be a hand pointing at the 3 out of 9.
Okay, so what about, is there emoji for each, like, a finger holding up 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers, 4 fingers, 5 fingers?
No.
Is that a thing?
I don't think so.
Oh, I was going to say, like, you could just keep going up until 5, and then, like, then do 5 and then 1, and then just keep putting, like, the fingers up until, like, it's counting up to 9. But it looks like, yeah, no. I don't think that's what we're looking for, but
Let's do 3 fingers and then out of 9 fingers. I was looking for spam this Slay for the 9-game day.
No Slay emote, no.
How is there not a Slay emote? That doesn't make any sense.
It's Kaisa first pick, by the way. We're going back to it.
So Nongshim are going to take game 3.
Sejuani is gone. So surely KT won't just lock Jackson here for perfect, right? Is it a Renekton Azir angle? I hope not, but it could be. Oh, there's the Azir. Feisty is an Azir one trick today. What's next? Is it the Crocodile? I mean, I like Renekton.
The Renekton.
I like, he's my favorite
Azir,
champion right now.
The seemingly random choices.
I mean, it's a very strong draft.
The fights for objectives. It's not exactly that, but it's something like that.
Okay, so we're not doing Varus. That's a step in the right direction. Milio is still available.
No Kronk either.
Yeah, I think we're going to Felios, Milio. Rel.
Jax.
Probably Jax, because it makes sense with the Rel, even without the Sejuani. So now KT are like, ooh, do we have to play the Renekton? No. Play Milio, and then play Gragas into the Jax if the Renekton is banned. If they ban both, cool, you got 2 free bans. That's awesome. Right, KT?
Ooh, I like that, the fingers crossed. It's kind of like, please, 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 you know?
Ooh, that's
that.
decent. That's decent.
The popcorn, I don't know. I feel like the popcorn doesn't work with the fingers crossed, though, for some weird reason.
Yeah, it doesn't really work together, but unless you imagine
we're gonna get it
are
eventually.
holding a piece of popcorn together while they cross. But
you know, I just went and saw a movie recently.
Whoa, in 2023?
I know. And Valdez watching movies, like what?
What movie did you see?
Elementals.
Oh, yeah, you told me about
Yeah,
this.
I was talking about it in Challengers chat as well. It was great, but that's the last time I had popcorn. And it was the first time I had it in a long while, and it was actually really good.
I have popcorn at home sometimes while I'm just doing whatever I'm doing. It's pretty rare, but sometimes. Alistair banned, obviously, with the rel in here. But I think they want to play Emilio, so...
And this time they have Poppy. I feel like KT, they're like, okay, we know what you're going to do, but this time we're going to try to counter it harder.
Yeah.
So they're taking away the Yone as well. And they're saying, okay, what else are you going to play in the mid lane? And it is a good question because, you know, Sejuani's gone. So a lot of your melee mids outside of Yone are just off the table, probably. You don't really want to play Veigar, I don't think. I mean, Veigar actually...
Diana mid.
Clearly, yeah.
There's the Gragas gone. So they banned the Gragas. Now you can play the Renekton. You're not going to like it that much, but you can do it.
Play Cassandra.
What if they play... I mean, the Poppy could just be top. Ooh, I get it. They're scared Bilio's a little bit squishy against this comp, but...
They're just trying to go like Poppy Braum, we're just going to disengage forever. Poppy Braum Azir, don't come at me, bro, actually.
Yeah, stay away from me, bro. They're going to play Ornn also, right? Like, Ornn or Scion final pick.
Cassiopeia top. For the just disengage comp of a lifetime.
Corki.
So we were wondering, you know, what are they going to play in mid?
This is what I would have liked to see rather than the Veigar that we
Seems like
saw
the
from Bro.
Oh, wait. Annie. Wait, did we forget about Annie?
I forgot about Annie.
I forgot she existed.
Well, this draft from Nongshim looks very powerful. It has a lot of tools to explode the bad guys. I'm not saying that KT Rolster are bad guys. I'm just saying that from Nongshim's perspective,
Yeah.
the enemy champions. Yeah, I'd say just lock that Viego in. So, what's it going to be? Is Poppy going top?
Oh, he's smiling.
Uh-oh.
Why is he smiling?
Because he's in a good mood, Valdez, because he's about to play.
It could be Poppy top.
I mean, I think it's fine. But no, it's just going to be Renekton. Just bringing it all the way back. All the way back. Well,
Braum is an engaged champion. Didn't you see Keria yesterday?
don't.
I think Keria is a very
remind me.
special player. And other people should not try to do what he does,
I don't
regardless
think
of
he
outcome.
should try to do what he did yesterday
Yeah,
either.
sometimes... I feel like maybe nowadays he's beginning to second-guess himself a little bit. Or maybe he's not second-guessing himself enough.
I don't really know
It's
how
hard.
those you could have those two feelings at the same time, but I'm
You
gonna
are
support
not
you.
Keria. Your teammates are not T1. Do not max Q on Braum. Except everybody does.
Yeah, like literally everybody. So
Like literally, like every single... We check every time, and every single person maxes Q on Braum.
yeah. So that's just the way it is. That's the standard. And Nongshim, this comp, it's got Wombo, it's got Hard
Caster.
Engage, it's
Who got a
Poke.
better draft?
I'm doing it.
The betters, they are waiting, okay? They are
Nongshim
listening.
got it.
They're hinging on your every word.
It's Nongshim. It's the answer. The answer is Nongshim. They have the better draft.
All right.
KT Rolster though, Feisty's on Comfort, perfect on Comfort. Don't know if it's going to work out in this case. They got the Poppy for Disengage. Hype has to carry this game. And with now that he's not on Varus, I think the chances are higher in this draft that he could actually pull it off.
Should have played Melio. Anyway,
Nongshim have never lost on blue side.
they have never
Stats.
lost out of 2 games so far. This is
2-0.
their 3rd game on blue side ever for Summer. In the history of Summer 2023. And KT, they really drafted into 5 bajillion disengaged things. We'll see if it works out for them. I think this early game will decide and dictate how this one is going to go yet again. Although we did see KT kind of floundering a little bit in the mid-game of last game. Let's see how this one goes as we hop into the Rift for game number 3.
Do you ever wonder why we never get the Rift from the perspective of top lane? Why is it always from bottom lane? I think
It's
that's a bit
because the
biased.
top lane doesn't matter.
It does matter a lot in this meta, though.
Even if the top lane matters in this meta, it still doesn't matter.
I think Valdez, I'm here to tell you, I think it matters. Like, maybe I'm crazy, but I'm like, I think it's actually pretty important.
Well, the thing is that the top lane has never mattered. So even if it does matter, it doesn't matter because we need. It's like global warming, right? Like you need years and years of change to have a different situation. I'm not gonna be convinced off of one patch, Wolf. Okay.
Okay.
You can't tell me that the top lane matters all of a sudden after 7-8 years of it not I mean, you know.
Baron's
I'm
on
reaching.
the top side of the map. Like
there have been metas where top lane has mattered in the past, and it still didn't matter.
Like the Con Rhythm, just there was a time. There was a time. But Smeb?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Lee Sin, Tops,
Rascal.
Remember Voyboy?
Yes.
I think he was the first one. Top does matter when bot needs plates. Bot lane's losing, we need to send them top to get plates. Yes, exactly.
I'm just saying, chat. Sometimes I want to see the rift from the perspective of top lane when we do our opening. I want to do from top side.
Valdez is anti-top lane. I mean, League of Legends is anti-top lane.
So if this is top, look at see the little window that shows the river in the background that goes like down and down and down?
Yeah.
What's that? Is that like advanced top? Like where does that go? Where does that go? If this is top, then where is that? Okay.
It's
look!
zoomed out
that?
for us.
Yeah. Like where does that river really go?
I feel like he was actually listening. He's like trying to pan over there, but he has to stay professional and actually watch the game. Unfortunate. We should just zoom in on the river. Yeah, that's just MMO spoiler, actually.
Okay.
That's like gonna be the starting area. That's like Elwyn Forest, except in Runeterra.
So it matters really little, like less than top lane? This is the starting area?
I mean, it's kind of, you know, when the MMO finally comes out when I'm a grandpa, I think that'll be like one of my best memories, though. I'll be like, it finally came out. Or more like, it finally came out.
Yeah.
And I'm going to play it. It doesn't matter how old I am. And
Perfect is probably dead.
Ooh, level 3 gang stun comes in. Perfect is dead, in fact, and sound a very clean flash away once again. Looks like Nongshim. They know where their bread is buttered. They remember game 1.
Didn't even get baited into the Viego transform. Like, see it? Just walking away. Feels like game 1 all over again. Mihail, Jack's ahead. Uh-oh. As he has no vision here, unfortunately. He realizes what's happening. And yeah, goes for
flash
the,
it.
Yeah, he goes for the empowered W, thinking that's going to be enough to trade the kill back, and it almost was.
You know wanted to zoom in. Then the Korean side would be like, what the hell is this guy doing? Like,
No,
what are we looking at?
casters are starting to wonder about what's going on out there. They're starting to wonder about like advanced top.
Yeah, we have been locked into Summoner's Rift for a good, what, like 11 years now? Probably, actually, a lot more than that at this point. As, okay, here comes the gang from the Poppy. As Calmy is trying not to flash, and he will not have to. Wow, just able to hold on to that. Very nicely done. He had a stun there at the end. Maybe he could have, like, turned around and gotten the kill, but that would have been risky.
I think
might have just died instead.
if he like Q's there, maybe but he probably trades it if he does.
Yeah.
Might have been able to get a flash though. Humbug actually did flash already, so yeah, it was a scary situation on both sides there. But bottom side of the map not going so well here, as we see the early back for Hype. Going to lose a little bit of CS. Wave being held there, so now they're kind of disconnected, and that's going to be an extra back for Wave. As Mihail, I don't think this is this is just the beginning of the lead he's looking for. I think we will see more attention topside because that's exactly what they did in game 1. But yeah, it's like the Truman Show, you know? You guys seen the Truman Show where Jim Carrey like eventually realizes like he's in a simulation. When do the players realize there's something else going on down there? Like when do they go, wait a minute, there's like more to the world than this? Yeah. Mihail's checking it out right now. He's like, oh my god. He's
We're panning up
he's
again.
like, what's over there?
We got,
It's like Pride
Zoom
Rock
out.
over there. Like, Hey, look at all the river flows deep, man. Where's the League of Legends Pocahontas to tell these players about what's going on?
There's like 4 Pride Rocks out there. You see that?
Yeah.
I want to go on that left one. That looks
They
really
need to
steep.
paint with all the colors of the wind, Valdez.
It's getting me hyped for the MMO. Sorry about that. Might have to wait like 20 years for that one. But yeah, I mean, I assume there will be a grassy plains type biome in the MMO somewhere in Runeterra, and it's going to look like that.
So, I mean, what also could happen is, speaking of things that could happen, Humbug here does have Cryo from his bot lane, so hold this thought.
This is getting pretty spicy. Although no one should do it.
Feisty
Really,
6.
oh, Feisty is looking for it, and Sounded does not have flash. So that's going to be a dead Viego. Nice pick from the side of Feisty. Had to use his flash, but I think it's worth it, as now they're going to... Wait, they smited Tibbers.
Yeah, they smited Tibbers, so
now you got to wait
I mean,
for
enemy
your smite to come
jungler's
off.
dead, but it's very awkward. I don't know if I would have smote Tibbers there.
It's okay, he's getting it back. He's going to have the second one. This is a very extended fight for the first Drake. TP coming in from Feisty.
Sound is going
And
top. They're
it
giving up on
leashes
this.
Again.
Yeah, they're just putting Sound to top, and they will eventually be able to get this, but they're going to try to gank this Renekton. Sounda is a tricky guy.
Is Valdez mentioning the right MMO? Is that on the bingo card?
Should
I
be.
didn't see it, but it probably should be. It's been a while since I've mentioned it, actually. Kind of because I lost a little bit of hope, to be honest, you know?
Whoa.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd hear the day.
I just thought that maybe something would come out this year in terms of a small announcement or at least some kind of schedule, but it's just total radio silence, so I'm just like, well...
I mean, I think earlier this year they were like, it's going to be a while. Something like that. That's basically all we heard.
And they kind of say that every year, too, so that's not necessarily a good sign.
Yeah. But it's not worse than it was before.
Will Arcane Season 2 be the right MMO? I think absolutely.
Yes. I
It's
think
probably
that-
like going to come out very soon, actually. Right,
I
Season
think
2, or
my-
Arcane Season 2.
My guess is probably late next year. Maybe after Worlds. I mean, that's just complete speculation. Please don't clip this and put it on the front page
Please
of Reddit
clip it and
make
take
me
it
lose my job.
totally out of context and make some fake news about it.
I'm going to say don't do that, but you guys can do whatever you want.
Hey, people do it all the time. I
mean,
just, you know,
If we did,
giving them the idea so that I can take responsibility for it in the future.
but think of how much attention that would bring to challengers for Rio.
Yeah. What if this just became the leak stream?
Yeah, let's actually just leak. Like, let's turn this into Doinby's stream.
This is the very secret thing that only a few people know about, only a few thousand. And we just leak stuff all the time.
I heard that Faker has 6 toes on his right leg, on his right foot. You heard it here first.
Good news, the MMO releases in a year ending with 4. Bad news, it releases in a decade starting with 3. So yes, in the year 2034, we are...
Year 3000.
Sorry, 2034. Could happen. Feisty doesn't have flash. He's got to be careful. He's trying to set it up onto Calmy, who also doesn't have flash. As Tibbers says no thank you.
Yeah, Tibbers is just hanging out. What do you call the Teemo Tibbers?
Gigatimo.
Gigatimo?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not-
Gigatad.
No, I mean, it's okay. Like, you know, it's not the greatest name I've ever heard, but
Yeah, it's like a placeholder.
Call Me has stun, but he has no friends. They're on the opposite side of the river.
That's
Sound
not
is
very
like
nice.
just.
I'm sure he has a lot of friends.
I mean, he doesn't have any friends with him in the rift at the moment. So one of the things that could happen that I was going to talk about earlier about the MMO is what if the MMO actually is just completely contained within Summoner's Rift? Like the biomes
no.
are like this part of the river right here.
The jungle.
It's like very small MMO. It's like a massively multiplayer yet massively
It's like
small.
it's like Toontown.
I mean, Toontown I think is bigger than Summoner's Rift, but
Yeah, I guess so.
is T1 Wolf the
T-Bers.
biggest LoL streamer in Korea? I would say probably yeah.
I think he is.
I think so. T-Bers, I like that one. That's a good one.
It kind of sounds like what Annie says on the Korean clients as well.
Yeah.
I think that was pretty accurate.
Yeah, no, that's about exactly what it sounds like.
Oh, there you go. T-Bot comes out as now we got Rel as well, and just total dunkage from 3 people on the side of Nongshin.
Oh.
Okay.
I was like, I was like, I just thinking like, wait, Emperor's Divide is coming out. I'm like, oh, he's Viego. Oh. Am I the greatest Budichi creator and creator? Absolutely. Oh.
Yeah, I think there's only one. Oh, Jax got the kill. And he stays alive. Wow, Mihail, what a dunk master.
I actually think that the potion, the refillable potion, is too strong. It's way too strong.
And the Triumph.
The Triumph refillable potion, Jack's attack range, way too strong. No way Perfect should have been robbed like this. As he goes in with Dominus. And
it was pretty close.
It was, but he doesn't have W, so he can't stun again. And Mihail hesitates, but Triumph is enough.
There's a couple of messages that are just like straight in a row, and I allowed it with my mod powers, and then they immediately get sniped by Nightbot. It's like I allowed it, and then they just get dunked on anyway.
Is
Nightbot's too powerful.
Is it the new hoo-hoo? Remember my I think oh this is the new one.
Thart is a F-King joke. How is Jax alive? Space question. What the hell is going on in the chat right now?
It also
this isn't YouTube chat.
It didn't actually get banned, but it's just an explanation of what happened to Jax there. In Arabic, it looks like.
Yeah, well, I think it's just the Counter-Strike explanation in Arabic, I guess. I don't know. It was such a long message, and it didn't get... Like, Nightbot's like, no, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, Nightbot's like, that's cool. It's fine.
But like 4 O's in a row. No, absolutely not. Like, the word suck? Nope. Not allowed. Absolutely not.
HH is alone for the time being.
This is Minecraft.
Oh,
Okay.
it's just the Counter-Strike explanation. Okay. That was Poppy's reaction to the chat. Poppy's like, his E does what? Okay, Perfect. Man, Perfect is always making me nervous, man. He is not living up to his name today. He's doing all right. Okay, he's doing okay.
He's okay.
He had a
yeah.
game 2 that was pretty fine, but like, Perfect is far from explains what we are seeing from him today. Just gonna turn this one back around, at least this time with the ultimate.
He was going Super Saiyan, man. He's going even further beyond, man. I don't know what that was. I've never heard anything like that. And the voice line just kept going even though he wasn't spinning anymore.
I know.
Just standing there.
It's just... It's gonna be a 9-game, right? I'm feeling it.
It better be.
I am
better be.
feeling it.
We can't have 3 games and then have just boring 2-0 stomps. That's just not allowed. That would ruin the mood. It would just be over. Is this live or is this a replay?
It's from 2025, yeah.
It's a replay from the future. It's a rebroadcast of an AI. See, like, Nightbot's totally fine with his giant spam messages in, not even in English. Doesn't matter.
Nope, it doesn't matter. You know what also doesn't matter to KT? Contesting this second Drake. As Hype had red-white, but they didn't have Prio. Feisty had teleport, flash. Is up a level. Nope, not gonna fight that. Ocean Soul, indeed. Better than Chemtech.
Hi, I'm new to League. So a question, do you divide the map into half horizontally or diagonally? Oh, stun? T-Buzz getting in there as well, but I'm just gonna walk away from this one.
Yeah,
It's fine.
it's totally fine.
Had to cleanse, but you know, it is what it is.
Leandri's on that Tibber, so Humbug's gonna burn for a minute.
Ouch.
So, if we play the Challengers game right now, Jax is the reason why I think Nongshim is going to win this one, even though it's still pretty close.
It's definitely closer than the other two games so far, but Nongshim's still in a pretty solid lead.
The Jax will eventually kill things, and I don't know how KT stops it from happening. And that's like my analysis of this situation, and I don't think it's going to get better anytime soon unless they collapse. It's getting better actually for Nongshim.
Ooh, bit of an issue here for Perfect. We've got the Perfect issue. Sound is just doing this alone, but I just want to let it go every single time now.
Well, it's funny. It's
let
the
Poppy
greatest
have her
because
moments.
It's just the greatest because like what she just the noise she uttered just explained the entire situation. It just explained the entire situation, and then she walks away and she could do it again. Hanbok's ready. Unfortunately, they're going to give the objective up, so I don't think he's going to do it again. But at least they got the turret bottom side, which will be okay. Good. We yawed this time. We yawed.
did it. We did it.
We yawed him out of there. No sounder, but the Rift Helt's still going to crash. We'll get a second charge. Everybody's spinning. We're spinning, Valdez.
I feel like the world is spinning right now.
I feel like I'm spinning.
빨간팀의 포탑이
The
파괴됐습니다.
room is spinning. The game is spinning. Dude, somebody asked if we should look at the rift horizontally or diagonally. It's spinning.
It's
We
spinning.
look at it from the angle of it spinning. It is
that's actually a
revolving.
good question.
Does it spin on an axis? It looks like it to me
Yeah.
right now.
Like, is Runeterra spinning?
Probably.
And we just can't tell because it's happening very slowly. Maybe if we zoom in on the background.
Was anyone in chat there yesterday
We could know.
when Ox was able to share the secret information with Atlas about why Runeterra is flat? I'm gonna tell you guys the truth for those who witnessed that. And then the paper suddenly mysteriously had water spilled on it. Yeah, it was not true. It was fake news. There's actually no secret information. It's not flat. I'm putting it out there. I'm actually a non-flat Runeterran believer. I'm not a
Truther?
flat Runeterraner. I'm not.
Runeterraner? Yeah,
Yeah.
it should be a Runeterran.
That was actually just not true. I hope nobody was deceived by Ox last night.
Yeah, Ox is he's a tricky fella.
It is not flat. It's not flat. You guys saw the background. Look at how curved it was in the background.
Yeah, definitely.
They said that if you keep walking forward, you come out on the other side. This is not Pac-Man.
I didn't realize Wolf is a round Runeterran. Feels weird, man. Oh God, what is happening to Tiba? Tiba! Tiba,
Perfect.
no!
This is probably not the choice.
Don't do it!
That was probably not the choice. Probably not the choice to stay there. They got a teleport.
Okay. Yeah, they got the teleport, they got the kill, and now they're gonna get the turret, and nothing else is. Wait, what are you? Okay, they're gonna let it happen. They're like, you know what? We shouldn't let them just TP for no reason. That would be bad.
Okay, we traded our teleport. You can have. We're gonna take yours. It's fair. We're square, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're square.
No, it's
feisty,
round.
feisty. We're square.
No, it's round.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
Nothing exists past top lane and bot lane, just a cliff.
I mean, I saw it out there. Like I'm telling you guys saw it there. As this is.
I don't want to watch Tiba again. I felt really bad for him.
We got Tiba on.
Oh
Tiba.
God, no!
Tiba.
Please stop.
Tiba on TiVo. It was recorded. You can watch it later. Remember TiVo?
TiVo, yeah. They used to call it something else, like DVR or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kids nowadays, they don't know what you used to have to do.
Yeah. No, they have no idea. If you didn't watch it live, that was it. There was no VODs.
You had to record your own VOD if you wanted to watch it.
Put it on a VHS tape. You really wanted to watch that show again? Guess you have to ruin Mom's wedding video.
TiVo is the brand, DVR is the active tech. There you go. We figured it out.
Yeah.
Home movies.
Yeah. It's a really weird looking TV with like arms and legs. Is the brand.
Do you think you can go to Summoner's Rift in the MMO?
Yeah, probably.
Like, what if they just had a full-scale Summoner's Rift there?
They could also
It's
turn
like a mini game you play League in the MMO.
But you could also like have a PvP mode, yeah, where you like you set up 5v5s on Summoner's Rift, but with your characters in the MMO. That'd be cool.
But is it like League of Legends, or is it like what, first-person view League
No,
of
it's just
Legends?
like an arena. No, it's like an arena mode. You know, like WoW, but with some objectives
It's
you
too
gotta pick
big.
up. I don't know. It'd be like Smite. Remember that game?
파괴되었습니다.
Yes.
Something like that. I don't know. I never played Smite, to be honest.
2v2 and MMO. Wolf, are we going pro in the 2v2 mode?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's gonna be you and I.
It's the dream team.
Yeah. Perfect is like really. He should not touch that Annie. Don't bother her.
Yeah, especially T-Bot.
Don't wake the sleeping bear.
Yeah. Who was that?
That's Viego's recall animation.
Why does he make that noise?
I don't know. I think it's the jungle pet, maybe. But I heard it
I don't
before.
think so.
I don't know what that is, but I think it's it's the second time we had that this game, so I think it's Viego's.
It's
Yeah,
Lunar Beast
Viego. Yeah.
The Korean voiceover, man, goes so hard, especially on challengers where we bump up the volume to 500% on all of them. When are we gonna get Lissandra back in the meta?
Don't. I mean, she's always on the edge. I'm happy for her to stay there. Don't mention her too much. Players might get some ideas about it. Maybe when Ari moves back up to tier 1, we'll start coming back out. But
Ari is there. It's just that Azir's better.
yeah,
she's just so good right now.
Yeah, she's just not. I mean, the thing is, you pick Ari because you didn't get the better one. That's kind of how it is. As Feisty, he might be dead. Okay, well, now they're not going to walk in. That was Sounda exerting his dominance. They know. They know. He knows.
Yeah, honestly, they're aware of it.
Honestly, they're aware of it.
Oh. How much first strike gold did he get? 67.
Yeah, it's big.
67.
He turned Feisty's health bar into a cannon minion.
Wow.
Viego, he's very talkative today.
Yeah, he's generally like that. Especially with the Lunar Beast skin.
We haven't really talked about the game for the last 20 minutes because there hasn't been a lot of game happening, but the Baron vision control here in the setup here for Nongshim is pretty good. Yeah, well, that's... Leandri's isn't going to hurt the turret, Colm. You're going to have to actually get in there and do it yourself.
Do it, Tibbers. Oh, no. He was trying.
Out.
Oh, man.
I think KT could probably just start the Baron. They're going to try to put Mihail in the bottom lane to threaten the turret. Or sorry, not KT, excuse me, Nongshim Esports Academy. As Mihail is pushing bottom. Wei putting up a door, and this is really scary for KT, but it's going to get even scarier when the Jack starts hitting the turret. So the W resets have begun.
Thank you,
빨간팀의 포탑이
Nix.
파괴되었습니다.
Yeah,
Great,
I'm glad that you
great
enjoy
name.
it.
Yeah.
We're trying our best to be entertaining for you guys.
The game is just, it's just not providing that entertainment right now. So,
It's all right. Call me and Hambach. They're doing it, you know? Let me hear that Poppy ult one more time. Come on. Got him. That's how Annie says it.
just going to spend the whole cast just saying the Korean voice lines.
Okay, Hambach needs help.
Yeah.
They're losing.
He's
they're
not
losing
the only
on,
one.
They're losing on both sides. They're losing on both sides.
Get him, Tiba. No!
I mean, Hype, he's got 2 items. Is he ready to fight? Are they actually going to commit? Perfect TP in? Maybe start Baron on this back timer? KT? The angle?
Do they know that someone's in there? Because they didn't see him pass by. I think there's a chance.
Teleport.
I guess they didn't know they're going to find Hype. He's so okay and alive. He is going to get pretty low here, though, and the poke is coming in. Even Hambach is feeling it.
Miles is just going to end the
just
game.
here.
Just going to end the game. Nah, he's going to teleport top and trap him. They don't know. He's coming. Oh, he's coming.
Oh, God. Oh, the Poppy ult is huge. Saves his life.
I think
literally.
they are still in trouble, though.
they're trying to turn this on to Sounda as a massive sweep comes in. They are going to get the rail, and Stopwatch is here. And Mihail now joining the fight, but the Counter-Strike isn't going to get anything done as so many low health bars. Feisty barely goes down to the red buff, I believe, and it is enough as now one by one the dominoes fall. Triple kill for Palmy as Nongshim finally get a fight in their terms.
Definitely not the cleanest fight, but they are going to take it in the end. Good Poppy ultimate there to delay the inevitable, as Hype was instantly deleted. Notice he did 86 damage in that fight. That was the best he could do. Can't do any more than that, as he is instantly deleted. But watch this. Oh, we're just skipping. We're skipping all of that, and we're just gonna watch Mihail. Yeah, save his life, but he couldn't actually do anything after that. Like he's like, I'm healing, I'm severing him. No, he's not even coming back down. Feisty's engaging. He's like, I'm going home. He went up to a third health, and then finally when he rejoins,
actually smart. Like he did literally everything he could.
And Hype is like out here trying to. Yeah, that was.
The Annie point.
Yeah.
Too good.
Wasn't clean. HH. Thought for a second maybe he was a little bit too far forward, but he's going to be okay. Dragon is going over to Nongshim Esports Academy at the same time as they are going to move up to Soul Point. The game is not over, but the observers and the production staff are showing us the gold leads are once again immense. I mean, the Hull Breaker plus Stopwatch is a big problem.
It's feeling a little bit Brover.
Feels a little bit that way.
A little bit Katover.
Yeah. Get a little bit Nongshim Esports Academy.
Yeah. A little Jover, yeah.
Game is still throwable. Not sure. I kind of would have liked Ludens here, to be honest, for Vital. The Rage Blade
Rover Coaster.
The Rage Blade here, I'm not sure how much of an impact it's going to make in these fights, but you know, I guess he could really have built anything with the lead that they have, as this inhibitor is going to get destroyed by Baron buff minions.
Did Poppy just join the cast? Yeah, it was Poppy the whole time.
The whole time.
Annie.
It's literally impossible to throw this game.
Someone pointed out that it had been a while since you said dichotomy.
Yeah, true.
Just,
yeah, I usually say it a lot.
Yeah.
I do say it a lot, but I didn't say it yesterday.
I think they were trying to say that maybe it was about time that we got another dichotomy.
I think it's not time yet.
Okay. Oh, God.
Oh, boy. Can he hit the last one?
This is why Kai'Sa is just dumb. Because not only can she do that, but she'll also just destroy your team if she gets in your back line for free. Poppy's still spinning to this day, they said, as, yeah, Viego can't Emperor's Divide anything, but he is going to go in for a little bit of damage, you know. Diva is out again. He goes down, and, you know, he's just trying his best. But with the Baron buff, I think Nongshim might finally get it done. Well.
Right. Right. TP.
Sound on the right side has Stopwatch buying some time. And the knockup does come in with a Hazel Fissure, but it does not matter. Mihail is in the front line. Very nice Magma Storm. Feels like that was like the first one we saw all game. Either way, that's going to be the end of this game, guys. Nongshim will take the... Okay, Sounda, you didn't have to do that. Nongshim is going to take game number 3. And, you know, we had a good 15-minute lull state where we talked about different types of rune Terrans and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, Nongshim, the better team. They were the better team coming into this series. They made it 3 games, did KT. But at the end of the day, Nongshim still on top.
Yeah. You said it was 15 minutes. I feel like it was a 20-minute lull state. Either way, not a whole lot going on there. KT, I mean, all 3 games were one-sided. The 3rd game took a little bit longer to get to that one-sided state. But KT with a little bit of a disappointing performance tonight, I'd say. Obviously, 2 of those games going very poorly for them, especially on the top side. As we saw once again, game kind of defined by a Jax lead. Not much you could do to slow this guy down. And then in the comp for KT, like the only time they did anything was when Feisty ulted and they engaged that way. Otherwise, they never front to back. They never set up fights, never engaged, never really utilized the Poppy. She started spinning sometimes, but didn't actually get anything done. And this comp can work, but KT looked like extremely uncomfortable. And the Renekton did so much damage because of side lanes, but also just because every time they went in, he was on top of a bunch of people, but there was no follow-up. There was no damage from the Aphelios at all.
Yeah, that's just the way it goes sometimes. I do feel like, you know, with the games being as one-sided as they are and the Challengers teams having a little bit of trouble of playing from behind and really enabling their carries to do damage, it does feel like that is a little bit of a struggle street for all the AD carries, though we saw play in all the 3 games. And yes, guys, playing from behind is hard. It is difficult. Best of 3 or best of 5, it is best of 3, and we have 3 of them. That's why we're hoping for the 9 gamers today.
We have a lot of you guys in here today. It's going to be a 9-gamer. Spread the word, follow this channel, or subscribe on YouTube, you know, whichever where you are. And we do this every week, every Monday, every Tuesday. I'm doing a little bit of a shill here for the Challengers broadcast. I know the hardcore chatters know they've been following forever. Is Call Me.
Hey.
We'll pick it up. It was between him and top for me, Mihail. I ended up going for Mihail myself. I know you went for Call Me, but
Yeah, I was a based T-Ba voter. And you know what? He survived a lot. He got that one big flank in like the one team fight, and he pressed his R button a lot. I would have loved to see like the first strike numbers, but we don't have a observer PC in this room, unfortunately.
it was pretty high,
So,
no doubt.
I'm sure it
and
was. I'm sure it was upwards of like 600-700.
He dropped bears on people, and he did a lot of damage with the Andres. It's a pretty fair vote.
He did as well as an Annie player could do.
Pretty much.
He did his job.
A third of his team's damage. And this was a back and forth series, I guess you could say, but it really wasn't. All 3 games were one-sided. But the Nongshim Nongshim Esports Academy blue side win rate still 100%, 3 for 3. They tripled the games and still maintained that 100% win rate.
Crazy.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Well, guys, it's time for the interview, which means that it is time for the Caster and Chat Community Corner, otherwise known as C4. We don't have.
It's explosive.
Yes, it is explosive. We don't plant any bombs or spikes in this game, unfortunately, but we still do have C4.
But
Yeah, we did see Ziggs recently, actually.
yeah, he can put a little bomb down.
He does do some bomba from time to time. We get Gragas regularly, so that kind of counts, I guess, as well. What do you hate more, Valdez? Top lane or blast plants? I don't hate top lane.
He hates top
I
lane.
just think that it's not relevant. Blast plants are very relevant, unfortunately, and so I hate them a lot more.
He hates top lane also. He does.
No, I don't think so.
I'm
never
glad
getting a
that
subscribe button for LCK CL Global.
I don't know.
Well, if you have the
I
script,
don't
you're
have the
supposed
answer.
to tell
I don't
us.
have the answer, but I'm glad that we got a glimpse of what's behind the top lane. I think that was the real. Like, I learned
We
more
did
from
learn
that
some.
today.
I feel like I have more questions than answers.
Yeah,
though.
I do too. But like, I feel like that's the real takeaway from that third game for me.
Yeah. Shout out to Yundo for like trying to let us know.
We got. We're never gonna get a
got a
glimpse
good
like that in
look.
LCK for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, that would never happen.
What anime are you guys watching now?
What is the most recent anime that I've watched? Probably like Arcane? That's not really an anime, is it?
I was rewatching One Punch Man a few months ago. I didn't finish it, and I want to see the newest season of Mob Psycho. I just haven't actually committed because I'm just too busy playing video games all the time. I don't have time
It's
to
a
watch TV.
high-level Noxian illusion. There's nothing outside of the Rift. That's not true. According to the lore, Runeterra exists, and all of these champions come from many different places and diverse areas. If you, Batchest, watched Arcane, then you would know as well.
It's not flat.
Piltover and Zon.
It's not flat.
Zaun. Keep your hands off. Izoken was very good and cute. If y'all, yeah, I don't watch anime that often.
I
if
used
ever.
to, but the way anime changed since I watched it, like the last time I was really into it was
How did it
like, in high
change?
school. It's just not.
Maybe you changed.
Maybe I'm too old for it now or something, but I feel like the anime art style changed a lot, and the storylines feel less mature, if that makes sense. And people dying and lots of blood does not equal mature storyline. Before somebody in chat's like, but I watched the one where they kill them a lot and people's heads get cut. I'm like, that's not what I mean. But it used to be less weird, yeah. It used to be less weird, Bun Bun Squish.
Maybe we're just old.
Maybe that is
Bun
it.
Bun
I mean,
was saying
that's
that we
maybe
were
what it is.
basically ancient as dirt earlier on.
We are.
In terms of casting, at least, which is what she was talking about. But what does it mean? Maybe we just got too old for the
Yu Yu Hakusho is a good
mature
one.
anime storylines that used to seem mature to us, but they're not anymore. Leave my kid cartoons alone.
Erased was the anime that I watched most recently that I really liked.
Evangelion.
Yes, it is what I like. Yes.
Wolf does like that. We need an adult anime for businessmen. I feel like that's an emote, but we can't see it.
Yeah, see, everybody likes Erased. Erased was really good. That was one of the shows I watched maybe in 2021 or maybe late 2020, and I was like, I'll try this. I've heard it's very good. I know it's a little bit older, but I was like, it was on Netflix, and I was like, yeah, just check it out. I watched it on the plane. It was actually really, really good.
I played Honkai Star Rail. Does that count as watching an anime?
I mean, from what I've seen, probably.
I
Looks like
think it, yeah.
Monster, actually top tier. If you have the patience to get through Monster, the payoff is absolutely worth it. I also think it has a great start. It gets a little bit like, its story is good the whole time, but it does like have a little dip in terms of the action. But that's actually like some of the best parts of the show. But if you're looking for like, I want to see like big fights, and maybe it's not for you, but Monster is fantastic. Very popular in Korea as well. Everybody read it in Korea. Nobody really watched the anime, but
Psyche on Netflix is a bind-on pickup.
I think it says it's a bop.
Yeah, bind-on pickup.
I think it just means that he thinks it slaps. He thinks it's pretty good.
Okay. It's what? It's just too bad that we came to the part where the protagonist reincarnates as a vending machine. What?
The Ein is cool, but what's the name of the penguin from Evangelion? The Evangelion penguin is actually the greatest.
It's, Gerald.
It's not Gerald. Is it just Pingu? Pen?
Pen
Pen sounds right. Pen sounds right.
Noot noot. Maybe it's that.
I don't think it's that. But the penguin is great.
Ein isn't a goat, it's a dog. Should have known. When is Goku being added to League?
Might be time.
We have Cassante, so I'm pretty sure he's already in. Well, guys, on that note, we have been told to stop comments. So thanks for watching the first series. We have 2 more on the way. We'll be back after about a half-hour break. We'll see you then.
지금
네,
치고
대기 마무리.
대자연의 맛은 언제 깔지?
다 보고 있죠?
자, 코리가 좀 들어가고요.
스링이
녹았어요.
녹았어. 바로 녹았어.
그때 월광파!
아,
근데 하려면 좀 차이가 나는 것 같기도 한데.
근데 결국에
그리고
여기
예.
그리고
그리고 1, 2마
1, 2마 갔어요.
그래도 퀄리티가
불이.
퀄리티
불.
그리고 올려주고
실드!
여자 불이.
와 이거
그리고 더블 한번 더!
한 번 더. 컨동 프릭스.
안 됐던 게
르블랑 상대로는 잭스가 좀 힘들죠. 힘들죠.
홀미 와요.
그러니까
홀미 와요. 이것도 메꿔주고.
콜비가 사냥 본능 있거든요?
예.
아, 사냥 본능
자,
있거든요?
들어가요. 자, 홀미.
뭔가 플레이적으로 마음의 여유가 하나생명 쪽에 좀 더 있는 느낌이거든요.
전면 없거든요. 그렇죠.
전면
전면
없는데? 뺐잖아.
전면 없는데
이거
그래도 리시를
잡아. 뺐어요.
잡아냈어요.
리더.
그리고 블리츠 왔어요.
리더.
블리츠
리더.
왔어요.
리더.
블리츠
어이. 나이스.
아,
야, 이거 코피 플레이가 좀 지속적으로 나오고 있습니다. 하나생명 e스포츠.
그렇죠. 그래서 이제 잭스는 사이드를 확실히 압박할 수 있는
오,
상황이고
잘못 물렸다. 오.
일단 부빙을 피하기 피했는데
뒤로
브라운
올라가죠.
막아주면서 브라운 막아주면서
그런데 문제는
아이고
코피.
스포츠가 일단 잘 날렸어요. 근데 전멸이 없는데 이게 스포츠가 살아갈 수 있나요?
이러면 비가 한번 던지면
연계 들어갔어요.
아
연계.
스포츠 위험한데요. 그래도
거기다 꽂았어요.
렉 잡았어요. 지금 잡았어요.
그런데
내가 먼저 잡았고.
자나스가 또 괴물이거든요.
아
그리고 플랜트가
이거 좀 안 될 것 같으면 진짜
공격이니까
공격이니까
와 타나토스
막을 수가 없는 존재입니다.
점프
뭐야?
안전거리
자, 어디 들어가서 한번
다음도 여기
또
플러스기야.
알리만 빼고 빠지는
궁 빼고 데미지도 살짝 넣어주면 뒤로 빠지면 끌어들이고 있어요.
이거 구도를 좀 봐야겠어.
많이 맞아요, 많이 맞아요.
그리고 웹사이더
딱 KT가 먹었어요.
자, 그리고
폭대
폭대 나가다.
폭대 대박인데요.
바운드도 위험.
알리스타 전멸
이렇게
없어요.
되면 안 되는 거.
자야 도망가야죠. 전멸 쓰면서
이러면 안 잡히는 거 아니에요? 이거 몇몇 잡히는 겁니까?
갑자기 난리가 났어.
아,
근데 대박.
Hello and welcome back to LCK Challenger League. It's me, Valdez, and right next to me is Walp.
That's right.
How are you doing?
I'm a little bit less like right next to you. I'm trying to. Can I be a little bit like we're a little bit next to each other? Are you, I was
I
right
did
next
take
to you.
a
I'm trying
shower
to be like
today,
next
you
to
know,
you,
I'm
just
not that
not
smelly.
right next to you. So we are 1/3 of the way into our 9-game dream, and the next two series you know, one of them seems likely to go to 3. The other one could go to 3.
Yeah, this next one is really it's the game changer.
It's the one that makes you nervous if you're hoping for the full 9.
Bro really needs to step it up. DRX are a strong team. They are on a little bit of a iffy, you know, like the ground underneath them. It's like, you know, you remember Fall Guys when that was popular for like a day, and you know the ground would disappear. Yeah, it was really fun actually. We should play it sometime.
I mean,
still there.
Yeah, they updated it a lot.
And then like the ground would disappear underneath you. You know, it kind of feels like they're doing that, and they're like kind of going to the next level, and they're surviving. They're doing well, but at the same time, it does feel like they're.
What Valdez is trying to say is there's not a rocky foundation. It's a rocky foundation. There's not a strong foundation.
So Malphite.
There's not a strong foundation. These teams are also the reverse of each other in the standings. Valdez 5-3 versus 3-5.
What does it mean?
It means that DRX is 2 additional wins over OK Savings Bank Brion, are the stronger team. We are very close, by the way, to the end of the first round robin. These will be the last games of the first round robin for these teams. So you see Nongshim and KT completed their first 9. And for the rest of our 4 teams, they're here to play their last one as well. Trying to end the round robin on a high note. DRX definitely underperforming after what was a fantastic spring season for them.
Yeah, I think they're still a strong team, but it is a bit of a, okay, what's going on with you guys? Like, they've got Frog, they've got Sponge, they've got Career, not to mention.
They got Pleta, they got Satab.
I was just saying, not to mention Playtab.
Yeah, you didn't mention them, so I was...
Yeah. Playtab, yes. Playtab and Seta. So
Elder Flip angle. This is the time where we get the Elder Flip for sure. Which is one of the requirements for the 9-game day to summon it.
And DRX, they beat KT in their last match, but it was a 2-1. And we just saw how KT were kind of like, I mean, they were okay, but Nongshim was like pretty obviously the better team. We try to forget about game 2. So is DRX in a position to take down Bro? Bro, on the other hand, yes, they're coming off of 2 big losses, including one 0-2 to Kwangdong Freaks. The one win that Kwangdong have, it's against Bro.
Yeah.
And I know what that means, Wolf. I don't have to ask.
No, we like, sometimes, sometimes Bro punches up, sometimes they drop the ball when it's against the weaker opponents. Because closing out games has not been the forte of this organization. We'll see if that changes tonight against DRX. I think with this meta, we're seeing extremely one-sided games. We just saw 3 in a row in our first series. We saw it last week. We saw it in LCK. I foresee that we will again see top-side focus and one-sided games in this series as well. There's a lot of talent on the bottom side of the map for both these rosters, but I think it's going to be about the top side. See how my man Frim is...
Frim and Frog.
Frim and Frog.
Or it could be Kangin.
Could be. He is eligible for play, so see if he is playing today. We'll find out very shortly, as he was just recently signed last week.
That would be cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Good
I'd love to see
the
a new guy.
OK Savings Bank Brion has about 7 million people on their Challengers roster. I'm looking at Frim, Kangin, Raptor, Doiv, Ivory, Karis, still here, even though he just played in LCK. Enosh, we still don't know how to pronounce his name. Palu, Gyosu, and Effort, who, I mean, also played in LCK. So, could be anyone.
Could be anyone.
We have no idea.
We do not currently know, but we will be finding out very soon, as those are our Korean commentators for the day. Got Nuclear, the Marine, and Dongan over there. And over here, it's me and Valdez. And
Blend and Velvet.
Bro rosters are out.
What are they?
Yeah, I'm like, not to me. I didn't get that. I didn't get that paper.
What are they out of? Are they out of milk?
I hope not.
Same as usual. Okay, well that also doesn't help.
It's pretty. I mean,
it helps a little bit, but not. I mean, it could be anyone.
I think it's Frim Raptor.
It's not
Ivory.
Kangin then, and it's Okay, it helps a lot actually. Thank you, Yundo.
Yeah,
you're very helpful in general. and at this time.
I think it's going to be Ivory in mid since Kara's played in LCK this week. So,
So Enish and Palu,
yeah,
I
that's
guess.
the expectation. Enish, Palu.
They do change the roster pretty much every week, though. So, but I guess they didn't change it this week.
No. Frim, Raptor, Ivory,
Enish,
Enish, Poly. Yeah, exactly what we
Poly.
thought. Yundo shout out.
Yundo appreciation shout out.
I am looking forward to seeing what the draft priority is going to be. I want to see if we're seeing Frim versus Frog, the Jax versus Renekton that we've seen basically
Frim
every
Frog,
game now.
Flim Flam.
I'm just trying to say things, and Valdez is just like Valdez is like devolved
Just
into
over
a
here.
5-year-old right now. Like just I'm trying to set the stage because we clearly have a technical issue of some kind with players setting up on stage.
That's why
and I'm trying
we're
to talk
not
about the
setting
game.
the stage.
Yeah, and
Because it could be anything. We could be here in a pause for 8 hours. You know,
well,
recently,
that does lead to the 9-game day angle.
Yo, I'm new to this stream. Are these games live?
They were in 2025.
I'd say they're like pretty live.
Twitch stream broke. What is this power? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break it, but it's gonna be okay.
Wolf is pretty powerful. Annie. They're live for one team only. They're
This guy keeps
sometimes
saying he
dead.
remembers the beach cast. I remember the beach cast too.
Feels bad, man.
It doesn't feel bad though. It's actually
it
good to
feels
remember
good,
it.
man.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, I remember those good times.
Interesting emotes.
Call him
Oh,
Wolf, but he is human. I
he
don't
said high sexy
understand.
casters and it got deleted.
Yeah, Nightbot's very sensitive. Sometimes, you know, you say one word, it's a positive thing, but Nightbot's like, nope, that word is disallowed.
I thought it was pretty.
You get bopped on the head. It
Well,
was fine.
This team also has played a lot of red side games, more than blue side. 4 games additionally. Their blue side has been stronger, so pretty normal. Their game time, about par for the course for challengers here. Not very strong at early objectives, something that's been an issue for this team, and also very rarely getting the first kill. Pleta and Career have not had the greatest 2v2s this season so far, and that is usually where First Blood is right now in this meta.
You can't say doggo on LPL Nightbot, but you can call all the players frauds. That's fine, I guess. There's even an emote for it. But LPL Nightbot says no to doggo. Love it. I'm still thinking about the time when Pleta and Career played Senna Lee Sin.
I'm not thinking about that. That's usually not in the top 1,000 things I'm thinking about.
It's just it's like thinking about the good times. It's like thinking about the Monty and Doa beach casts.
What
It's
about
like remember back in the day.
what about a certain build that we had on Senna? Heartsteel, you know.
Heartsteel is not good on Senna.
Heartsteel Senna. Remember that? That was really fun. Remember when Gio did that every game and we were like, don't do that. And he just kept doing it. He didn't listen to us. We weren't in his comms. We told the chat
if
we
if
didn't
the
like
game
it.
goes for like 65 minutes, it could be good. The thing is that nowadays, that's not the meta. We don't have games go to 65 minutes, so don't build Heartsteel and Senna.
Yeah, it's about 31 minutes. That's what we do in Challengers. We do about 31 minutes, generally speaking. Blue side has been much better here for OK Saving Spank Brion's Challengers roster. Their First Blood has been not great, but they
Look at
also
their draft
usually
G.
don't win if they get it.
Their draft G is really high, actually. They got a lot of dragons.
They also get about 1.35 draws at around 15 minutes.
Ooh, playing too much chess.
Can we talk about how spicy Nongshim is looking? We can talk about it, but
Plus, their
maybe you
bowl
missed the
soups are
chance.
bomb diggity.
You missed the chance of the first
I
series to talk about
I
it.
had a bowl soup yesterday. So did you.
I did have a bowl soup yesterday as well.
Okay, bro, Ivory.
Ivory has been a game changer for this roster. We'll see if he can do it here in Challengers after getting all of that LCK experience.
Imagine if you could tie in League of Legends. Wolf, do you remember casting World of Tanks?
Yes,
Good times.
I do.
There used to be draws in that game, right?
And in order to get a draw, it would have to be very long. And
Yeah.
then because of the draw, it would be long again. But I
And
liked
you would just
casting World of
redo
Tanks.
it.
It was fun. Frog,
Yeah.
he is he's doing the solidarity chest bump to let everyone know he's ready to carry tonight. He's lossless, perfect record on the Malphite.
Lossless
The true
is
rock.
really high quality.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I like using that word. He's truly a rock for this roster, a mountain of a top laner.
Wow.
He's also good at Gnar, which is important in this meta, where
Do you
Gnar
think-
is the other like champion that you can play sometimes.
In the MMO, is Malphite going to be a place because he's as big of a mountain
No.
as a mountain, or is he going to be a boss,
Nope, I think he's just going to be like an NPC.
but he's as big as a mountain?
They say that, but he clearly looks about the size of about 8 Teemos stacked on top of each other.
In League of
Maybe-
Legends, but in the MMO, they can actually scale things to the proper size.
I don't think he's going to be a mountain, Valdez. I don't think it's going to happen. It just doesn't seem practical. They're probably going to retro, or what's the word for this?
Retcon?
Yeah, retcon
Yeah.
his lore, actually. That's what they'll do instead.
That sounds awful.
Sorry. He's not going to be big.
I want to raid the Malphite Mountain.
Well,
That came out weird, but you know what I mean. I'm talking about the MMO.
we didn't really talk about Raptor that much, but he's definitely the underdog in this jungle matchup. So, see if we see Lee Sin. He plays it a lot, even when it's not meta. As we're already in, LeBlanc's already banned.
So is Nico. Those 2 OP picks are gone.
It's so interesting how LeBlanc and Nico are kind of permabanned in Korea, but they have not been that oppressive in the actual games themselves. Like, the potential of them is quite high, and teams just don't want to deal with it, but it hasn't been, I don't know, it hasn't been meta-defining for
Look
me.
at the Jax respect.
Yeah, they're just not going to deal with that.
Jax is in a really good spot right now. So they're just like, well, we just don't want to give it over to you. We don't want to play it ourselves. Let's make this a tank meta / Renekton.
I mean, Nico is silly, but we have just not seen teams be able to turn it into huge wins all the time, to be totally honest.
Remember when, I think it was Showmaker, he just ulted thin air?
Yeah, that was not his finest moment. As we will see the Sejuani get prioritized even with the Jax ban. So now I think Bro probably going to take that Renekton away. Renekton Azir. Is it happening?
The Renekton,
Again,
the Azir.
Renekton?
I mean, this is great, though.
Azir?
I feel like Bro, like, trapped them.
Yeah.
Like, I think this is a great answer. And now you could just play Cassante or, I don't know, Gragas in anything in the top lane, but it's not going to be as good as Jax. So it really does feel like the first time we're seeing, you know, this is something that happens all the time, so they're getting ahead of it, right?
Yeah, no, it's like this series we just watched, which was defined by it. They're like, no, we're just gonna get ahead of it, and not actually deal with it. We're not opting into that. We're not playing that kind of game. That's boring.
DRX are like, wait, Jax is banned? What?
Yeah. Well,
What
they're
do we play?
now gonna grab
Tristana wasn't
Tristana,
banned. Okay.
and Ivern is available, but they picked Sejuani, so I'm not really
Sedge into
sure.
Renekton?
Not really feeling the Ivern here.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a Gnar, which is quite strong. Double 80 carry. Triple 80 carry.
Triple? With no Ivern, though? What if
With-
they play Ivern support?
Oh, Ivern's
Wait.
gonna get denied, and this doesn't make sense.
This doesn't
This
really
doesn't
make
really,
sense.
yeah, no, don't do that.
I think they're just kind of like, Ivern angle?
Like I
and
said,
they're not,
Raptor
like,
just plays
playing
Lee
it.
Sin, even if it doesn't make sense, and that's what we're doing. That's what we're
That
doing.
is, that's kind of what he does.
Yeah, that's like,
he,
we're
he
like,
does have a little bit of
he's
a
like, you know what?
reputation.
I will play Lee Sin, and everyone's like, I'm not. Are you sure about that? And he's like, oh, sorry, I already locked it in.
He is the epitome of Korean solo queue.
Yeah.
I will play Lee Sin. Well, I mean, they have 3 tanks. I'm playing Lee Sin. Okay. And then the guy like does insane mechanics in bronze, and you're like, what the hell is going on? He carries somehow.
He might. Poppy was banned. He's like, I'm getting in there.
True. Rel banned as well.
Rel gone.
No, she's there.
Well, I mean, she's banned.
Yeah, she's banned.
So,
She's not gone.
well, she won't be in
She
this
didn't
game.
go anywhere.
I mean, she's not traveling anywhere. She's certainly not traveling to Summer's Rift, that's for sure. Lucian ban is really interesting. I wonder what that means they want to play in the bottom lane. Might just be Surely not a Zeri angle, right? Surely not a Zeri
You might
angle.
want to ban Melio here as bro. I don't know. It does feel like it's like Aphelios Melio every single game, or not either of them at all. Although some
It's a
teams have
Varus
tried
angle.
to do. No.
It's a Varus angle, Valdez.
No Varus in my League of
There's
Legends.
the Melio gone. It's
Why
a Varus.
did they ban it? I guess bro could have taken it.
They could have just played Aphelios Melio with the front line they have. Told you. Sorry. It's going to be Aphelios. Oh, wait. Ashe is more interesting. Ashheimer. Samira without Rel? I don't think so.
Play
I don't-
Samira Nautilus. And then Varus doesn't get to play the game.
No, Valdez.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Don't play
Yes.
Samira here. Don't play. Why are we playing Samira here? Yes, play Aphelios.
No.
They were just teasing. Now, is it going to be Lulu? Is it going to be Nautilus? Is it going to be Thresh? Are they going to try to really hard force the Aphelios win condition? Tom Kench? No, I don't want to see that.
Better Tom Kench? Callista?
It's just going to be the Nautilus you were talking about.
Yeah. I mean, Nautilus, he is very reliable. Rakan a little bit less so, but I think it
Well,
does
now-
have... Rakan definitely has more potential in terms of what it can do, especially into the Azir.
Yeah, well, now it's going to be Nautilus for Bro, and that's just how this lane's going to be.
Can some mod here unban me on LPL chat?
No, we
Sorry,
can't do that
you're
for
in the
you.
wrong place. You got lost, Pratty. I'm sorry. Go back from, the same direction.
So there's the Nautilus, and this meta really has got, like, to be totally honest, Valdez, this meta is way more boring to me than, I'm going to actually say a controversial thing. I miss the Zeri Lulu Aphelios, or not Lucian Nami. Like, I actually thought that meta created a lot of action in the bottom lane. You had a very defined battle down there, and the rest of the map was, like, so much more open. You could do so many different things with the draft. We're now in a Sejuani, did you get Jax, did you get Renekton? Azir is in every single game. Tristana is the explosive pick, and, like, it's just like a Nara side lane angle. This meta is boring, Valdez. Just gonna put it out there.
I do think there's not really a lot of variety in drafts for sure. I think that's the biggest issue. Although in the past, like with Zeri, Lulu, or whatever, it was the same. So
There were a lot of diverse mid picks. You could define your draft by what, like, you knew what the bottom lane was going to look like, but like how you play around it's like based on your mid pick. And now it just feels like it's about top lane and side laning, and then it's Azir versus a champion that tries to blow people up every game.
It feels very tier listy.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It's like, okay, well, we banned Jax, so we take Renekton versus Nara.
And then it's like on the bottom lane, it's like, okay, well, they should pick Nautilus, right? They chose Rakan. Well, now you have to pick Nautilus. There's no,
That's like your only choice.
Okay.
Am I
It
gonna
could have
play
literally been
Nautilus
reversed. I mean, I
or
would have not liked Rakan Varus, but they could have played Ashe. They could do something else, but it's just not standard. It's not that strong. They don't have any follow-up for the Ashe arrow besides Varus ult, and so just like, nah, just gonna play Nautilus. In terms of drafts here, I think both are very strong. To be totally honest, this is a game where I could go 50-50, straight up. Flip a coin in terms of draft advantage. I don't give either team a huge one.
Maybe then we get to go to 9 games.
That's what I'm saying.
Still on the cards. Let's jump into game 1. Oh my God.
I missed
Wolf,
it. I was
he missed
laughing.
it.
I was laughing. Sorry. I just read the thing in chat that says these teams underestimate the power of surprise, and it killed me. It killed me. Sorry, everyone.
Yeah.
I think
Also,
that's
our analysts are not good at doo-doo-doo.
That's like the first miss of the season, I think, for like all
For
of
you.
us.
No, Mal missed it
Oh, that's true.
earlier on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you weren't the first, but
Rakan
you also are kind of making this a...
didn't buy items.
No, Chronicler, you were the first, though.
He didn't
and
buy-
Rakan didn't buy any items.
He didn't buy items.
Oh, God.
no.
No.
He did not buy items.
This happened to someone
In MSI.
at MSI.
Oh my God,
Pause.
no, you do not get a regame, dude. You didn't buy items. You do not get a regame. You did not buy items. You did not buy items, you do not get a regame.
It was Croc, yes. So I think
No.
we know what is going on here. Let's wait and see.
I'm hoping that it's actually
bug?
A bug with the
How-
UI, and
how
he
could
does
it-
have
yeah.
items, and
It's possible.
we need to fix that. So we're going to restart the observer client. Well, actually, it's on the bro side. So it looks like,
You mean the issue?
yeah,
This would be
because it
funny
was
if it's like a
Career who didn't
totally-
buy the items.
Oh, it's a totally unrelated thing.
Yeah, it
guys.
is.
It's an Inish mouse issue. So they don't even know yet that Rakan hasn't bought items.
Well, I think they probably will figure it out during the gray
well, if
screen.
they see him, because they're not allowed to talk about the game, right?
Well, they can't, but he'll probably realize. He has a lot more time to realize now. Look at his face as well. Like, I think he knows. I think he knows.
I think that he knows. Any Justin Timberlake fans? Just me.
Valdez, I'm telling you.
just
Hold on.
me.
Hear me out. We had the crazy back-to-back one-sided 3-gamer. I told you we need a crazy pause. This
Yeah.
is like
This is the
a little.
angle.
This is. I'm telling you, 9 games are coming. I feel it. I'm really feeling it right now.
I'm
Just
kinda
like
feeling it
Shulk.
too. I feel the wave of 9 games washing over us at this moment. All right, let's see. Does he back? Yes, he does. Right away. So I think you're right, Wolf. It's, you know, of course, bro have no idea, but this is very.
You know what's
very
so funny?
fortunate for Career because
It's-
I don't think he knew before this pause.
It's so funny because they're gonna think he's doing something crazy. Like suddenly Frim is gonna be like, "Whoa, Rakan's missing." Like, are they doing some weird top level 1 play? Like everyone's gonna be like, "This doesn't make any sense. Like, why isn't he here?" Ping's going down in the bottom lane. Like he's got to be in that bush. They put the ward. They're like, "No, he's just not there." They're like so confused.
They didn't put a word.
Oh, I thought he did. That was a
It's a
DRX
green
ward.
word.
Yeah.
Wait, it's not even. Wait, did I just teleport back in time there for a moment?
Was it
I
vision?
think my AI bugged
Yeah.
actually. There are no green wards in the game anymore.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, no.
It's 2023.
But anyway,
Is Azir Tristana a counter pick or a handshake?
I think it's. I mean, I think it's tough for Azir early. It gets easier. I wouldn't say it's a handshake or a counter pick, actually, either of those.
Well, in that case, it's more. What the hell was that? Did Frog accidentally bounce? What did he even bounce on?
On the minion?
It's okay. Well, I didn't.
Well.
It didn't look like the minion was like where he jumped. I don't know. This is a 9-game angle. Like,
It's a
it has to
9-game
be.
angle. It's happening.
It has
It's
to be.
happening.
There's too much weird stuff happening. It's just impossible that it's not. That boy be hooting and hollering on the rift. Don't
Saytab's
make
got a
Wolf
ward.
miss the doo-doo-doo again.
Oh boy. Saytab got a ward down on the Raptors, but Raptor
Bought a green ward
He
and a
went-
couple mana pots.
he went over to the red buff and skipped Raptors, and he's gonna come over here
But
for
his name is Raptor.
a tempo play on the Sponge.
He is Lee Sin, right? Sponge is like, here, you can Q me. And then he dashes into Raptor. He's just gonna, he actually gets away. Nice. Bursts down the Gromp and then flashes away, but now he is not here for the dive because he's too low. As a flash from Frog.
This
and
was really, really, really not it. This was could not
on
be
a
less
scale
it.
of it to not it.
It was definitely on the not it side, Valdez.
It's like a 9 out of not
It went so far to the not it, it went to the next level back, which was really not it, okay?
Whoa, we like entered a new scale
Yeah,
entirely.
it went into the,
The
negative,
not it to
negative
really not it.
Yeah, negative it, otherwise known as really not it.
It's like an imaginary number.
You have to go.
It's not it with the I from math, you know?
We need to get it integers in here so we can really quantify what's going on. What's the absolute value of this, how it is?
All right, we're just pressing our buttons in the bottom lane. No idea what's happening here. Paulo does not have a hook anymore, so he's just going to get grabbing him down. He does elect to flash, but Sejuani, so you're not getting away. First blood given over to Sponge, who does Giga Chad steal that away from his AD carry. Nicely done.
Yeah,
and
he's
going to use that to gank the top lane, no doubt.
flashless after the play over there on the Gromp, and he's just like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go straight bottom and have a successful gank without flash. Easy. Let's look at him go. Just walks over a ward too. They realize way too late. And Career gets back here. Ghost comes out from Inish.
I feel like supports and challengers should not play this. The amount of times we've seen the hook used for not good rather than for good.
And not for evil either.
It's not even evil, it's just
No.
for their own detriment. Like, they do it all the time, though.
It was
like,
a detrimental
it happens
hook.
so often.
It was a detrimental hook, I will give you that. You know?
Yeah. He turned into an iceberg, I don't know if you saw.
Yeah, a little bit. No, I did, yeah, we actually talked about it during the break, about how it's not really just their feet, although in my head I associate it with that because they can't move, but it's actually the whole body. They get permafrosted.
Was Lulu banned?
No.
Lulu was not banned.
No, they just decided to pick Rakan, and then the Nautilus came
There's
out.
a tier
and
list.
Let's see if this works a second time.
Sponge is here, but the stun is down and Dominus available. The damage is too much, and that is why you play Lee Sin.
That's why you play Lee Sin.
Because your burst damage and your ability to affect lanes early on is massive.
No, they did get his flash with the earlier gank, so that part was towards the it part of it being not it or it. But
This is a decent amount of it.
this time it was it, and it was kind of lit a bit. So
Has science gone too far?
he did not have the ability to avoid this one. Does have teleport though, luckily, so he can get back to lane. And
We have another great question in the chat. Was Skarner banned?
no,
No. In fact, Skarner was not banned.
he wasn't.
I know that Umpty is single-handedly bringing in the Skarner meta again.
Peanut hovered it.
Yeah.
I got scared. I was like, oh, please, 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 no.
It's like a
Chem
shout
tank
out
is
to
gone.
Croco. Or Croco?
Croco.
Croco?
Croco?
Shout out to Umpty. Not Croco.
I thought that was a shout out to Captain Flowers.
Maybe.
But, okay. Well, this early game, it's been
I
pretty
think
explosive.
Croco got impaled by Skarner, and that's why Dugong's playing, actually.
I prefer the game state right now for Bro. I actually think that
Interesting.
this is better for them that Renekton is slightly ahead. And I think that the Tristana pick is obviously naturally going to be ahead early. Raptor has level 6 now, can be a menace here. They don't see him. And this is where things get dangerous, man. When Raptor gets ahead on Lee Sin, even if it doesn't make sense in the comp, he gets ahead. Watch out. Uh-oh. Scanning. And then the flash kick.
Oh! There it is! And it was a very nicely done one as the knockup does
They
go
want
onto
both.
both Enosh and Palu, but it is not going to happen. Q continues. And a nice little Teemo thumbs up. Raptor having a big effect on this early game.
I thought he was just going to go for the freebie Rakan play there, but obviously Rakan could maybe get out, but he just goes straight onto the Aphelios. And, I mean, can't cleanse that. Just right on top of him.
Raptor is trying to single-handedly get us to 9 games today.
He's trying.
Thank you, Raptor.
Look at this. Is career in danger? No. That is in danger. Bam. Flashes early, so it's a really easy follow-up flash play into the Rakan and the hook. As that hook was definitely one that was not to his detriment. That was a hook used for good.
Are you saying that DRX are evil?
Yeah,
Whoa.
I am saying that. From
It's official. On the
From
side
my
of-
perspective, the Jedi are evil.
Oh, man. This is when you need Doa on the cast so that he can come up with a cheeky retort, but I don't, I'm not a Star Wars guy. But I liked it. I enjoyed it. Anyway.
You were supposed to ban the Lee Sin, not join them. I don't know.
Raptor, he's doing a good job. Now, the one thing I don't like is that as Lee Sin, you don't take the Raptors very often, so I feel like it's pretty off-brand. But at least the play is good.
Yeah.
And he did
Frim?
just take the Raptors, so
Yeah.
at least he's doing that.
I don't know about this Frim. I don't
Okay,
know
nice
about
little
this one.
combo. Frim is going in a bit early, but he is Renekton, and he's up against Sejuani. Will flash away. That's a lot thrown right at the Croc, and he is fine. Hook comes in. Q's going to land, and down goes Pleta. Just free food for the side of Bro, as now Sponge also on the run. It looks like he might be able to get away. Career's just trying to bait this Q in, but the Sun comes in first, and now everybody else gets baited in as well. Sponge, a follow-up kill, and no eye take here for the side of DRX. Bro are getting really far ahead now.
I feel like I'm worrying about the 9 games. I'm worried about it.
You think
I'm-
Bro's going to
I'm-
2-0?
I mean, I'm watching it happen right now. The lead is immense. The play is better. And yes, we did see a failed topside gank, but they got the flash to the follow-up there. Bottom side play was clean. And this was on the not it side of the spectrum. It was definitely not it, but he bought some time. He flashed away. His team was not here at all. But then they commit the Sejuani ult and miss. And then for some reason, unbeknownst to anyone, not even an omniscient god could tell you why Plato was standing on the right. No, he wouldn't know.
What about
Faker
Aurelion Sol?
Faker can't even explain that, why he was standing that far to the right side against the engaged comp.
That's crazy.
And he's caught by Raptor of all people. And Raptor, what did I say right before that bottom side game? Watch out, this guy's ahead. He's going to make it happen. It is happening. He is making it happen. He is willed it so. He did not make anything happen on this dragon, but that's okay. Everything else is happening.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure how DRX got over there faster after that fight, but maybe Bro were like, well, we just took a big fight, we got to spend this money, and in that time DRX spawned quicker and they got over and they took it down real quick. So credit to them. They do get the one. As Raptor, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. You got to take those Raptors. He's all about it. And yeah, now this bottom lane, we might actually get to see a Varus that's not 7 million gold behind. Feels nice.
It does seem that he will be relevant this game. The Azir Renekton actually working out. The Lee Sin, maybe the Lee Sin was the answer all along that KT were searching for.
Ted did get 3 plates in the mid.
Yeah, that's somewhat problematic. Don't know if it'll save this game, but this comp is now going to be played super one-dimensionally with the Tristana having to pop off, having to have a Showmaker-esque performance on this one. As Raptor, he is not done killing people. He's not taking a rest.
Any orange buff enjoyers?
Yeah, any Narbar expiration dates? He is out of Nar.
He's out of Nar.
He's out of Mega Nar.
We're about to be out of Nar soon if we keep seeing him die up here in the top lane. But Sponge is here, so I think once they see Sponge, they say, well, never mind. They stodge on the little whip thing that Sejuani does.
Yeah, she does a little whip thing. Oh. Is it a flail?
Yeah, it is a flail. Somebody came into Twitch chat just to try to get banned. What a wonderful
To be honest,
day.
though, I mean, they were successful.
I mean, it was really quick. It was very easy. I didn't have to think twice about it.
Yeah. So
hopefully he rethinks his life, because there are more important things than saying mean things in Twitch chat and getting banned.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's gone. I didn't even see what he said, and I don't even need to know. Don't tell me, by the way.
Definitely not going to repeat it.
I won't be. His voice will not be heard.
So, Wolf, why haven't we been seeing Shiv Ezreal?
Because it got played that one time and it lost, and then people got scared.
Yeah, that is a thing that happens.
I think that's partially why, and also I think Ezreal is pretty fragile in this meta and doesn't offer the same sort of damage that Felios can offer. And also, he doesn't really have utility as Palu.
Palu's in a really rough spot, and he is going to get away, but has
they
to use his
can't
flash for it.
turn this into anything is the real problem. Like, if he had to flash, but then they were able to re-engage with Ivory's ult, maybe you're like, oh, okay, works out, but they don't get to do anything.
Yeah, he said that all the players are very talented. That's exactly what he said. We can just rewrite history. That guy's gone. So we don't know what he said, but I do know that he thought the players were very talented and they're all great people. And that they're having a great time.
Yeah, that's definitely what really happened. I trust Valdez's judgment on this.
He also apparently said that the Earth is a donut. That seems like the right energy for this day, I think. You know, I was gonna have donuts yesterday.
Why didn't you?
It was really hot, and we had ramen, and we were like, you know what? Oof. All of us collectively were just not in the mood anymore for donuts.
I mean, you can't.
And it's awesome donut, as Chronicler mentioned. But we did not do it, so.
You can't do that. Yeah, you can't. That's kind of an illegal move, I think, to go ramen and donut.
It does
it's
not really
good for
mix.
you. That's not good for you.
It's
Not doesn't
definitely
mix.
not
Yeah. What you can do is have a small pastry, or like 1 or 2 small cookies and a bit of coffee. I think that's okay.
I think the coffee would work well, yeah.
But I would not recommend donut post ramen.
Iced coffee, especially with how
Iced
hot
coffee,
it was.
yeah, is definitely.
And I thought
the
it
way.
was hot yesterday. It's much hotter today. It's like 5 degrees Celsius higher today.
Yeah, I was not feeling good about that on my commute.
Yeah. I had the aircon on, so I was fine.
I had the wind blowing through my hair, or I guess my face.
Okay, this is why you pick Varus.
Yeah.
There's a ton of damage
Seatab
actually does come out
is-
from Seatab onto Inosh, but he's just gonna flash, yeah. Gets away. He's Tristana, so not gonna matter as much.
Get the turret? I don't think so.
Are DRX coming back in this game?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
But I mean, they're trying. I mean, they have been able to keep the gold lead down to 3,000. I mean, it's pretty big, but he gets away. Turret's alive.
So the world's team this year are KT, Gen.G, T1, and Bro?
We don't know yet, is the safe answer that I will respond with.
I'm gonna say DK.
You're gonna say DK?
Yeah. I'm just gonna say it.
It's either DK or Hanwha, I think, at this point in time.
What about a Live Sandbox?
Nope.
Okay. KDF 4th seed Giga Chad. What? KDF aren't Giga Chads? That's Bro. It's okay. I understand.
Yeah, I don't... That was a bit of a weird misappropriation of the term.
KDF believer Giga Chad?
Chronicler's just Chronicler's still trying to like make the Bulldog being like one of the best mids of the year
He's pretty good.
narrative like come true. I mean he's decent. He's alright. I'm just teasing Chronicler. He's actually pretty good, yeah. He's getting better too. Like, he's actually like he's already improved so much to keep it challengers focused. I mean, yeah, he's doing a good job. It'd be interesting if we ever saw the D+ players play outside of challengers, but we won't. So
We won't, ever.
they're like just the challenger bullies. They're the final bosses. They're the hardest difficulty, and challengers are still grinding, so they can maybe beat them by like 2026. That's gonna be a turret down.
This is Challenger LCK. It's basically LCK, but more Omega Law.
Sometimes more, sometimes less. Depends on the day. Depends on the day. So we're double gourd drinking, and I do think that gourd drinker's in a pretty good place right now, to be honest. In this meta, you're ahead.
I heard Varus, he cast an ability, and then he lived. He actually lived.
People are just not dying.
Some shields. Yeah, he's going to hang on for dear life here as the rest of the team, though, is coming up. Nice Emperor's Divide, but it's kind of hard to get away from. Oh!
No! No!
Yes!
That was one of those yes, no moments. Oh!
I thought it was pretty yes.
I mean, it was yes at the end, I guess, if depending on your perspective. It was a...
Just chat it.
All
right, let's see.
I don't know. Okay, literally like every CC in the whole game is applied to him, plus Ignite, and he gets away. By the way, he steps back because he puts a little bit more damage in. Bam! Why are you so heavily, Nautilus? Why are you so heavy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was very high on the it scale.
That was a snipe. Yeah, that was it. That was definitely
Wow.
it.
That was it.
That was it. Absolutely. Ask me again if DRX turn this one around.
Can DRX turn this one around?
Yes, I think it's definitely possible.
But they're farther behind on gold now. How did that happen?
Tristana. She did the thing.
So is this why Tristana's getting banned every game? It wasn't just that Ivern is a thing. It's just that Tristana's really strong.
Like I said, the only way they can win this game is if Seatab has a Showmaker-esque Tristana experience. Showtime.
I hope that guy's doing okay.
He's doing all right, seems like. I mean, I haven't talked to him myself personally.
He always used to get pretty down on himself when he didn't do well in tournaments, but he was always a very top player.
Yeah. Oh, he's
Yeah.
still around, still making things happen.
Nice.
But he's doing it, and by it I mean killing the 80 carry from really far away by using a Nautilus as a projectile. And now we live in a world where Tristana has a kill, has 2 items. Quick Blades are online, didn't go Kraken Slayer this time around. So it has some good side lane potential here. Lots of burst damage. But it's kind of one of those hybrid builds where you don't have to all in, but you can do a lot in an extended team fight with the Aphelios if you're set up by these tanks. Uh-oh.
Oh, that was very nice. Got him out of mid-jump. Can Sitav live as, oh, the shield comes in and the soldiers hit him once. Raptor trying to land that Q, but he will not be able to. And now there's a Croc behind him. That wasn't fair. As TP, a pretty strong ability in this game, as now we got a little 4-on-4 action. Varus is coming on in. Let's see how much damage he can get done as his front line is gone. Varus did about 3 autos, but Raptor and Brim are going hard in the paint, and
Raptor's
Raptor
insane, man.
is able to get it done, and that's how Inash picks up the double kill.
Raptor is insane. This guy is crazy. This guy is actually so insane. He did almost as much damage as the Varus did in that team fight. 2,818. By the way, he shielded Inash in that last fight with a safeguard before he was killed by the Nautilus projectile. He is everywhere. He's 3-0 and 6. He's 9 of his team's kills. He's the only one besides the Renekton who hasn't died. And watch him in these moments here. Is Ivory, he tries. Great block here from Sponge. Raptor avoids everything, isn't going to get caught by the Rakan. Ivory is going to die. Prim comes in here, takes out this Tristan, who he almost sniped with his Q. And then Gore Drinker. People said Gore Drinker is dead. Palu, I was a little bit concerned about this, but they have enough follow-up with Raptor here and the Varus Q coming through. And Gore Drinker, man, just look at that heal coming through. Raptor's on top of Sponge. He has to flash away. I don't know, Prim is flying around like Yoda from the prequels, but... They end up winning the fight at the end of the day. And now that gold lead, 7,000. I mean, the wallets are heavy. First Drake of the game.
What a
Raptor.
kick. What a kick. Korean Lee Sins, man. If you wanna experience the best Lee Sins in the world, just come to the Korean server. Even in bronze, but especially Raptor in pro play, which is definitely much better.
Flash down, that's another turret. Bounty though for Seitab.
Wolf mentioned Showtime. Now I know he was watching HSC last night. Incredibly base caster, man.
I'm an incredibly base caster, that's what I do.
He is incredibly based. That's very true. That I can agree with.
So is
Seitab
Showtime,
is just
though.
gonna take a turret as Bro are pushing with the Baron. So this actually could end up being a good trade for DRX, funnily enough. I mean, if you're trading equally against a team with Baron, like who was there? Why wasn't Prim there?
No one
Why
was there.
wasn't
He's actually
Ivory there?
going to
Who was
continue to
there?
push. He's like, can I kill these Nexus turrets?
Get another objective bounty?
Now, while it is good and it is like, I actually kind of want to dispel this myth because while what you said is somewhat true, right? That like when your opponent has a Baron buff or when you're massively ahead, if you trade even, like that's incredible because it's like, oh, well, how could they get anything? They're not supposed to be able to get anything. It's not like enough to be like, okay, well, this is actually a good situation for them. It's helpful, and it does make it a less bad situation. And now they have an inhibitor on the opposite side of the map of these Drakes that is going to be down when that Drake spawns in 230.
just got his third item.
Yeah, he's got a third item now. He's got LDR.
He's ahead of Ivory.
He's ahead of Ivory. The game state, however, still problematic here is this Aphelios sitting on 2 versus 3. They have a huge front line that Tristana is going to have to get through. And I think that she can blow up backline targets if she gets access, but her job in this game is to kill the structures for a while and slow this game down. And so far, she did that on the top side. Now if she can apply that same advantage elsewhere, it'd be massive. Is look at this crocodile flank.
Yeah. So as it stands now, trading evenly, DRX are holding on, and the Baron power play was 200 gold. So they actually lost some money, because you start off with 1,500.
Yeah.
So Seitab able to do a great job, DRX hold on, and now we just gotta wait. I mean, it is Mountain Soul, which is pretty interesting. Definitely one that you would like to fight over, but it's not like, I don't think it's gonna be like game breaking. I think that certainly the teams will fight over it. As Bro are waiting, what?
No, Raptor, don't do that, man. Don't do that.
That was one of the biggest Lee syndromes I've seen in a long time. Just about as long as that, whatever that was.
He didn't even have flash. So I'm not really... he could... There wasn't even a kick angle. It was... Well, going back to your point about the Drake.
Is there a little bit of a dichotomy here, Wolf?
I'm not going to mention the dichotomy right now.
Okay.
But,
Yundo just rubbing it in. Yeah, we definitely have to look at this
Look at
again. We're getting a replay of this.
he went onto a recon with no flash.
Meanwhile, there's fighting live. Okay, flash over the wall. Santab looks to be dead as, yeah, the follow-up from Ivory is enough.
He just wanted to relieve that inhibitor pressure so that they could maybe look to fight over the streak. Because what you were saying is, like, it's not a Mountain Drake that's absolutely quintessential, and neither team is pushing for Soul here. But I think as DRX, it's really problematic if Brion starts stacking these up because the resource or the resistances versus this burst Tristana are going to be limiting her effectiveness. And you can see already here, even in this 1v1, she's out of mana, not able to get away. It's it could be an issue. And I think they're aware of it. They're trying to fight for this, but
honestly, it seems like they're aware of it.
honestly, it seems like they are aware of it. But 45 seconds to go on this Drake. No prio. Bottom side still pushing. Frim's top, dealing with that top wave, and has teleport. So they can turn this, if they win a fight, into second Mountain Drake and another Baron. It's a really awkward moment here for DRX because the Tristana doesn't have any pressure bottom. Top side isn't really where you're going to want to go right now. And you have to try to go over there and clear some Baron vision. Frog does have teleport at least, so while it's going to take him a long time to deal with this, he can join. But Bro are in a fantastic spot here. And a lost fight is basically the game for DRX. If they lose this, it's done. If Bro lose a fight, and DRX definitely have a window back into this game for sure. But taking that fight, winning that fight for DRX is just so challenging with all the pressure they're dealing with now in sides. Only a few more seconds on these inhibitors.
Yeah.
So, I mean, once that's done, things get a little bit more playable here for DRX.
Yeah. And to the discussion about the trade, the bottom inhibitor definitely a lot more valuable, especially because it's so far away from the Baron. As you mentioned, though, it is going to be spawning here not quite right as the Baron is spawning, so we're going to be able to get on this right away,
Look at the
and they
flank.
will have that bottom lane pushing for them. As here we go, Frim behind enemy lines once again. As TP's coming in, they're trying to turn onto the Croc. Generally not a good idea. He also has stopwatch of all things, as Frog is doing a good job of zoning the team, but in the front line, down goes Rakan, and they can't kill the Croc. As I say that they kill the Croc, but it buys a lot of time for Bro to kill the rest of them as everything else is going to miss. Follow up here, nice Nard to the wall as Enosh is leading the charge into the enemy team, as this time the Q is going to be good, and Pleta looks like he is done for eventually, as now finally they clean up the majority of them and might look for the end.
Let's see if they are they LCK Bro or are they Challengers Bro? Challengers Bro ends, right? Challengers Bro just pushes to end. LCK Bro, they recall here. They only take Baron.
We got to spend our money.
Okay.
Let's take the Mountain Drake.
At least an inhibitor will go down here. And with 30 seconds on Pleta, I mean, Santab will maybe pop out for a few seconds to defend, trying to buy what time they can here. I guess Bro just settle for an inhibitor and back away. They don't have their 80 carry, so they don't have enough consistent damage. But this is going on to the Renekton here is definitely not the call because he has Core Drinker. They're hoping they can chain CC him. He has Stopwatch. And then Palu's ult is fight winning because Pleta can't actually offer the damage he needs to actually kill this Renekton fast enough. The rest of the fight is a wash. It's just not even close.
And then this
Yeah, and then it's okay that Enos dies here because Raptor's going to carry. Pleta trying his best. I mean, in lost fights, his positioning is still so good, but yeah, that was a call they made because they were so desperate. Like, maybe we can burst this guy down, but he had the tools to survive. And it's crazy because my entire game one here, I've been thinking Raptor, POG, and now I'm kind of feeling like maybe it's Frim, actually. He's really pulling his weight.
This is what happens with Renekton nowadays, especially, is like, especially in challengers where everybody is like, you know what, we will just all five of us stand right on top of the Renekton. You can't stop us. I'm like, okay, I mean, you do you. But it also does mean that Frim looks like an absolute god, like Maniac. His angle was really great, don't get me wrong, and he did a ton for the team, so he definitely does deserve it. But at the same time, piling into that guy when he now even has a Randuin's and is working towards AGA very soon is not going to be very successful.
It's just so hard, too, because they don't have a lot of vision. They don't have the setup to hit anybody else, so they just thought maybe we can kill him and then 5v4. He's just so tanky. And, I mean, this is now with Baron, another push to potentially end here. 2 inhibitors down. They didn't pick up the Mountain Drake. That one went to DRX, so And if DRX can live for the next 2 minutes, finish off this Baron buff, it's going to be really hard.
280 carries, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard to live long enough for your inhibitors to respawn, but maybe there's a world.
Right, throwing in the ults, trying to get on a target that's not Frim.
The front line is just insane for this team.
Got a little Shirelia's action. That's not going to knock up anyone, but it will charm everyone as he immediately dies, and there is no follow-up from the team.
They just got to go. I mean, Setab has to hope for a reset or something. They just let them walk away. His sacrifice is in vain, and they have Baron-empowered recalls. They could just teleport back in. This might actually just be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, a minute left on the Baron. Like, they immediately got to work, did Bro. Didn't waste any time on the dragons that were gone. Just running on in and looking to take down the game. They should be able to do it here. Do you smell that 9 games on the horizon?
Oh, I'm definitely smelling it.
Like, this game was just close enough. It was less. It was. I mean, it was closer than some of the games we had in the first series, which also went to 3 games.
Closer than any of them, I would say.
Palu is going to go on a little vacation here. That's not great, as Frim is going to be knocked away, trying to buy some time as the Gnar, but they have so much damage on the side of Bro. But is it enough? Inash is going to go down. The 280 carries live. Oh, God, Raptor, please not again. As the Q is going to go in,
just
and
leave.
he
Just
has
leave.
to leave. They
you
have to
3
leave
inhibs.
now.
Just leave. You've got 3 inhibs. This game is basically unlosable unless you get wiped here. Do not get wiped. Just leave. Just leave. No.
Raptor's going back in.
He's like, I'm going to kill this minion. I'm like, the 2 super minions will kill that minion. It's okay. It's okay. He has GA. You know, he's I'm glad he did not lose it. He did not commit to taking that Q. Is Palu just...
What did he mean by this?
Yeah, not going to answer that question.
That dog.
I guess so.
He's got that fighting spirit.
Yeah.
There are 2 wolves inside you. What's
They're
the
still gonna
second
win.
line of that thing?
I think that's it. Isn't that
That's
just
it?
the line?
That's just it? There's no
There are
explanation.
2 wolves inside you, yeah. Or maybe inside me. I think it's
I guess
inside
it's left up to interpretation.
me. I mean, there's like context, but I don't think there's another line.
I thought it was like just on a shirt. I don't know, maybe it was a meme or
I
something.
think it's like from a movie.
No, it's like one's X, the other one's Y, and you're supposed to feed the good one. Are you the good wolf or the bad wolf?
I don't know. The pigs couldn't blow my house down, so I don't. So I think
Yeah.
that I'm like probably better than them. I'm good. Like
Just the disappointed wolf?
I'm a little disappointed sometimes. I'm a little disappointed here, but I just still don't think Bro can lose this game with 3 inhibitors down, right? I mean, it's a 9-game day
I
angle.
don't know,
but
man. Oh, Raptor, the huge play! As now they try to get onto Plata, he will survive, but the depth charge is in. Do they have the damage? The answer is kind of no,
No,
actually.
they do
They
not.
can't get in, and Enosh on the Varus, unfortunately,
That's
just
a dead
cannot
crotch.
match. He cannot match the range. And that's going to be Frim going down. DRX are holding on.
I don't have words. There are not words in our language to describe what has occurred
How
here,
about
but
in
I'll try my
Spanish?
best. I mean, my Spanish isn't good enough. If I were to describe it in Korean, I'd probably say it was a bit of a 애매한 상황.
Look at the damage
애매한
dealt.
상황.
You see the damage dealt, by the way, it was 7,500 from,
yeah.
from the Trist.
It was a bit of an ambiguous situation.
Yeah. And now it's Mountain Soul.
It's Mountain Soul.
And
the
you have
inhibitors
280
are
carries.
respawning. One's already up. Next one's up in a minute. They got shields.
We're going to have GA soon for Setab.
It's one of those nights, Valdez. It's definitely the 9 games.
Are
It's
DRX
happening.
trying to rob us of our 9 games?
No. I think this is making it more likely to be 9 games. This type of
DRX were the
scenario.
favorites coming in, and I thought that this was going to be like the one steal away game. So let's see, like, how do they not do enough damage?
Well, I mean,
What is the issue here?
Raptor here gets on top of him. He's hooked, and then look at his mobility.
Said
Gale
Delta
Force
to
Cleanse.
Enosh can't play the game.
Yeah, Gale Force Cleanse and Flash away. Then he's got Infernum. He's doing tons of AoE. Something's happening live. Okay, maybe not. I got scared.
Yeah. It literally was just Sponge has gone full Sponge. Like he went from throwing Sejuani ultimates off the map into literally saving the game for his team.
I'm gonna make a request to production. If he gets POG, Instead of damage taken, please damage sponged.
Well, here we go again. Maybe this is not the angle. Oh, huge gnarl into the wall, though. Satab is over. He's looking for the kill onto Anna. She's going to get one. He's looking for the reset. Satab is going nuts as nobody can touch him, as Raptor is trying to, as the hop away will come in, but Frim is isolated from the team. Everybody nearly got assassinated. Nearly 10,000 damage by Satab in the one fight.
Baron is up, and they're going to take it. They are taking the Baron. I think this game might actually be done. I just don't see any defense of this Baron at 35 minutes versus Tristana, who is nearly full build, has all of the damage items she wants besides the GA, if you want to call it a damage item. It does have attack damage, but she's just going to end this game. Satab is just going to look at the... Oh, look at that. Turret's disappearing. Goodbye. I think that's game.
Well, Rear is dead. They were able to somehow take one layer of the onion off.
Yeah.
Rear's been having a rough one, but
they're going to walk
can you say?
away. Go, kite back to Elder, kite back to Elder. Wait, Elder's in 4. Somebody in comms right now 100% was like Elder in 4.
Oh. What is happening in this game?
We're getting challenged.
Elder flip.
We're getting challengers really hard right now, Valdez. We are getting so challengers.
We need 4 more minutes, okay?
I don't know if this game can. This game's gonna burst before 3.5 more minutes, man. I don't know if we're getting there. Something's gonna happen.
Are Bro just gonna walk up and take this? I mean, shouldn't DRX? Oh well, I guess it is 5v4.
It's a trade of inhibs also.
Oh boy.
But they need to be able to defend this one. I think they will make their stand
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, you and I are saying the same thing. And Bro have to back away. But this Baron buff is largely wasted. A lot of it is now going to just be fading away, not spending any time threatening any more structures. No one's top. Satab has teleport, so could try to go push that.
Is that some foreshadowing?
No.
You're
Only
the
one
English
TP.
major here, okay? Can you tell me about this?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a little bit of foreshadowing potentially, but I think it's a false hope though, because only Ivory has teleport, and while he does have the Nashor's Tooth, I don't think he's going to be able to alone do it quickly enough.
I mean, he could probably take out the inhibitor, but he obviously can't win the game.
I don't think he can end the game. No
with that one Nexus turret that survived, it is actually enough to hold on.
Also, Satab could like teleport back and react to. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be impactful, unfortunately.
It was cool though.
It was
a little bit
it
of
was scary.
foreshadowing.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's good that they put it there. It's now gone, by the way.
Okay. Replaced. DRX, they move forward as a team. They still have the Baron buff. They didn't even need minions.
It's going to be an Elder Flip. Unless...
Okay, they're throwing it in. The knockup this time, it gets a huge amount of charms in that backline, and now you don't have Prim, you don't have your front line. The Rakantas go down, though, as here comes Satab flashing forward and may have gotten a little bit too deep, a little bit too spicy, but he does have GA.
Pleta can carry.
It is enough, and they have 280 carries as well. They have 3 even with Satab coming back to life. DRX, they actually did it. They came back in this game. And they will take game number 1 of this series.
What is it with this Bro org and not being able to close out absolutely extreme one-sided advantages? They just cannot kill the Nexus. They just won't do it, Valdez. They're like, what's the word for this? Conscientious, you know that when you like avoid going to military service because you're like, I'm a conscientious, someone in chat will know. Objector. Yes, thank you. They're conscientious objectors, okay? They don't want to win the game. They're conscientious objectors. This is a great play from Career. Flashing in after the W, gets the charms and in stopwatch. And yes, he dies, and it's a great re-engage from Palu, but so many stopwatches here. Frog's gonna live, and then look at the damage here on this Tristana. Despite the death, Buster shotting Ivory away. It doesn't matter because he has GA, and Infernum damage here for Pleta is real. Does a lot, just like he did in the last one. I'm gonna go, it's gonna be a Satab mid.
Yeah.
Vote for me.
I voted for the guy who did 46,000 damage in this one. This time, the boom boom damage vote, I think, is correct. Maybe you could vote for Sponge, but I think his early first half of the game was kind of weak, and he did have that one moment that kind of saved the game, but I think it has to be Satab this time.
I mean, not to go back to the old narrative that we said like at like 18 minutes, but it's like, hey, if they're gonna win, Tristan's gonna have to pop off. Gonna have to make it happen. And you know what he did? He made it
Popped
happen.
off.
He made it happen. And look at the gold graph. Look at that big middle finger at the end.
Yeah.
Half of it's cut off at the end, but that's what it looks like to me. Yeah, well, this is a tragedy, but it's not the first tragedy for Bro as an org this week in terms of massive advantages. I'm not talking about small one. I'm not talking about like, he's a little bit ahead. I'm talking about like 6,000 gold lead for 20 minutes
Yeah.
and can't in the game. I'm talking 3 inhibitors, we're down.
That's the issue, right? The 20 minutes of dilly-dallying, of being scared to take the plunge. Satab is going to pick it up. He did do 25,000 numbers dealt to tower.
He also did 222.2% damage per gold.
Almost 1,200 DPM.
Yeah, he hurt the towers. He hurt the champions. He hurt Bro's pride.
Yeah. Well, great job by Satab and by the DRX guys. Bro, I just wonder if they're going to be able to come back. I'm a little bit worried about our 9 games now.
I am worried too. I really think, I mean, if you can't win a game like that one, how can you beat this team that has such a talented roster and that will come back against all odds? And DRX, they do this. They do this where they just do not die. I mean, we can criticize Bro a little bit, but they knew exactly what they needed to do to hold on. They had really good wave clear. They sat back in their base. They traded topside, got the inhibitor down. You know, I was like, well, it's not going to be enough. Like,
Just more gold for Satab.
he got more money. He finished his build. What are you going to do?
Well, they're going to lose, I suppose. DRX, a fantastic showing in Game 1. We're going to take a break and be back for Game 2.
포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Hello and welcome back to the craziest league in the world. It is Challenger League here at the LCK. And I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and although my voice is sounding soothing, we are in the midst of a crazy series. DRX did come back from a big deficit. They did have Tristana. Satab played like a god. And now we're going to go into game number 2. Will Bro be able to extend it to 9 games today?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, there's your answer.
The 9 games are happening. You don't get 9 games without crazy games like that last one. The one-side back-to-back series, a pause. We had the pause. We're really just missing an Elder Flip. So this second game, Bro will win with an Elder Flip.
Okay.
To complete the first part of the last part of the day with 3 games, because we already have 3, so only half is unknown, right?
Yeah.
Or sorry, 2/3 are unknown, but like half of it will be decided here. And then the final series, of course, goes to 3. Like, what? It's Kwangno versus Live Sandbox.
Atlas says, I think CLDK could win Worlds.
I think CLDK will win whatever region these pieces go to.
They would not even win the LCK.
Except LPL or LCK.
The Prophecy. Elder Flip win for the 9.
Why are the guys looking so tired? I'm not tired.
I'm pretty tired.
I'm not that tired. I'm just a little bit... I've aged from that game.
I feel like we are a couple of years in the future now, yeah, after that. So, Bro have selected Red
side.
I had a coffee.
I mean, the red side went pretty well for them. Yes, we have mics with our arms.
Suits.
I'm going to cast like this until we get off camera now. I'm going to talk like this.
Are the casters AI? Shoe on head to
That's
confirm.
how you transition it.
Okay, I'm going to put my shoe on my head now. Okay, there I did it.
Yep. Wow. Your shoe actually looks pretty good. Your crazy orange shoes on your head looks pretty good. Just like the orange Bro underneath them on the stage.
Yeah, that is pretty orange.
That's a sign of the 9 gamer. All right, we're jumping into this. The draft. The draft API broke. Oh man, it is a 9 gamer. I have all this. All the signs have been given. Even the voice lines.
Even Jax is getting in here. Okay. This is a 9
next?
gamer.
Who's next?
I don't care what happened in this game.
Oh, they muted Renekton.
What did they mute Renekton? That's not fair.
Okay, Tristana is not banned.
Just pick Tristana.
I think they're gonna pick Tristana.
No, just pick Tristana.
Will Ivory play Tristana? I don't think so. I think it's an Azir
should.
Renekton angle. Azir first, and then that's
oh my
right.
God, get me out.
Azir, and then Renekton. That's not Renekton. That's a Poppy.
Yeah, and you're still
Renekton's
giving
banned.
Satab
I forgot
Tristana.
Renekton's banned. Yeah, no.
It's like, oh yeah, he only did 1,200 damage in the last game. What could go wrong in game 2? We chose red side so that we could deny this, right? No, we're just gonna give him Tristana again.
Yeah, then with no Renekton this time, that is...
Renekton was the problem, Wolf, obviously. Okay, well you could just play around the Sejuani instead, I guess.
Yeah.
Tristana was great. I think Satab probably should have just played it again, but...
It's really hard
Whatever.
It's really hard to do anything to this Yone as Poppy also, so that feels pretty good. See what they're gonna go with as Ivern. I'm not really sure if Bro can really play that here in any meaningful way anymore. And it's gonna be the Aphelios that comes through. Cassante. All right, so this is just a very different game. Only the Azir really remaining the same here for Bro. Is Sponge playing Sedge, but yeah, Renekton's banned. Like we kind of missed the bans because we were excited about the API being broken and stuff, but
it's more important.
Yeah, so we now have 100% Poppy's jungle. Cassante is top. All the soul lanes are set. And as DRX, yeah, you can potentially lose some different supports you might want to play with this, but you know that Bro, you could target their bottom lane very easily. So Zaya's gone. Varus, probably going to be the next ban. And this last ban, just ban Malphite. Okay.
That is a melee in the top lane that Frog is very good on. So they take that away, trying to make this even easier for him to play the Cassante.
They could play Cannon DRX. I wouldn't hate it.
We're just going to play Gragas.
They do need it to be AP. As Varus is banned. Shocker. Let's see what they want to play with this. Could try to do something like Illusion here, but I don't really like it in this draft. Ashe. But where's the follow-up? It's not a lot of follow-up for this one. Not really feeling it. Jinx?
Jinx?
I mean, you've got a good front line, but it's hard to get picks. Hard to get those resets. Bud is laughing.
Do you think he's doing that thing where he blows into the fan and it makes cool noise?
Probably not, but he could be. It's just going to be Gnar. Is the Cassante okay? Not a lot of synergy with the Sejuani, but
I think this is angle to play Emilio.
yeah. I actually think it makes sense.
Felios, Emilio into the Jinx. What are they going to pick? Down
Nautilus.
there. There isn't like a lot of hard CC on the side of Bro that you were really looking to cleanse, but I think the lane itself and what it offers in general is good. Now, you could do this as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is safer to prevent any potential resets. You can save anyone. It's not even necessarily about the Aphelios. It's good with the Aphelios, but can save the engaging Yone. Might get burst down and then give a reset over. You have a lot of flexibility with this. And the engage range of Yone becomes so insanely high when he can unbound, then go super deep, and then go back to his soul, then take a lantern and get away. As Blitzcrank. We've seen this in the LCK into Thresh with really good support players and really good Blitzcrank players. Paulo has played it before. I don't know what his win rate is on this pick, but I remember him playing this. Might not have been this season, but he's definitely
1-0.
Okay, so he did win. I had a memory of him doing well on this pick. Otherwise here, I mean, it's a good way to get the Jinx resets.
Yeah.
I think DRX's comp is more well-rounded, and they have a side lane threat in this Hullbreaker Gnar that Bro is just not going to have on their side.
Ivory gone to LCK CL KW. He started on LCK CL.
He is a CL player.
He is literally the challenger mid. And yes, they were trying him out in LCK.
Foreign gone to LCK CL Twitch chat KW.
Yeah, KW.
It's not even a first-time chatter, Valdez.
Yeah. It's okay. I like the Blitzcrank. I actually think it's going to be good. For some of the stuff you mentioned, it has a good matchup into the Thresh. Like, you don't want to be hooking that guy. Paulo's going to have a pretty nice couple of people that he can hook onto as well. Like even Yone you can burst down. Aphelios, obviously. Even Mini Gnar can be a choice. Thresh himself. There's definitely a way.
Yeah, no, I think it is very much a comp that if you get a setup, like if you get that reset, like the comp plays itself. You have Poppy also to like knock people away and disrupt DRX on their engage, but Sejuani in mid is a huge threat. The Aphelios Thresh lane has more agency than the Blitzcrank lane. It's kind of binary. Did you hook or did you not? You know, did you grab or not? I promise, chat, I won't miss this time around. Because it's a 9-game day.
We all get one miss. It's okay. Let's see how it goes here for game 2.
Told you.
You didn't miss.
I only miss when I'm reading chat and they're saying funny stuff. And I was reading chat and I still didn't miss this time. I've already evolved.
He's evolved into Proto-Wolf.
So is this a solo queue game where you have to invade because you have Blitzcrank? There is no other option. It's actually like considered reportable if you don't invade at level 1 if you have Blitzcrank on your team. Not actually, but
everybody
it feels
bought
that way.
items this time. That's good.
Yes.
Yes, DRX won game 1. Everybody's very confused by this. But yes, they did. And to be fair, it is pretty confusing. But they did. It happened.
If you like decided, oh, okay, looks like I'll come back for game 2. Sponge. Yoink! Really?
That
You didn't grab him
That-
when he was
that hit
in
him.
range?
that hit him.
Well, not actually, but...
And now they're trying to come over here and win this 4v3. A Sponge is going to miss the flash. That's first
What?
blood. Palu does flash himself, gets the flash out of Setab, who does eventually come over. Raptor going to have to flash this wall as he decides to aggro the Raptors first as Raptor.
Lots
And,
of
yeah,
flash pings going
okay.
down, you could hear. Yeah, one more for good measure. So we opted into the invade. We did not hook the Sejuani when she was in range, only after she walked away, so therefore missed the hook.
But also, the art hit the other art, but it didn't hit
Yeah,
the
well,
hitbox.
yeah, the
Not fair.
hitbox is different from what it actually appears. And then, so they
at this.
look, he's in range, and then what? So they wanted to make sure that he was the closest possible when they hooked him, just to give less reaction times in case he flashed it. But then he walked away. Then they walked back in for some reason. Then he fails the flash. But this is actually a massive advantage DRX because, yeah, they didn't get first blood, but the kill went to Poppy versus going to Yone, who has a Sejuani to back him up. And in terms of flashes exchanged, it's 2 for 2, but I think this is huge for DRX and Frog. He's also looking to maybe put some additional pressure on here after the Q3. Has to catch these minions, though.
Bro has Cassante, though. Doesn't that mean they just win automatically?
So far, it has not meant that. Although it does feel that way.
Yeah, I feel that way. Here comes Raptor again. You know, he did it a lot on the Lee Sin against Gnar in game 1. Now he's trying to do it a lot in game 2 on the Poppy against Gnar in game 2.
Frim has a...
Raptor, there's a jungler there somewhere, and yeah, Seth has presence. He's trying to run away with a hop on Pop, as Raptor does not have flash. He is trying to trade here onto Frog, but he is most likely just dead. Frog going to take that down, picks up a red buff on top of all of that, so this time the invade is totally red and shut down very early on.
Yeah, he also has a Narbar now, so this means that Frim cannot be anywhere near the area. We'll only lose a few minions here, like maybe 2 or 3 off of that wave. It's a pretty sizable advantage, I think you could say now, that DRX is holding. And you'd mentioned the Cassante, just to put out there, Frim 0-1 on the pick. So it has not always meant you win no matter what for him. It has meant, actually, in fact, you lose. You pick it.
Ooh, I like that. Baiting with the scan, trying to go in with the Hex Flash. Does get the hook onto the Thresh. This is what we wanted to see. Career in a really rough spot here once again.
This will sack himself.
Give
Do not
the
steal
kill
that. Oh my god.
to Enosh. Enish.
Oh, I almost had a heart attack if Raptor steals that kill. You were not
Feel
playing
bad
Lee
for
Sin this
Career,
time.
man. He came onto the scene. He's like, I'm the new guy on campus. I'm amazing. I've got hands. And now it's like, well, I don't know. It feels like he's lost his confidence. He's not playing as well as he used to. And, you know, this is just a great play. Like, you scan away the vision so that you don't know that he's Hex Flashing. Very nicely done.
Yeah. And then Chomper's a set, so he has to flash, and then the hook comes through. Can't lantern yourself.
Well, you can.
Well,
Just
yeah.
gives you a shield.
You can't take a lantern to your 80 carry.
Imagine if you could. That would be broken.
That would not be very fair.
You give your teammate your ability.
Setab, you know, had that early kill, but was flashless, and in the early matchup here, despite that advantage in terms of gold, it hasn't translated to anything big in the lead. Sponge hasn't come down for any follow-up ganks. Ivory still has flash. So, with the pendulum swings back to Bro. 9-game dream is not
It's
dead.
alive once again. Has been resurrected.
빨간팀이 드래곤을 처치했습니다.
The red team has taken the dragon.
That's what she said. And Cloud Drake next. I feel like we need a Chemtech Soul as well at some point.
No, I don't think so. I personally feel like we don't need it at all.
You don't think
It's not going to be good for the 9-game day. It doesn't affect it at all. No.
doesn't have those powers?
No.
What
In
about
fact, if we
Ox?
don't have it, I think it could still happen, and I'll just feel better. Ox isn't here. It's okay. He's taking his time off. He's chilling, man. He's like having a good day. Don't ruin it for him.
Sorry. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, it was pretty uncalled for me.
Yeah,
for
but it's
sure,
okay.
yeah.
I mean, everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah.
Don't do it again.
Never again, I promise. Bro leavers. Guy that comes to the chat first time, first thing he says, bro leavers.
Yeah.
What a Giga Chad.
He is a big Chad. Tab gonna try to get some vision here of the Poppy. We'll get the tail end of Raptor's recall. Grim also recalling in the top side of the map.
He had to verify the accounts to chat in the chat to get his very important message across.
Also an Owl Enjoyer.
2018.
Yeah. Wow. First year, inaugural season. Things have changed a lot since then.
Sponge, we see you. Ivory's like, I will enjoy a shield and to get away from this annoying Yone. I think we all feel that way.
Follow?
What?
You can just hook them.
He's trying to flash instead. I don't know what I'm watching. Nice flash from Menish. He's now excited, and I think Bro can turn this one as Sponge is getting low, and the Jinx here is really going to be the kicker as, yep, like I said, they're able to hold on, and Anish now, a little bit of a Jinx moment in this one, Wolf.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna condone the flash punch. Like, I'm not gonna be okay with that, but
Did he even punch?
he
It just
did.
looks like
I
he
think
flashed
he did.
on him.
I think he did get the knockup. Let's wait and see. Oh, he flashed because of the hook. He didn't want to get caught by the death sentence.
Yeah, he tried to flash over the hook, but instead he got hooked, and the
Yeah.
knockup still landed.
Yeah, it still went off. And Enish, because of his range here, and because DRX way overstayed for literally no reason, he's able to turn it around and get excited, and then pick up 3 kills now in total this game.
So Wolf is Alexander's GOAT. He misses the duo with Achelios,
Yeah.
my favorite hockey player.
Chelios is one of my favorite co-casters I ever worked with. One of the only ones I ever had a set duo with.
Wow.
You and I are like a set duo in Challengers.
Just because we're not a set duo, we're not special.
I mean, we're kind of a set duo in Challengers.
Yeah, but in the LCK we only cast like once every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Set duos are dead.
Set duos are dead. Kind of. Actually, not really. Just in League for some reason.
Wait, did I spell it wrong? Yes. No, it's fine. We're just memeing. This is the meme chat. You came to the right place.
Enish?
Flash onto Enish as he is going to get hooked, but trying to save him is Palu. It's not going to be quite enough as Bled is going to get a big chunk of 600 gold. Very nice here for Pleta. Trying to catch up. Still about 200 gold behind, but very nice.
There is not a whole lot of strategy happening in this game.
It feels like a bit of a back and forth situation.
Like, this is... The reason why he was here, for those who aren't watching, is he greeted for the plate. The minions were going to take it away from him, so he walked all the way up, switched to Bonefish long range mode, and then he...
To what?
What's it called? The fish bones, the long range, the rocket launcher. He switched to the long range, hit the turret, but then got punished, he died.
Oh,
so he got the plate.
Pow.
Pow Pow, yeah, well, I mean, I got the fish thing. Come on. Nobody calls it Pow
Fish
Pow.
thing. Bonefish?
Bonefish, yeah, fish bones.
Fish bones is the short range one.
No, that's the minigun.
Wait. Pow Pow is the pistol? She doesn't have a
It's a
pistol.
minigun. It's a minigun. Look at it. It's a minigun.
Pow Pow was the pistol this whole time?
It's not a pistol. It's a minigun.
Pow Pow was the minigun the whole time?
Yes. And the fish bones are the rockets. So anyway, switch to fish bones.
Oh, the pistol is how she fires Zap.
Yes. See?
The pistol's called Jeff. Makes
I'm
sense.
pretty sure that's just made up.
I mean,
pretty
I
sure
don't
that
know. It
guy's
could be
made
real. We don't know. Right? It's very creative. So does the pistol not have a name then? If Pow Pow's the minigun and Fish Bones is the rocket launcher. Hey, I watched Arcane. I did my due
Ivory
diligence.
could actually kill him if he doesn't react, but he's not going to commit because he doesn't want to just flash in the turret and get ulted. Hello.
Junglers awkwardly greet each other in the river and exchange blows, but then just don't do
The
anything.
forbidden love, they go and hug each other, then they're like, when the rest of the teams are like, no, we were just, I I'm going to kill him for sure.
Paulo goes in, Paulo goes out. You can't explain that.
No. Ivory gets a plate off of that mid advantage as nobody's there to punish him. They delay the back too. Setab is going to have to teleport back in. Here we go.
Ooh, nice hook over. It is Sejuani, but they might have enough to get on top of him as no blast plant, and it's still a kill. Excited here is Ines. She's looking for the play now as Setab just going to unbound Soul to zone them out a little bit. We did get a TP from Frim. A little bit confusing, especially because he's still low.
Ivory wants
what
to,
am I watching?
Ivory
man?
wants to deny this charge, and he is going to do it. This frog is up here getting big. Now they need to get this Drake here. If anyone steals this,
Cloud Drake.
yeah, well,
And he TP'd in with less than half health, and then Moonlight Vigil hit thin air as Frog is getting a bajillion plates.
yeah, he is going to get about 3 plates. But you were right. You were close.
It's a 9 game.
It is a 9-gamer.
This is the only way to
so
explain it.
hook into the traps. Sponge is
What are
able
those
to get over
called?
the wall. Chompers. And Pleta here has the box to help get him away. And I guess something's happening in live. No.
Sponge is taking Raptors.
Look, I will tell you guys. You guys want to know something? I am paid to explain this. I am paid.
I
to
can sit here and act like a clown, but Wolf actually has to say something smart.
And I want to say things.
I do not envy him.
But it's really hard in these types of scenarios. Like, just understand that this is a difficult situation for me, the situation we're in. But somehow, despite a 4-1 Jinx, Bro actually, because of the plates going down topside, have a deficit in gold. It is a slight deficit, only 1,000. But I think the win conditions here are now warped towards this Gnar needs to be able to side lane very well. As this time he's protected while he decides to take this one down.
He's using Pow Pow.
He will Pow Pow the turret this time instead of fishboning it.
Now I know the names. And the pistol's named Zapper. Literally just Zapper.
Okay,
Zapper
I mean,
zaps.
that makes
That's
sense
what
because
Zapper
that's
does.
why it's called Zap, because it's Zapper Zaps.
곧 포탑 방패가
The cull is finished, so Triforce should be done for Frog. When he backs, he is denied his back actually. And he will be able to do it after this wave. And teleport back up. Very loud Gnar. And Frostfire has been done here for Frim. Let's see what he picks up. Control Ward. Just recently backed.
Crown.
2
control wards for Ivory.
Okay, we're...
Don't tell the YouTube influencers.
I mean, they all just bought them now. Like, we have straight up 7 control wards.
But he had none, and then he bought 2. I sometimes accidentally buy a second one if I already have one, and I just kind of like autopilot, okay, I'll buy a control ward because I have money. But he just bought 2.
I mean, it's okay to buy 2. It's fine. They're going to use 1 right here in this river. Try to set a trap. And
oh,
look
the
at that.
hook.
Look
It's
at
there.
that.
And the
Control ward.
lockdown is insane, and immediately they get this Jinx excited.
Control ward carry.
But Wolf, they're using too much money on the control ward, so they don't have enough money for items.
I think just that was a good plan. They know that they are unseen. They drop a ward over the wall, make a hook play. They're using the. I know, but I'm arguing with your meme to explain why sometimes it can be a good purchase. And you know what? He's got a spare now.
True. Now he doesn't have to buy it next time he goes back.
I actually don't know if that was his or not. I don't think it was actually Ivory's in terms
I think it was
of
down, yeah.
But
I don't know where Ivory put his. Might have been cleared by now.
either way, a control ward was valuable in that brush. Rion are going to be able to take a 2 Drake lead into Herald. So the advantages here is now piling back up. They were 1,000 gold down. They are now 300 gold ahead, and that's before the crash of this Herald. It says the Herald is live, but I can see it in Raptor's inventory. What's going on with that? What's going on with that?
Oh, it's gone. Right as you said that, it's gone. You're calling him out.
It's all right.
Man.
I fixed it.
You fixed it. Wolf is in control of the broadcast.
Ooh, Q3 sidestep.
If that hit and he like got in there.
What did I do earlier? That was so dumb.
Just made some strange.
Ooh.
Yes.
Bro, massive ahead. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty big Jinx. Jinx is fed She is ahead. She's a level up on Pleta. Probably like 3/4 of a level, but still, you know.
Are there wolves on broadcast? WTF. Sorry, I mean Wolf did it, so I couldn't.
I didn't do. I just made the sound.
You
I
like
made earlier.
started it, and then you know it's just the way it works. They're contagious.
Now, Bro was more ahead last game, and they lost. Maybe if it's closer, there's a better chance of the 9-gamer.
Yeah, that's my belief.
They have to contest this, DRX do, even though they are in a pretty awkward situation in this game tempo-wise. Nice crown grab. That's normally pretty tough to make happen if you are well supported. He was not. They're going to use this Herald for mid-prio to try to set up this Infernal Soul point.
All right, everything's going according to plan.
Yeah, Paulo looking for a potential grab here once he clears his ward.
Throw the
That's a
ultimate
Cassante.
into a Cassante, but they actually burst him down so well. That was crazy. Nobody else was really able to extend and protect him, so now they're even going to get the flash out of Ivory as I feel the 9-gamer slipping away.
It's slipping away, just like this Drake.
No.
Bro cannot contest. Not without a massive hook from Palu.
Drake. Well, it's just one.
It's a solo, yeah. I mean, they have 2 Drake lead right now.
Sure. Just like, hey, what up? It's going to knock away the Aphelios, and Sponge is like, well, I'm just not going to hit it then. Okay. Some damage is coming in. They're getting into that backline as Raptor is going insane mode right now. They did not expect this, and he literally turned around this entire fight by himself, and the team was right there to back him up as Frog has to flash away. What a play. That was like a 6-head maneuver.
Yeah, that was sick. And also, weirdly enough, the one person who wasn't there to back him up was the Jinx, who didn't get excited, was not involved in the takedown, so couldn't actually follow up at all. But here now to help take out this turret, and that's going to be value on top of getting the Drake here. They were able to drop the Herald. Herald crash goes through, so they have enough damage there, so it's just a win on all sides. As this is just Raptor being a crazy person, flashing, going past Career's hook here. Zetat, despite the flash, there's no way out. The steadfast presence is put up, and that's a dead Yone. Career has to flash out. And then, I mean, Frog here, he's trying for something, doesn't have the Narbar set. That's going to be the Drake, that's going to be the turret. And Pendulum swinging back.
Swing back immediately. And yeah, I mean, you know, the entirety of the team of DRX was not really in position to handle that because they just assumed he had back. That was like the whole point of the play, is that Raptor's hiding in the brush. They don't know, so they don't send everybody over. They're like, okay, you can take the Drake. And he's able to set it up with not only the knock away, but also the knock into the wall. Just really good stuff. And a lot of people in chat are like, we got to get this guy in LCK right now. I mean, he's good, but...
He was in LCK, actually.
He was, and also just remember what happened with Lee Sin in Game 1.
Yeah.
I mean, he was great,
Well,
but he also did have that moment. So,
yeah.
You know, maybe if he's consistently this good, I will agree.
I mean, he's very clutch. We can definitely say that. As Sponge should be fine here. Let's see how tanky that Aftershock is going to be.
Yeah, tanky enough. Career here as well. Sponge staring at them very angrily. TP in behind. Pleta is surrounded by so many people. There's no escape for this guy, as he does have flash, but he just says, well, there's no point in using it. There's actually no objective right now, but there is Baron in 10 seconds.
I think they could maybe try to start this up because Jinx actually has Brackets there. She's so ahead. She does so much damage. Frog here is going to lose his Gnar, and they're going to avoid this vision for a long time. Now they know. They should know. Actually may have just been able to skirt around it. Yeah, Enish is too close to it, so they know. But can they actually do anything about it? I don't think so. Paulo's here ready to hook anyone who checks.
Maybe he can, like, get in the back here. Oh, God. They're just going to turn out to save that. That's a free kill. As we got the Hella Poppy
They're just
coming
making
out
sure
here.
Sponge can't get in there.
Yeah, Brim does not have his all-outs, and he might go down for this. He actually has to flash over the wall, but he's not able to get in on time, as now the Jinx is excited. He gets one. He might be able to get this one, as Frog is going to hop away, and Sponge gives his life for Frog, as the double kill comes in for Enosh, and Bro are giving us 9 games, maybe.
I mean, it is feeling very likely right now. We're getting 6,000 gold in the advantage. That's where we were at last game. They weren't able to close it out, but this time it's been more decisive throughout this mid-game, as Frog is just going to try to do what he can here to survive. Raptor's been chasing him forever. He's actually barely going to be able to get out here. Commits the teleport. before Raptor can Hex Flash in and deny him. As from here, I mean, the Zione is just too squishy. He's silenced instantly as he's hooked in, so there's just no counterplay here. There's nothing he can do to try to turn this around. And then Prim is blocking Sponge out, so he can't come in for the steal. He eventually does have to flash here, and it's a fairly scary situation. But he doesn't have flash, so he would have to have used his charge to get over the wall. Doesn't have it. Jinx gets excited. Sponge sacrifices himself, knowing maybe he's like, maybe I can kill Palu, and maybe he'll get away. And Frog did, at the cost of his teleport. So a lot of summoners down here on both sides after this, but well worth it for Bro. And 80 seconds until Infernal Soul. Look at these gold leads. Enosh, he was empowered for success.
Oh, here we go again. The second you land that hook, somebody is dying, especially from ahead. As, man, this is... I mean, Bro are just rolling over them at this point.
I mean, remember that the whole game started to fall over for DRX after the weird flash punch play from Palu. And he's been making successful hooks happen all game long. He's probably going to be my POG vote, even though Enosh has had a really nice game in terms of his defensive positioning and how much damage he's done over walls, using his range advantage very well in this this game. It's just been the Blitzcrank that's kind of defined it, though. Either way, I think Bro are going to take this one. I said I can't imagine a world where Bro lose game one. They did. So it's weird for me to say it again here, but I do see...
Different scenario. They're not relying on just the Varus.
Yeah.
Right? They have this incredibly fed Jinx, but also Azir.
Ivory, yeah. Ivory is playing really well, too. Like, his Emperor's Divide was fantastic in that last fight. They're going to reset here at a kind of an awkward timing, but they should have enough time with this Baron buff to get back into position to contest and get Prio back here in mid. I think this is the best chance DRX we're going to have. The problem is they don't have a Narbar. Frog just expired.
Red-white. They're going to try to rush this
Corellia's in.
Yeah, they're just going to try to burst it as fast as possible. They might be able to get this Drake. Yes, they will. It's objective bounty, but can you get away from this one now? As Bro definitely do want to get something for this. Raptor going in first, but DRX doing a good job of just backing away. This turret is not up. They're still on the chase, but Sponge, okay, he's going to get flashed on. As they try to get in there, they're doing a ton of damage. Down goes Palu, actually, as the Yone just does negative damage in this one. Huge divide as well from Ivory, as Career will be the last one. One more auto will do it, as he's going to burn him down with red buff. That's going to be it for game two.
They can just end it, yeah. I mean, the death timers here are fairly low. I mean, it's only 24 minutes, but they have enough damage here, and they have this minion wave, one ranged minion left. They could just tank this one up with the front line they have, and that is going to be all she writes, man. 18 kills to 6 here. Bro made it happen. The 9-game dream lives on. Headsets are off, and it's time to celebrate. This org has had such a tough time finishing games with leads, but they do it this time here in 26 minutes off of the back of some pretty aggressive and clutch Blitzcrank play that leads to a massive lead for the Jinx. And I'm gonna go support.
I'm gonna support you on that one.
It's actually weirdly enough either support or mid for me before I give it to the Jinx. I thought Ivory's Azir play really saved them in a lot of these moments, and this fight as well is one of those ones where it looks like maybe they could turn this around. Maybe this engage is a little bit sloppy. Let's look at this hook on the Palu, but he still gets the silence off. And then the engage from Seitab comes up, but he just can't hurt anybody, and then
I think Frog hits some chompers.
Oh!
It sounded like your voice was slowed down, just like the replay. Like it was crackling and stuff, like it's going robotic because they slowed it. Well, those are some damage numbers we don't like to see on the side of DRX. Absolutely think it should have been Tristana again. Either way, not able to hold on, and Bro, they've kind of won 2 games, and yes, they didn't do a very good job of closing out game 1.
The 2 control ward buy was the defining moment of the game.
Yeah, we should have voted for Ivory. He was the right guy.
I just don't think he actually put that control ward down in that push. I think it was somebody else.
It was a vision gap.
Yeah.
That's how they won it.
Well,
I mean, the Blitzcrank was insane, man. He was crazy. Like,
Who
that
do you
time he
think-
flashed on them, they were like, oh crap, this crazy guy is flashing on us.
but they also
we
just
can't challenge him anymore.
They chased in, and the Jinx had vision, so she could shoot over the wall forever and kill the Sejuani, and then get excited. And
The
then get 3
flash
kills.
bro punch into die. Taunt advantage.
You know what that move was? It was a Giga Chad move.
It absolutely was.
It was a Giga Chad move.
Broke their will with that flashy. Poppy deserves Pog for that play at Dragon Alone. Maybe.
I think, honestly, anyone but Frim could pick it up.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Frim did all right. He did actually catch and kill the Aphelios that one time.
True. Nice angle.
But
that might have just been a little bit of
he tanked a lot.
mispositioning. I
He
mean, they had a
tanked a lot.
Thresh, so that's why he's pushing out there, right? But Palu, he's actually going to pick it up.
I don't know if Yundo has this info, but we saw that he played it once before, right, and he won on it, and I remembered that game. I wonder if he actually picked up POG at that time as well, because Blitzcranks often do get POG because they're game-defining. Very binary, like I said. You make the plays, you can define every single fight, making it a 5v4, get the Jinx aside. You don't hit anything, it's a terrible pick. Thanks,
was
Yundo.
on it.
'Cause I am curious. Maybe we'll find out after the break. I don't know if he can get back fast enough because we're about to go to that break, but if he does, let us know. That would be
You
sick.
can always text us, and we can let the chatters know.
Yeah, so you guys will know eventually, but he cranked it up.
He cranked it up, and they were able to blitz their opponents into the victory. 150 gold spent on those two, turns out, yeah. I don't know why those two are like becoming this huge thing, but they were.
Yeah, it's great. Eventually we're going to name them. Like in the third game, we're going to be like, yeah, I remember those two words.
Yeah. All right. Well, guys, we still have 9 games. It is possible. It will rely on Kwangdong Freaks and Live Soundbox later on. But, guys, we'll have a break before game number 3. Hello and welcome back to Challenger League. We are here in the midst of a 9-game broadcast of Challenger League. We are willing it into existence, and so far, Bro was able to come back in Game 2 and win it to tie up the series, and also in our first series today, KT was able to take down Nongshim in the second game, so they are the true heroes that are making this possible.
So I did talk to Yundo about the Palu Blitzcrank performance, and I thought I remembered a game where he picked up PUG, but in fact, it was a non-broadcasted game. So it was not actually broadcast live, so there were no POGs, but he had good stats, and he beat Hanwha Life Esports in that game on Blitzcrank. So that is, that's that. So just wanted to give you guys the update.
There you go. So he must have gotten POG on something else.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
We may never know. But that's okay, because he might get another POG.
He could. Do you believe that they can close the
And
series
laugh
up?
after love.
Because you think they didn't. You think they did this, or I don't think they did this just because they wanted to bring the 9 games. I think they did this because they want the reverse sweep. They want to win 3 games in a best of 3.
Yeah, the elusive 3-game victory. It has happened before. In LCK and in other leagues that have best of 3s. And will it happen here? I feel like it, especially because DRX, I don't know. It felt like, okay, some stuff went right in game 1, and then they're like, you know what? Let's not do that. And then it was just a bro win. I don't know. It seemed pretty straightforward. It was a 24-minute win.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Go back to what worked, I guess. They are going to select the blue side.
I really think with how DRX is piling in and playing like this, the Jinx pick is fantastic. You're going to be able to get a reset as long as you focus fire 1 target. And the Sejuani wasn't enough. Nico banned again. I don't think anything necessarily is going to change. We might see Tristana banned if they're concerned that DRX might go back to it. LeBlanc is also banned. Unsurprisingly, and see what that final or second ban, excuse me, is. It's been a long day already, and it's going to get longer. Valdez.
Somebody in YouTube chat is like, Nongshim versus KT, they did not play. Why are they mentioning 2-1 for Nongshim? Did those games happen, or were they just an illusion?
They happened.
Are you sure? Because the guy in YouTube chat said they didn't.
I mean, like, I guess you could make an argument that they didn't happen, because there were some moments, but I think they did happen. Got to keep your eyes moisturized.
Yes.
That's what he's working on there.
No Poppy this time. Raptors too good on that one.
Yeah, no Poppy, no Sejuani. So they're not interested in picking up the Sejuani. It looks like a first pick Tristana angle to me. Grab the Ivern with it. Maybe we'll actually see Sponge's Ivern.
Could happen.
I am concerned about playing Ivern in Challengers. Okay, we're just going to ban Sejuani and then pick Renekton.
Yeah, I don't think they understand. I mean, the Jax is banned, so you could say, okay, well, one of Renekton's biggest issues in the top lane in the current meta is gone, but
Can Frim play Gnar?
just Renekton alone on power to pick it like B1, I don't really know if that is...
Jace is
way it
probably
should be.
not what I would index into as the answer,
Yeah.
but we're like, this is a strange choice. I'm like, well, not as strange as what's coming next.
They didn't happen. Wake up,
I mean, it looks
Valdez,
like
we miss
they're-
you. Sorry, I'm gonna.
They
continue
wanted to play
sleeping.
Maokai here, and they want to have an AD mid, so that's why they were hovering the Jace, it looks like. And now they're like, okay, we know we're doing Maokai, but what are we playing mid with
You know what's
it?
better? 80 mid.
Go on.
Tristana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Tristana is better as an 80
if
mid.
Ivory can
Not
play it.
Varus.
Varus Maokai is insanely good, though. I like Varus Maokai. You can't mess
so-
it up. If the Maokai ults, you do things.
There's also Aphelios still available. There is Tristana. Both it seems like, you know what? Tristana's bad,
I mean,
actually.
DRX
It
is
just-
going to play Tristana right now.
Well, yeah, because bro let them.
Yeah. So, this is not surprising.
The Varus priority should not be this high. And now Jace is picked as well. So I guess they're going to go just straight up zone away. We're going to go full lethality like it's a different year. This is saying like, okay, we're going to do something that was strong, and it can still be strong because it has a lot of synergy, but I don't know. I think DRX's comp is much more modern.
I think DRX should ban Ornn and Scion and just not allow for the front line to come through, because that's the only thing that Bro is really missing right now. Cassante is another frontliner, but I think not as problematic as the other two. Ornn is the kicker for me because you have Maokai to set him up. That he does massive things. Varus and Jace get so much damage done that Tristana gets blown up before she can do anything. Already taken out the Aphelios and the Kai'Sa here, so not a ton of great standard picks here for Pleta to play with the Tristana for the double 80 carry. See what they end up going with. As we have seen teams like try to attempt zigs and stuff like that, I don't think this is the angle you're looking for.
The Braum ban. I mean, if you are going to be going poke, Braum does work pretty well in the comp just to try to soak in the front line and put up a shield, put up a wall.
Yeah.
It's very good with Varus on the bottom side. I think in this case it's kind of granted, even though you and I are kind of not the biggest Braum believers, but as you were mentioning, there's still a lot of good stuff that you can put together with this comp.
Yeah, they don't go for the Ornn. They want to go Scion instead. And you can play the Scion on bottom and do the red Scion level 1. So I think that's why they've chosen this, because Varus is super strong into the limited pool that's left here for Pleta in career. Like, it's probably just going to be a Xayah Rakan game, which I don't actually like that much. I'd rather see like an Ezreal here or some sort of Heimer Ashe. Ooh, Samira Rel. I mean, this is pretty strong with Ivern, to be honest. I don't know why we didn't think about this at all. I think Bro also forgot about this.
Wait, so DRX got the Omega comp?
Yeah.
Did they just get Exodia?
I mean, pretty much. Let's see what the support's going to be, because if it's Ashe, if it's Karma, for example, Heimerdinger, I feel very good about Bro's chances of making something happen down here. If they just pick Nautilus, I'm like, okay, now they're just like, well, we have to counter this. Then why'd you pick Varus?
Why did you pick Varus so early on with so much amazing stuff left? I mean, it shows, like you were saying, right? Like there is a reason, and we know why they went for it, but at the same time, was it the best choice? I just don't think so. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I hope they go lethality. But
Valdez, I don't think they are.
yeah, I don't
I don't think they are.
Well,
I don't think they are
Jace
anymore.
will. Jace will. I don't think Varus will.
Well,
and it's
Jace
gonna
only
be
can
weird.
go lethality.
Yeah.
Jace's not going to build crit.
Virus AP, yeah, I mean, that is the current builds that we see all the time, which makes it not make sense with his comp.
Yeah,
Ah!
I thought he was. I thought they were gonna go like either they were going to go
Going
Heimer
full
or
challengers.
Karma and just push and do the level 1 with the Scion, and then the Samira Rel just really threw them for a loop. And honestly, too, like, for me, I had kind of forgotten that it existed. I was thinking about, because we haven't seen it really today.
We saw it the one time.
We saw Rel. We didn't see Samira Rel.
Right, yeah. We saw Kaisa Rel, that's right. Yeah.
But I was kind of thinking, like, oh, they got rid of the Kaisa. Like, this is going to be a bit awkward. Like, what are they going to do? Maybe they're just going to try to scale. And then, you know, you just push into that. You do the level 1. You can try to do the level 1, because Rel's not that good at level 1. Ivern is really bad in level 1. In route, and that's it. So maybe they still try to pull it off, but I don't.
Friends with the forest.
You know what the worst champion is at level 1? Alistair's.
Yes, that is very true. And we'll see. Full AP poke Varus would be cracked. Okay, we'll see. We'll see if he can get through some shields, especially as this game comes along. Let's see. Yeah, there's no AP poke Varus. Yes. I don't know, man. I feel like
you could try to do something, but it's not good.
I feel like we've gone too far here for Bro.
So 100% right after we look at these drafts and like how
Bro's
Bro
just gonna
stumbled,
win anyway.
100% they win.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
100% they win.
I don't know, man.
We've
We'll
done
see.
it.
Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 3.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
I can't lose. I can't win,
Two
actually.
for two. 2 for 2 for Wolford Caster Chicken.
Caster Chicken. How does this keep happening? I think that if you and Atlas cast together, just neither of you would talk for like 10 minutes. You'd just sit
Probably.
here and just, like, the producer would come in and be like, guys, are you okay? Just like nobody would say anything. It would get really awkward.
I would actually just put the mic up to the producer and then be like, he lost, we won, Max, yeah. Because the PD is also, like, he's connected to Caster Chicken, like,
Of course.
like if he really doesn't want to win, like, the show will just go on with no audio if it's me and Max, I think. Like, it's just how it's going to be.
True, it would. I mean, just, you know, have silence. We could listen to Nar if he was in the game.
I'm kind of like down to lose maybe next time. Since I've won so much already.
True.
And I could just
You have a
save
nice,
the show.
comfortable lead.
You're welcome, guys, if I do, you know. I'm just trying to do
First
what I
strike, Maokai. With the red pet.
Yeah, it's poke that we're trying to do.
Yeah. At least they have a very clear plan. I mean, they think they have a very clear plan.
They had a plan, and then they were like, oh, we have to pick Alistair now. And now I think they're like, let's try to shore up some of the poke we'll lose for Varus with this Maokai. Also, maybe they can make some plays here with this Jace against the Ivern. Try to get some prio there with the Maokai and then push the Ivern out. Sponge is...
Oh, the tech! The tech! He did it, Wolf.
Yeah?
Do you like Ivern now?
No.
Oh. Okay.
But I think he has a place in this draft.
And now he's going to go down to the bottom side.
I'm just saying, if your draft has to be like, Ivern is strong if I have a diving top champion that will get trigger seed value and explode and will get value of the shield with also like a divey bottom lane, like the most divey, the Samira Rel and Tristan only, then Ivern works. I'm like, does that mean he's actually first pickable? Is he actually as good as people say? He's good in drafts like this. If you get the whole draft, like if you actually have 5 pieces of Exodia, then yeah, like Exodia wins the game. But if you only have 4, or only have 2, or only have 3, like,
I mean, we've seen LCK teams win with it when it's like, it oftentimes requires Sponge trying to get in here, maybe try to become a friend and then smite it away, but no, Raptor's just going to smite it away. But yeah, we saw LCK teams, it really does feel like you need Tristana, which is the one thing. So all the teams were just banning Tristana, so of course we just never saw it because a lot of the power comes with Tristana and her eventual range and her ability to jump in, etc., etc. But just using 280 carry, I think just works. As Raptor in position for the counter gank, as Sponge kinda reads the situation. I don't know exactly how, but they just say, no, we're not really going to go in on this. Maybe it's because Inash and Palu didn't back up at all. They're like, hey, yes, please fight us, please.
Yeah, I think they didn't sell the counter gank very well, so it's pretty easy for the read to come through, and there's just no, you're probably not winning that as the Ivern in this early game at all, so just not going to try to force.
Right. Ivory getting in there, attacking really fast, swinging that big Hex Tech hammer.
That's the Challenger's hammer. Yeah, I mean, that's what the transition was in spring season. The hammer comes down, and then the Korean casters become us.
Yeah,
that's the Challenger's hammer.
Challenger's hammer.
He's challenging Tristana in this lane.
Flash forward, trying to get on top of the Alistair, and they put everything together. Palu doesn't even flash away. He just says, nope, you got me. I'm dead. First blood goes over to Rel.
Well, at least it didn't go over the Samira. Could be worse.
Part of why Samir and Rel work so well is because you can extend the CC. Rel has a lot of it.
Bam. Crash down. Follow up here from Palu is it's not great. Lethal Tempo Varus not going to be able to offer a whole lot back there. The Doran Slate.
He was Lethal Tempo.
Yeah.
No!
Yeah, if he had gone for Comet, maybe a little bit of lethality, maybe could have done something in the lane, chipped away, but I mean, you're playing with Alistair, so that's how you know it's going to be lethal tempo.
Varus Alistair.
Varus Alistair, my favorite duo lane.
This is the lane. And this is why this is Challengers, right? Because DRX, I feel like they kind of... I personally feel like they punted draft in Game 2 a little bit, and they ended up playing okay, but then they got kind of smurfed on by the Blitzcrank. Which, by the way, is part of why Bro were very far ahead in the draft. And then we come here, and it's looking really good for Bro. Like, they have some really good reads in Game 2, really good play, really good draft, and then it's like, okay, we're just going to do this. And there doesn't seem to be much rhyme or reason.
Well, I mean, I think there was a plan in the draft, but I think there was a hole in that Samira Rel, which, I mean, we're casters, we're not making this draft.
They could have also just played like Jinx Melio or something.
Sure. I mean, once they prioritized the Varus, like, this draft was kind of going only one direction, and then they kind of forgot about Rel. And so did we. Like, we kind of like, oh yeah, like, we'll see what happens with this. I'm gonna play lethality. And then, like, well, how do you deny the Alistair? Somebody in chat mentioned earlier, like, you could have tried to play Karma and try to push them out of lane, but then how does Karma lock down Samira? Janna actually would have made more sense, to be honest, but how does the, Karma or a Lulu or an Ashe, like, really lock down the Samira? It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. And Janna, the pro scene has collectively decided that she doesn't exist right now, so we're not going to see her.
I think the LPL did try it. I think I saw on Twitter, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
But
probably
in Korea,
lost,
we don't
and then
do it.
everybody's like, nope, it's bad.
Oh yeah, Chronicler mentioned the LPL, yeah. I'm pretty sure it did happen in LPL. I don't know who did it, but I saw that on Twitter. It was one of my 600 tweets I could see that day.
Remember that one game Lehens played Janna last year in spring? Yeah, I remember. I actually do. I think I was casting that, and we were like, see, it's insane. Like, wow, this is crazy. And yeah, it's Lehens, and he's like the one guy who would be able to really pull it off in that manner. But we were still like, this is really cool, this is great. And then we just never saw it again.
It's very squishy. It's a different type of, we talked about earlier how the Blitzcrank could be kind of binary. If you don't hit your knockups, if you're not able to charge them properly, you don't really exist in a lot of team comps. Against Rel, though, you can knock her up, you can press your ult and push her away. There's a lot of things you can do with Janna. She's actually really good into this duo in particular. But she also offers a little bit of damage back if you were trying to run lethality Varus and try to poke with Comet. But is Palu good at Janna? Was he prepared for this moment? No, he's probably just playing what he's been preparing for other Rel comps. Just locked it in. And it's sad, but it's just where we are. And maybe this loss, if Bro do in fact lose this game, maybe we'll make them look deeper down the champion pool. Maybe they'll actually go, oh, maybe we should prep a little Janna. Maybe that's a good thing. Because I know they always watch our English cast to see what we say. Yeah. We have all the answers.
And they really trust our opinion. And,
yeah.
Yeah. Remember when like the whole global community was like, they're buying too many control wards, and then they just kept buying control wards, and then
Yeah, well,
and yeah, here we are. I mean, Bro has lost many series in the past. Not to call them out, but and it's not just Bro. It's a lot of Korean teams in general, and they will say, well, we should have just played it better. We picked the same stuff. It wasn't the comp. It had nothing to do with the comp, actually. We just didn't play it well enough.
yeah. I mean,
Maybe
in this
they know
case,
too much for their own good.
I think in this case they're really not doing that in particular. They're playing something completely different, but the problem with the Alistar is that it ruins the rest of the entire setup. But they're like, well, we have to pick this because it's Samira Rel. And,
And Alistar can disengage, but the lane is, like, really bad.
the lane is bad, but it also doesn't offer you, like, the whole point of this is to, like, get lane prio there, have the poke in mid, you know, deal with the early game of the Tristana, then the Jace comes online.
Yeah.
You can actually burst down the Tristana if she all-ins. You have the Maokai set up there, the synergy there, so like if she goes in, you root her, you blow her up, you have a good team fight, you got poke, but now he's lethal tempo. So what does that do for this trap? That Jace now means nothing in this trap. His poke doesn't set up the Varus doesn't set up the Jace. The Scion
Maokai.
doesn't do anything. So, yeah, I mean, that's the problem. I feel like we spent the whole 10 minutes of this game talking about the problems of this draft, but like, they are already showing. They are already rearing their head.
Yeah, we did get to see the absolutely free Rift Heralds, by the way. That was just handed over to DRX, even with the Jace, which it came out in response to the Tristana. They're like, okay, we're not going to play Azir in this draft. We got this Jace answer. This is going to be the answer. And then they don't have Prio on top, so it doesn't matter. And the mid lane isn't, you know, it's not like the Tristana cares at all, as we can see. And yeah, maybe he can knock her out of the air or something. Or match some damage from range, but at the same time, you still don't have top side Prio, and you still lose this stuff. And we were talking about the poke, like, you really want to be ahead as the poking comp, right? Which is something we were just talking about, how, you know, you need to have the Prio on the lane and the bottom side to win trades, to get ahead. And now, I mean, take a look at this, as Frim is getting pretty low. It's very fast, but it does have Ghost, so he's going to get away.
The stun comes in. I feel like Brim, he could have actually tried to do something with the ult knock up there, but if Frog dodges it with Flash, then he dies, so just not going to commit. Ghosting away. Went for Ghost in this matchup, tried to be able to both engage on the Renekton with the Maokai and also escape in situations like this, but Ghost not doing him any good here with no attention topside, as Raptor has largely been invisible, unfortunately, this game, and I think this is not really his playstyle. You know, I mean, we saw and talked about earlier his Lee Sin, for example, his aggressive Poppy. Maokai, agency a little bit limited. It's a little bit more of a brain jungle champion where you have to be smart, you have to position well, you have to ult at the right times, and use it to get your Varus ahead, which it normally, if you have the right duo lane, can do. It's going to be good for Siege. Like, they do have good Siege in this comp. It would have been better if Varus was playing lethality, but he still has Shiv. That's the build. So, I mean, there are some good things here. There are some salvageable pieces. And it's not over till it's over.
Yeah, no, it's just still challengers, you know. We could still see DRX, like, mess up, take a bunch of poke, lose some objectives. Maybe it's like Hex Tech Soul, and all of a sudden Bro pick up 2, and we're like, oh god, like, what's happening here? They were doing so well, they were getting everything for free, and then, you know, that's the challenger's way.
By the way, Duskblade Samira. That's also a thing.
Yes, it is. I wanted to ask you, did you notice that Frim didn't deny Frog this plate here? The minions were attacking it, and Frog was out of the lane, and he could have just let the minions kill the plate, but instead he kept it at what little minuscule blip away.
I didn't notice that, but
and
now
Frog got the plate.
Now you've made me know about it, and now I'm angry. I didn't
and Frog
notice
just went up there. He just got it right now.
You've made me upset, Valdez.
Now he's down here with the team. He procs the Dominus.
Yeah, Frog's full bar. He's ready. He's got Flash.
Flash in. There is the engage. They get right onto that backline. Elias dies for free, does absolutely nothing. So does the Jace. And if you're going to play a poke comp, you better damn well play it front to back and not just leave your 2 poke 80 champions out to dry like they did. So nice engage from Career, and DRX will take another massive lead.
Palu, I mean, he wasn't in position to deny the engage. You know, if you're going to play this Alistar too, you've got to be ready to set up the defense. And this is a thing that happens all the time in younger Korean teams, right? And also it's happened across multiple esports, not just League of Legends, but you see the counter. This is an accepted counter. And it's like, even the head of the coaching staff, the players are like, oh, they went for Elsmir, we have to play Alistair. It's very good, but look at where Raptor is in this fight. He's flanking around here, and Palu is blocking the Samira, but she doesn't care. You have to block the engage of the Rel.
Yeah.
And that's like, he was like looking to kill the enemy AD carry and try to block the Samira follow-up, and he doesn't care. Like, he simply didn't know what his role was in this fight, and it was a split-second engage. You have to be on top of that. So he picked the right champion, arguably, for the defense, but execution leaving a lot to be desired. And sometimes you know the answer, but you don't know how to use, or you know the tool, but you don't know how to use the tool.
True. Chronicler pointing out that maybe Bro about to lose the first 2-1 best of 3 because they won game 1, right?
Yeah.
But then they lost. So, yeah, I mean, you know, there's still a chance, but certainly DRX are in a very comfortable lead at this point as Daisy goes flying and is now in the wall.
Gotta land that poke, but you can't see anything with these.
Okay, there you go. Daisy able to detach from the wall as Frog is nearly going to go down, but big Gore Drinker value as now the Rel does come through. It's not the cleanest engage, and the front line is working this time for Bro, as they will be able to take down the Rel eventually. It kind of felt like Career was trying to spare the blushes of Frog and get him out of there, and that he did. The Rift Herald will go over to DRX.
Yeah, they still pick it up here. Sponge is able to grab it and get out. All flashes are down, but at the end of the day, it's a one-team fight here for Bro, and they will be able to turn this into a turret. So starting to get the snowball rolling a little bit here in this game. Yes, they're still down about 2,000 gold, and yes, Setab did just get a turret here. It is not going to be first brick, but at the end of the day, you know, I mean, fights like this give me some hope, as the Ivern wall setup is going to block a lot of the ability for them to see and poke here. See, Raptor has no vision, but he just decides, okay, I check left, there's nobody there, I'm ulting in. And then Career trying to go for the crash down here into the Magnet Storm, but he doesn't hit the proper targets. Palu, who's ulting, and Prim, who's Scion, who he hits here, and then with the front to back, it's pretty easy to play that one out, even without a lot of poke landing there. So, bit of a mistake on DRX's part on that one.
Yeah, I think that finally we saw, I think it was a headbutt as well onto the Rel, and that's kind of what made Career be like, well, oh crap, I got to engage onto something. Only hits the front line, the positioning much better that time for Bro. And that's the thing, I mean, that's the way you got to play it. It's not easy, but that's how you're going to win with this composition. Get that Scion and the Alistair right up in front and try to keep your Jace and Varus alive. And even your Maokai, because he's going full AP with the... looks like probably Leandri's second, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think he's going full burn. Palu, no ult now, and here comes the Scion re-engage. Not sure about this one.
Just passing by. Hello. Goodbye.
Still going to be another charge coming through. Okay.
Yeah.
But, I mean, yeah, there's no cross map here either, unfortunately. Unless the value of the Rift Herald. So you lost the fight, quote unquote, but the value of the Rift Herald is still there. It's still high. And the siege and the poke that we were talking about won't matter. Now you have no turret. So it's really difficult to actually get out on the map for a while. And Ivory, like, he's in danger. But he's not chuckling. He doesn't know yet.
He's not chuckling at all.
He knows
Daisy,
now.
that's very suspicious. He's like, why is there randomly a Daisy in that brush? I'm not going to go in there. And yes, he had a ward, so he will be just fine. As we are setting up here for the next Drake, it is Mountain Soul this time around. And this one actually will matter a lot. There is going to be many, many resistances on both sides, especially on the side of Bro with the Scion. Can really get a lot out of that. So we'll have to wait and see if, you know, maybe they get a couple of those Drakes, they get an unkillable Scion of sorts, and who knows what could happen from there.
Who knows? All I know is it's going to take time. And it is going to take these Mountain Drakes coming through, as you say. And they have Prio. They're clearing some of this vision. It's very difficult for Ivern to do anything vision-wise. It's really up to Rel to clear the vision this game because Ivern is so squishy. See, Tristana has a blue trinket. She's not going to be doing any of that work. So Bro with vision control here could have a really nice ultimate into a pick. The follow-up burst damage on this Varus, and the Jace teleport coming through to mid. And even though they had Prio, they're not going to be able to turn it into anything here, it doesn't look like. Satap has TP. And he's coming in late. What's he buying? Getting that second item. Quick blades are done. This is the fight of a lifetime for Bro. They need to win this one. They need to win it somehow miraculously. Front line is good.
Start. Good start. You get Frim in the front. You get that big blast onto the Ivern, who did not have a shield at that time. Not going to be shielding himself in this one. As Brute not going to land, Daisy also already dead. DRX kind of struggling to get in onto this one. As Palu in position to try to deny this. He has to ult a bit early, as he does get pushed away by the Tristana. Frog takes an insane amount of damage. Where does his health bar go? His career's like, oh, I got to save him again, but this time he's not going to do anything. This the Ivern goes in as well for some reason, just to die, as that was Bro winning the fight.
The Ivern is super squishy, and you can't be going in like that. And unfortunately, the Rel just hard forcing after the Renekton is picked. Now, nice try to take a turret for this. We'll just give an additional kill over. At least it only went to the Scion, but that means guaranteed Baron here. No way to contest this. Career is coming up in 5. If Satab actually just resets there and they back off, rush over, maybe they could slow this down. Maybe they could look for a pick and push Baron or push Bro off of the Baron. Now, he just dies, doesn't even get the turret, and Bro are going to take a gold lead for the first time in this game here. And Valdez, this is starting to be concerning. As yeah, Paulo has to ult here, but look at how much aggro he absorbs, and then Frim is the hero here, following up on this root. Bam, he's dead. And then Career decides, I have to go, but there's no follow-up here whatsoever because of the Maokai ultimate. Nature's Grasp keeps the rest of the team away. And Bro, despite what is a janky composition, they absolutely do, in fact, know how to use it. DRX choking a little bit here, as just eating a fully charged Q. And I wasn't sure that's how that went, yeah.
Rough times. I think that, yeah, it was just a little bit of DRX getting picked off one by one, trying to go in at different times to save their teammate one by one. So it was not a good look. And Bro immediately took advantage of that. And you know, this entire series, in terms of the play, yes, Bro have made mistakes, but they have been the better team when it comes to, I think, the majority of the minutes that we've spent in the series. So
straight up.
When we get to fights like that, they keep their calm. They just fight front to back. That's exactly how you're going to win if you're going to play this comp. And you know, got to give them credit. That was very nicely done. And DRX totally, they were like, man, we don't know what to do.
They have the Baron buff now, and they have this siege that we were talking about. If they ever get control of the map, if they ever get control of a Baron, you just Nature's Grasp, and then take down a turret. And look at the Scion in this 4-1. Frog is pushing the bottom side of the map right now. Does not have teleport, so he's not going to be helpful. He's going to get some gold here, but relatively insignificant at the end of the day versus what Bro could potentially do here. Look at Scion pushing mid, getting more valuable damage done. And the Ivern Brush makes it very difficult to play around this. Could just blind blast him, but they don't have any idea.
Yeah, and the Maokai works very well, as we have seen many a time. You just throw some saplings in. Turns out they do a nice amount of damage, especially with AP Maokai.
Yeah, he's getting closer to that Leandries.
And they get vision as well, most importantly.
And, I mean, another Mountain Drake that goes over to Bro. This just gets harder and harder. Now, obviously for DRX, if they end up getting Mountain Soul, it feels doomed for Bro because of the way their damage is going to work in this game. But with the control they have right now, I don't think you're too worried about it because you don't think it's going to happen. You don't think they can win team fights anymore. It is obviously a supportive build here from the Ivern. You know, he's going to be able to help keep this Tristana up. Ardent Sensor is done now. Black Cleaver. They have to front to back, actually, I think now, or make sure they flank, and the Rel ult needs to hit the back line, not the front line. You need to poke, and then after the back line, or the front line disengages, that's when you go in.
They need to go in together.
Scion. And, yeah. I mean, Ivory's going to take this turret for free. He's got some support here. This is falling apart here for DRX. At least Satab is pushing topside, but I mean, Ivory's going over to deny him.
Yep. This is why, you know, right after we were talking about the draft, I'm like, it's still challengers. Anything is possible.
Yeah.
Bro are just playing a much better game at this point. And yeah, the only thing I want to see out of DRX is they all go in at once. That's what you have to do with this comp. If you don't do that, you might as well have just played for a thrower. Instead, just look to poke and play passively. And
They pushed Tristana out. They got resources mid. Yeah, they had to use Brim's ult, but now this bot push continues to win, and they're playing tennis with DRX right now. Ping pong, whatever you want to call it. They're playing badminton, all right? And
squash,
Yeah,
handball,
I guess so. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe pickle.
volleyball.
Kind of. Yeah.
I'm gonna say
It's definitely not like Foursquare, but at any rate, getting some serious value on the map. 4 turrets down now. The very slight gold lead after the Baron turned into about a 1,500 gold lead. It's not over, right? I mean, you could still win this as DRX if you have a clean engage, but the thing is, I still think this comp is better, and I think a strong team wins this as DRX in this position, probably still. But they haven't proven to us that they can make that engage happen. That's what we're concerned about. Yeah. And we're on the rear end of this game. It's not broke
until it's broken, though.
And
you never know.
I don't want to say it's impossible, but I'm just not ready to trust. Just not ready to trust.
Understandably, we have trust issues after casting challengers for the entire year. So let's see. 2 Mountain Drakes here for Bro, which means that the Scion is absolutely unkillable. And yes, they will get double LDR, which, you know, I saw some discussion about that in the chat. I think that Samira could have maybe skipped it to just hit the backline and try to ignore the Scion, but it seems kind of difficult. And I mean, LDR is just a good item in general nowadays, so he's going to pick that up, and Tristana's going to get it second. And I mean, if DRX just kind of slow the game down, even, you know, with the super insanely tanky Scion, we know what double AD carry with Ivern can do, and perhaps they can look for some good engages and enable their AD carries.
He's got his third item in his inventory. It's the Ivern counter, the Serpent's Fang. He's like, yeah, you can put that shield up, I'll make it go away, and I will hurt you a lot. I like that tech. There's a bit of a joke, but I like that tech.
No, I like it.
It's pretty smart. Leandri's is done. Frontline not going to last very long here. Stopwatch here for Frog. I mean, I think this is really your last chance as DRX. You lose one more fight around Baron, and the momentum is just too much. You are just not going to be able to come back. So, like the stopwatch buy here. Let's see if Frog get on the back line, make that engage happen. I mean, the damage is real here with these saplings. Look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to respect it. They have to back away.
Well, at least they have shields.
Yeah, it's helpful. Sponge is like, how much mana do I have? Daisy's out. It's they're on a timer now. They're on a clock to actually make something happen here.
Daisy's getting in there. He's just trying to get as much vision as possible because they don't have much.
Zatab's got Kraken.
No,
this is the timing.
Just bought LDR.
Oh, sorry, LDR, excuse me.
And that's a big spike regardless. Let's see what he can get done.
You're right. It was the Samira who built the LDR second, like you were talking about. This is it. Like, you got one more
the
chance.
9-game day.
It's the 9-game day. It is definitely happening, but
it's kind of crazy. The last fight we had was the one on the Mountain Drake, not the last one, but the one before it.
TP.
It was like 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, TP coming over. Ivory trying to look for a flank angle here. Look at the poke. Oh, it doesn't hit.
Yeah, it was a nice dodge. Reading the angle with Zatab. They're looking for the engage, especially with Ivory a little bit away, but he is going to get in position. Does a nice chunk to Pleta and Frog. Now they're just going to push mid, but you got to be aware of this Baron try, as Bro are going to go for it.
These pokes are not hitting.
All right, they get the stun onto Prim. No knock up here as Nature's Grasp. Going to grasp at the Nature.
I don't know about
Doesn't
this, bro.
get anything.
I mean, you probably should have just held on to Baron there. Now you don't have your Nature's Grasp. You didn't do anything with it. DRX so patient.
So, okay, they have double LDR. Can they do damage to Prim? Absolutely they can, as they just engage onto the front line. In goes Frog, ends career. They do get blown to smithereens as, here we go, the spear's popping off and immediately dies. But Zatab is in a good spot. He's just autoing the flash away. Gets one, gets two, gets a third. Zatab with the Quadra.
He's going to push to end.
He's just looking to back.
No, he has TP. He has TP.
Okay.
So he can back. Now, if he got found here by Inish, that would be the end of his life and the end of their advantages. But I think he could probably push to get the inhibitor. The engage here from Paulo is actually fantastic, as Frim will take a lot of damage, but Bro just can't decide what they want to do here. As Paulo actually gets the double knockup here, is instantly deleted. This is going to be the first reset for Satab. And then Samira is also deleted. Ivory is in stasis here, so can't offer any damage back. And he does come through here to the skies to try to finish the Tristana, but she barely lives. Let's see where he's at. Actually just going straight back to the Baron right now. Didn't actually decide to push mid. The death timer is still fairly short at this point in time. And yeah, they will take the Baron out. And the game continues. Wild game.
And it looks like they were able to get Baron buff on pretty much everybody here. Not Pleta, but at least Satab and Sponge, of course, and Career, who does have it. So I'd be very curious to see if Frog has it as the side laner, especially up against a Scion. Has the Black Cleaver, can probably eventually take him down. But we'll get a look on that in just a moment. As a straight-up Bloodthirster.
Yeah,
picked up.
Just picking it up.
He's like, you know what?
Quadra kill.
Quadra kill, Bloodthirster.
Quadra kill, Bloodthirster. That's going to give him more longevity in these fights. And
shield bow for Samira.
These are some really big spikes coming through.
So hard right now.
But they also have map control, and so things like the poke from the Jace become harder to land, even though he wasn't landing it when he had control. Now, with all these Ivern bushes and the minions coming through, the warding, Ivory just doesn't have a lot of chances. He's going to have to start firing these blind, to be honest, like that. And, okay, there's a little hit.
Yeah, got him. DRX going to get in there. By the way, Frog does not have Baron buff. Just going to join up with the team as they do so much damage. Bro's not even going to get in there. They're like, actually, it's already dead. And they have Baron buff, so now they can just 5-man push into the bottom side.
Everyone's backing, and that's going to cost them so much time. Like, DRX should be able to get this inhibitor. The turret will be gone by the time they even walk up to it, as it's going to be only Ivory here. It's like, get out of here. Okay, Pleta takes the damage.
Pleta's
look at that. Wow. Gone.
Yeah, their siege becomes just disgusting because it's just everything that we mentioned. Okay, Chains coming down on his career. He's just straight up dead, but the shielding is keeping him alive forever.
Redemption is huge.
Yeah, he got like 2 shields, redemption. As that's the other thing about Ivern, he just builds support items, right? So he gets them online quickly. He's helping out the team, and man, he, Career got himself into a really rough spot, and they're not going to get the inhibitor, but at least he stayed alive.
It did buy a lot of time for Bro, though.
Yeah.
But it's not going to save the problems of their composition without map control, right? I mean, it's only going to... It's like, taking Tylenol to, like, when your, like, leg is cut off. It's only going to really do nothing, actually. It's like, we didn't die. That was a terrible analogy, but... It just...
It's okay.
It feels like it's a win because your inhibitor is still alive, right? But... It doesn't solve the map control. You needed a team fight win. And the fact that the shields come through and save Career and prevent them from actually falling up and doing anything else, it's, we need to see more. Bro need to do more than just not lose their Nexus to have a chance to win this game. I know we outlined it yesterday, the ways to not lose the game, but they're not losing it, but they're certainly not winning it at this stage, as this board can get cleared away. Baron's gone. 3 minutes until this Dragon, so... We're going late. Let's see if any unique items come out here. Stopwatch picked up for Raptor. And Zonia's is being built for Inish. So he's going Deathcap last.
Yeah. This is going to get interesting. I see a lot of stopwatches right now sitting on 4. And, GA's finished for the Renekton, so I suppose that could have been number 5. That was out there.
Yeah, he did have it.
Oh, GA for Ivory as well, so that's 6. And Daisy just, going for a little walk, a little windy walk here, and he is going to spot the entire Bro team. So, and by he, I mean she. But yeah, it's going to be a good amount of information at least. But you do lose Daisy for 50 more seconds, as now Sponge is going to get flashed on as he is trying to poke the team by himself. He is going to get rooted. Can they actually kill Sponge? Yes, they will. As now we got an engage coming in as Maokai's already dead. Remember that he's AP, but now with Samira does go to the S rank, but the follow-up engage here from Bro is insane. They get the 280 carries, and that's all they need. Those are the 2 carries.
I mean, they're going to teleport here back to mid. to try to catch Career.
This is such a 9-game day, man.
I
That's challengers, baby.
I don't use your teleport like that, but okay. They're going to push down now mid to try to end. I mean, but I think by the time they get there, maybe these respawns will come through. 25 seconds on Pleta. And Career did live.
Through the acceleration gate?
Yes.
Well, there you go. I guess that's why. Career's following them. He's like, no, not my base.
I mean, he doesn't have ult, so I don't think he can stop them. They need 10 seconds.
Sponge coming up, but he doesn't do much. As, yeah, just hit the Nexus. Just hit the Nexus. That's all you got to do. Enosh just avoiding them. He's just going to hit the Nexus.
They're gonna hit the Nexus.
Bro, we're going to win in a 2-1 victory. It is Brover in favor of Bro.
They hit the Nexus. They actually finished the game. They did it. They were like, I'm gonna hit the Nexus. I'm gonna finish it. I'm gonna do it. And Sponge, everything. They had everything up. They had inhibitor turrets, all of them. And Sponge died. And DRX said, or he was dying. He was caught. And DRX said, we will force this fight in a scrappy situation where we have no setup, no ability to use our combos. DRX took that game. Sponge said, I'm gonna do the anti-Sponge and be anti-clutch
That was
here.
so anti-Sponge,
It was the
man.
anti-Sponge. He was like, I'm gonna be the most anti-clutch. But his misposition led to huge errors for the rest of DRX. Like,
Oh, man. I can't believe they actually turned this around. Look at the gold graph, guys. This is why we said it like 6 times before the game started, during the game. It's challengers, you never know. And eventually, Bro, we're the better team. Like that, by and far, very
and
clear.
then they were not the better team, and then they were the better team, and then they were not the better team, and then in the end they were the better team.
And then they were the better team. Yes. 21,000 damage from Tristana doesn't matter.
Like, I want to see that final fight again. We might. I'm not sure if we will. It's a tragedy. Great play from
That's one way to
Palu
put it.
at the end, because his knockups there were what caught all of DRX while they were trying to hard commit in pieces. And Bro's composition, even in a situation like that, they can absolutely beat 5 pieces of DRX. And they can't beat the fist, like they could, but they could rip fingers off if they're actually coming out like that. And the setup too, like with the re-engage from the rel, there's just nobody there. There's just nobody there. It's not. There were a few good moments for rel for Career, but mostly this wasn't it.
Yeah, that was just insane. I just don't know how that can happen. Like, imagine if they just had a really strong shot caller and everybody just followed the shot calls. Although maybe they do, and somebody was like, we're going in, we're engaging, and then they just got absolutely wrecked. Maybe that's not the best shot caller then. Yeah. I don't know, these guys have hands, but some of the decisions we have seen, especially in this game number 3, I don't even know
Mid-diff,
what
by the
to
way.
say.
He outdamaged him.
Yes. By how much? 20, 20, no? 22.
Oh, sorry, 22. Yeah, what?
Don't do math on
Oh
stream.
God!
6 games already. We got 3 more on the way.
No. No,
Yes.
no. I mean, I'm okay with the 9-gamer. I'm just saying, like, no, why did I do that? Why did I do math on stream?
Palu wins it. Once again,
He absorbed so much
he
pressure.
did so much in this game.
And, like, we were like, well, Alistair doesn't save this. Apparently it does. Apparently
it does. In the team fights, you know, like, the lane was rough. That was always going to be rough.
He picked up both POGs for Bro this series.
Yeah.
It's his 3rd of the season. It's his 3rd of the season. Wow.
Wow.
That's all I could say.
I love when crazy games happen like this because I get to ban so many people. It's always a fun time.
Yeah.
8 games per age, that is, no.
No, it's not going to happen.
We've come this far, it has to be no.
It's time for the 9. At
Has
the
to
end
be
of the
nine.
first round robin for us,
And the last series is Guangdong Freaks Live Sandbox. This is the series that goes to 3 games.
is the series that
we
goes
were
to
worried
3
about the
games.
first 2 series, especially the second one.
The second one was the
they
riskiest
delivered.
one. And then, bro, like after game 1 when they didn't win,
Yeah.
it was a little concerning. Game 2, though. Chat just gets me, man. That chat just gets. I don't know.
Yeah.
I
don't know. What a series. Remember game 1 too, where 3 inhibitors were down and bro lost it? They like won all 3 games almost. We almost had bro 2-0ing.
we got the bro 3-0.
That happened.
We got the bro 3-0.
world's first 3-0. Actually, not world's first, but
Been the first time in a while.
yeah.
First time in a
We
little
see it a
while.
bunch of times in the LCK too.
Happened with KT a lot.
Yeah. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Now they just win 2-0. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Remember when we were
calling
calling no items? Yeah.
Game
that
1.
was
Or was that game 2? No, it was
Game-
game 1.
game 1. Yeah, that's where we had the pause that was unrelated. The mouse pause after
Yeah, 'cause
Rakan
bro
had no
chose-
items.
Reds. Wait.
I don't know who had games.
No, it was DRX.
side
DRX
selection.
career. Yeah. Bro, DRX was on blue,
Blue side,
actually all
yeah.
3 games. So I don't know. Left in game 1 thinking bro's got this. Left again in game 3 thinking it's over. Bro lost. What's this?
What's this? How many people watched that happen?
I am 32, and what is this? Am I 32? I'm not 32 until September. I am 31, and what is this?
It's been a while since I did the good old. How many followers do we have on Twitch? How many?
Mhm.
We got 18,500. We're almost at
Wow.
20K. The channel is growing.
Remember when we said once we get 10K, we'll get channel points and emotes?
I never said that.
Somebody said that.
I never said that.
Happy birthday, Valdez. My birthday is in September. Wow.
But if you guys would like to follow the channel to know when Challengers is on, we'd really appreciate it so that you can be part
Yeah.
of the community.
You never know what's going to happen. It's not like some major regions where it's like, well, the team got a big lead in the early game. They're not going to throw this. And then they just win
We have
15
both.
minutes later.
We have both casual watchers and hardcore watchers and challengers, where the hardcore fans are here every time. We know those names. We see you in the chat every week.
Mhm.
We also have people who are like, "There's no LCK till tomorrow. I'm kind of up at a weird hour. Can't sleep. What's on?" Well, if you follow, you'll be like, "Oh, look, Challengers is running a little bit late today.
Yeah.
Maybe I can catch some." And that's kind of how we're running tonight. You know, we're going a little bit late. It's gonna be a little bit crazy.
Somebody check that off on the bingo card, the mic holding. Check. That's not the first time that we've been asked about that. Well, I don't like I'm not even tired, I'm just overwhelmed by what happened.
Thanks, now, Macon. You're the first person to wish me happy birthday today.
Yeah.
Make hands disappear. Okay. It's fun when we do this part too. Yeah. This is what we do during the interview. Sometimes we make our hands go away. We read the chat. Thanks, Fred. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate people wishing me happy birthday today. No, it's not my birthday, but
It's
I
not
really
your birthday,
appreciate. But I
but
really
yeah.
appreciate it though. It was a few weeks ago. Thanks, Charp.
Gameplay with a capital G.
Thanks, Bubsky.
We're just gonna spend the whole time like sitting here wishing Wolf happy birthday. It's not even his birthday.
It's not my birthday. June 22nd, but
What series is next? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's Kwangdong Freaks up against Live Sandbox.
do y'all sit in the LCK studio or where are you at? No, we are in the WDG studio across the street.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very comfortable here.
Who won? The fans won.
Mm-hmm.
They witnessed a really great series.
They witnessed it. They saw it. Where is Prince?
Who are these players?
Do you know what a Broly is?
Broly?
Yeah.
Like the worms?
No.
Isn't that like the gummy worm snack? Or those are trolleys,
Yeah, those
right?
are trolleys.
Ah, that's close
I
enough.
learned this word recently. It's apparently what Australians call an umbrella.
Oh, Brawly?
Yeah. I literally never
You've
heard
never
that
heard
before
Max
until
say that
recently.
before?
Nope.
all of the LCKEN crew share a birthday. It's every day. Yep. So it's
Every
today,
single day.
July 3rd, and it's also tomorrow, July 4th, and also the next day, July 5th, and the days after that as well.
Don't call it a Broly. It's Broly.
You're trolling, I'm sorry. Will you confirm or deny the existence of legs of LCK CL caster? Just it doesn't exist. No legs. We are just AI.
No legs to stand on here. We don't have any.
Yeah.
After thinking that draft was bad for bro.
I'm an Australian. I've never heard anyone call it a brawly. Huh. Okay.
Huh. Well, I'm not Australian. I've never heard anyone call it a Brawly until recently.
Yeah. Aussie girl gamer. Okay. Doesn't get more Aussie than this. Always call it a brawly. See? That's
I'll call it a
it's
brawly
the
from now
official
on.
word.
Yeah.
It's the official word. I am Aussie and I call it a brawly. Must be an Eastern States thing. They're talking about Australian states.
Yeah.
I'm from Perth. No, I'm not.
No, you're not.
Guys, we have to stop comment. We will see you after this 30-minute break for the next and last series. Hopefully we do get to 9 games here in the next one. And we will see you after the break for Kwangmo Freaks versus Live Sandbox. Bye.
치고 마무리. 대자연의 맛은 언제까 할지.
다 보고 있죠? 자, 프리가 좀 들어가고요.
스링이
녹았어요.
녹았어. 바로 그때 월광파.
아,
근데 한점 파괴력은 좀 차이가 나는 것 같긴 한데.
근데 결국에
불이
그리고
여기
예.
그리고
그리고 1, 2바
갔어요.
그래도 퀄리티가
불이.
불 올려주고
실드.
여자 불이.
와 이거
그리고 더블 한 번 더.
한 번 더. 건동 브릭스.
안 됐던 게 예.
르블랑 상대로는 잭스가 좀 힘들죠.
폴미
그러니까
와요.
폴미
와요. 이것도 메꿔주고.
폴미가 사냥 본능 있거든요.
예.
사냥 본능
자,
있거든요.
들어가요. 잡아라. 폴미.
뭔가 플레이적으로 마음의 여유가 하나생명 쪽에 좀 더 있는 느낌이거든요.
전면 없거든요. 그렇죠. 전면 없는데.
뺐잖아.
전면 없는데.
이거죠.
그래도 리신을 잡아. 잡아냈어요.
리더.
그리고 플리츠 왔어요.
리더. 뛰고.
플리츠.
어이. 나이스.
네오까지.
야, 이거 콤비 플레이가 좀 지속적으로 나오는구나. 하나생명 e스포츠.
그렇죠. 그래서 이제 잭스는 사이드를 확실히 압박할 수 있는
오,
상황이고
잘못 물렸다.
오, 일단 빙고 피하긴 피했는데
뒤로
브라운
흘러가죠.
나가면서 브라운 나가면서
그런데 문제는
아이고
콤비.
스포츠가 일단 잘 날렸어요. 근데 전멸이 없는데 이게 스포츠가 살아갈 수 있나요?
이러면 비가 가면 터지면
연계 들어갔어요. 연계.
스포츠 위험한데요. 그래도 와봐.
거기다 보냈어요.
지금 잡았어요. 지금 잡았어요.
그런데
잭스가 잡았고.
자가스가 또 괴물이거든요.
아,
아 그리고 플랜트가
이거 좀 안 될 것 같습니다. 진짜 콤비
잭스.
플레이가 들어가.
하나 토스.
막을 수가 없는 존재입니다.
점프.
아.
안녕하세요.
자, 어디 들어가?
다음도야.
또.
플러스기야.
알리 이만 빼고 빠지는.
궁 빼고 데미지도 살짝 넣어주면서 뒤로 빠지면 끌어들이고 있어요.
구도를 좀 봐야겠어.
많이 맞아요.
그리고 렉사 이거.
일단 KT가 먹었어요.
자, 그리고
네.
대박인데요.
아웃도 위험.
알리스타 전멸
이렇게
없어요.
되면 안 되는 거.
사야 도망가야죠. 전멸 쓰면서.
이러면 아, 잡히는 거 아니에요? 이거 몇몇 잡히는 겁니까?
갑자기 난리가 났어.
아,
근데 대박.
Hello and welcome back to Challenger League. We are here live in the WDG Esports studio for what could be 9 games on the day. We've already had 6.
Or 2/3 of the way
series.
there.
We had both of them go all the way.
I don't
Will
want
we
any
go all
8
the way?
game. I don't want any 8 game day shenanigans. None of that.
It's cringe.
It's pretty cringe.
It's
7
cringe if
games,
we have 8.
cringe. 6 games, I'll take it.
Six
9
is
games,
good.
that's it.
6 games is good. It's like quick. Me and Chronicler had that day where it was like 6 quick games and it was a lot of fun. It was like craziness. It was great. But we also need a 9-game day, especially you and I. We need it.
We haven't
in
had
our
it
lives.
yet. It's our turn. And I'm going to get what I deserve in all this. Live Sandbox versus Kwangdong will be the matchup. Live Sandbox only a game ahead, but they have definitely been the stronger team. And that's saying something when you consider that Live Sandbox have also had some pretty weak results themselves and have looked shaky at best. Taking that upset win over Hanwha Life earlier in the season was the peak of this squad thus far. But we'll see if they can take out Kwangdong Freaks here in a 2-0. I think they are the massive favorites. And with the power of Varus, with how strong this champion is right now, and how commonly picked, and Bull being on Kwangdong Freaks should play a factor in this series.
Yeah.
Valdez is not happy about it, but I think it will play a factor in this series.
The Varuses, it feels like if you can get a window of like 5 seconds, you're going to blow someone up. You're going to do insane damage. It's going to be crazy. But a lot of the times you just get behind and then you don't get those 5 seconds. You get like 2 seconds. And then you just die. But maybe they can make it work. I don't know. A lot of people are playing it. Obviously, it's working in scrims. It's working on stage from time to time. So they're going to keep trying. And we'll have to wait and see.
Now, this is our highest average game time also of the teams we've seen thus far. 33.5 minutes on the dot here. That's 2 minutes to 2.5 minutes higher than our average game time in Challengers. So this team can drag these out even in losses. They are very resilient, which I think is going to be a huge boon for them going into a team that hasn't made the best decisions in mid to late game. And the laning phase can sometimes go fine for Kwangdong Freaks. Gucci Fan with a cool drawing there. First win, then get POG. It's only a 2-step process. It says, better do it. You've got to do it. The resemblance is uncanny.
Yes. I don't really know what to expect from this series. I think that it should be 3 games. We were expecting it to be 3 games. But now that we're here, I'm like worried. I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe Live Sandbox are just going to like step up and take the series down real quick.
Yeah, because like, I actually was, I know I told you about this, but I mentioned this on air earlier, I believe, but I was kind of like more worried about this series than I was the last one because Bro has looked a little bit better. On paper, the second series was definitely the one that we should have been most scared about, but this one is also not guaranteed to go to 3, right?
Yeah.
It needs to be back and forth. Look at the win rates here. Definitely a bigger disparity here for Kwangdong Freaks in terms of their blue side being the only side they've won on. They have not won a single game of red. So when you see stats like that, you know there's some draft issues on red side. When they don't get the prio picks, they haven't been able to come up with great counters. Some family members here, it looks like.
Yeah, Uncle's coming down to watch the game. That's when you know the pressure's on.
Courage fan there on their father, maybe potentially, or uncle on the right side. And
Yeah.
the other one just said for all of the Kwangdong Freaks, who's cheering for the whole squad. As we'll see if they can impress, as Diablo will be the key player here for Live Sandbox, the 80 carry, who's insanely young. Still a lot of growth to be had on this player. He's played 10 games of Aphelios this season. And I would not be surprised if that continues, but also picking up 2 games of Kaisa in this new meta.
Yeah. Kaisa could be a big point pick, as it has been in recent times. It's really strong. You can even shore up your AP with it from the bottom lane, and it's still really good.
It's wild that we live in a meta where 660 DPM is like middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cleaver, he has the lowest DPM of his position in the league, but he's playing more engage. But what I was going to say about the DPM, and like this is also a fairly similar situation in terms of how it's rolling, is that it's a snowbally meta where if you are winning, you will do a lot. If you are losing, you will do almost nothing. And so these averages are kind of going down a little bit, but it is quite critical that Diablo is still halfway to the top of DPM when you look at the 2-6 scoreline. Draven for Bull, gone.
Yeah. What are they going to, like, Draven Varus Kaisa bans here on blue? That'd be fun.
That would be interesting. I don't think they will, but they could.
It's 4:15 a.m. I'm always down for 9 games.
That's right.
That's the energy we need in this chat.
Sejuani gone. I love to see that. That means we'll actually have potentially some top champion diversity. Yes, he's still 16, Diablo. Tristana gone?
He's not 16 until October. Diablo. He was born in 2007.
Oh, I thought he was... Okay, I thought he was turning 17.
Nope.
Korean Age tricked me.
Got him.
Dahyuk is going
There it
to
is.
lock in the Kaisa for Diablo. We'll see the Renekton come through quickly. Is it just a Renekton and an Azir? Yep.
Why is Sejuani still such high prio? It goes really well with a lot of the top laners nowadays, and she's just a really reliable tanky jungler.
She also sets up long-range engage.
Yep.
She has set up and follow-up. Rel gonna come through very early in this draft. They'll take the Jax into the Renekton. And if you want Alistar, you will have to take it now, so they can then ban more of Bull's champion pool away.
And they will. They will take the Alistar, and almost definitely they will.
The Varus is gone.
Yeah, ban the Varus.
The Varus is going to be gone.
The Renekton, the Azir, the flips for objectives.
I mean,
I feel like, you know, I really need to get that on my system. I just need to, like, say it every time. Because this is just the meta now. Like, every team plays it. It's not a Gen.G thing. It's
yeah,
like
I'm just
totally
like,
different.
Valdez, I think we don't have to say it anymore.
It's a totally different universe now.
It's actually the strongest solo lane setup in the meta. So
yeah,
it's what you're gonna see.
Why do I feel like people don't pick Jax Azir?
Just because I don't think the champions work together the same way.
I guess Renekton's just better for like front to back team fighting with Azir, which is what really Azir loves. So yeah, but Jax is really strong too.
Jax doesn't build Gore Drinker, and I think that's why like, when Azir pulls people back, you know, you just get into the thick of things, and really strong synergy there. Let's see what this final ban is going to be. Might be Ashe. Is my guess. It might also ban a jungler, but I don't know what you really want. Also, you haven't locked in your own jungler, so you'd be thinning your pool out as well substantially here. Might be Lee Sin if they're going to ban something. Wouldn't be shocked to see that taken away from Courage. Because despite Bull being... Okay,
Wait, why
Neela.
did they ban Poppy? Do they think this Jax is... Well,
I mean, they
actually,
just think it's gonna be Jungle Poppy.
I mean, they could have just taken it for themselves against Rella Jax and Kaisa, right? Like,
They've got something else planned.
that would have been good.
Viego is still up.
Ah, yes, the good old Xayah Alistar lane.
Yeah, I'm glad that we're not going to be seeing that.
That's like the weakest lane in this meta.
Okay, Annie's gonna make it through, and she will be locked in here, it looks like, for Guti. And then the final pick here is going to be that jungle pick. Lee Sin going to be taken away, so Vincenzo will pick it up. And now is the time to see...
Ah, yes, the Xayah Alistar lane. Well, Alistar's there to counter Rel in the team fights, and hopefully the Jax as well, and the Lee Sin. Also the Kaisa.
What about the Annie?
No, can't counter that. She's uncounterable.
But he could knock Tibbers out.
True, he could. That is a choice he could make.
I don't think he wants to make that choice. I think that's
Yeah.
that's probably not the choice. But
Worse than a ranked draft. Well, there's no Yasuo with Lee Sin.
people don't play Azir in ranked. That's a myth.
Yeah, that's a myth. Can't be worse because they don't play some of these champions.
Well, I think it's pretty safe to say we like Live Sandbox's draft more, but the top half of the map for Kwangdong was pretty good. It's the laning phase with the Xayah Alistar into Kaisa Rel that is going to be more of an issue, more of a problem. Later on in sides, you are dealing with the Jax. We're also dealing with Annie, who will just put a bear on top of the Azir and take half of his health bar and some first strike gold.
Thank you very much, she says. Better draft. We're liking Live Sandbox here. Quantum Freaks. I think it was fine in the beginning. The Alistar must pick for everyone against Rel. I mean, we saw a little bit of why in the last game, I think. You know, even from behind Paulo able to do some crazy stuff on that against the Rel and the engage from DRX, but then to back it up with Isaiah is a little bit iffy. But a lot of stuff was banned, and they just want to give Bull comfort, I guess. He's played this champ a bunch too, so I don't know. We'll see, Wolf.
Wrinkle de Kinkle asking was their champ that is often played in CL, not LCK. Somebody had the answer already. Lee Sin, that is probably the #1 champ that's played here, but not played in Pro.
And now, the #1 game. And off we go.
That doesn't
into
count
the
as a
game.
cast
That's
chicken.
not a cast
No, it
chicken.
doesn't
I wanted
count.
to not join it this time.
Yeah, I thought you were opting in for a moment there.
No, sometimes after I do, I just kind of want to let it sit and, you know, brew in it a little bit. Did a little bit of bro and brew.
We've already done that.
In the second series. We did a lot of it, actually. For you guys who are new here, the ever-elusive 9-game day on Mondays. We've only had one so far, ever, since the beginning of 2023. That one was done by Atlas and Chronicler, and it was glorious. It was the spongiest moment, right? It was, you know, Sponge is sponging everywhere. Some great moments from that one. They went absolutely insane. And we're hoping that we can also get an opportunity to go absolutely insane, because the last series, some of those drafts and some of the plays, not gonna lie, I was feeling a little bit crazy, Wolf.
Yeah, we're trying to keep our sanity a little bit here. And look, it's a new day. No, it's not. It's a new series. It's a new clean slate.
It's not clean.
It's the same day. Look, the slate is clean. Okay, the draft didn't make the slate dirty. It's just the draft doesn't count. We're in the game. The slate is clean. Let's see how Kwangdong Freaks pull this off, or don't. Because we're not leaning towards their draft being the stronger one, but as is pointed out, it's challengers. Sometimes you just have to remember it's challengers.
Sometimes being able to Featherstorm and having Live Sandbox fall flat on their faces and then engage into your Featherstorm, that could be the answer. That could be the winning play. Like, we've seen stuff crazier than that, that's for sure. So, yeah, always have to keep it in mind. Yeah, they did that 9-game day on, like, their 7th day in a row. Because we used to have because it was just the 4 of us, right? It was 1 week you'd do 5 games, and then, or 5 days in a row, and then the next week you would do 7 days in a row. And we were collectively, you know, week by week, it was 6 games on average. And it's probably like a Pog state involved.
Yeah, this week I have worked all the days, not all of them LCK, but it's not quite the same, I think. I think theirs was like a day longer than mine. And also I didn't do Pog State last night, so theirs was tougher. And you had a day off this week.
It's okay, though. If we get 9 games, we still get our names on the trophy.
Yeah, no, exactly.
You know, like, if a team goes through a bracket and they have to play every single one, like 2-1 in really close series, right? They struggled, but they got there. It doesn't notate that on the names on the trophy, right? It doesn't say, oh, these guys, it took them 18 games to win the cup, but these other guys, it only took them 12 games, and so, you know, that's better. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, it will be discussed by people, and, you know. Actually,
All right,
like,
so then I don't want 9 games.
Pundits will actually go into it. But, like, I still think that, you know, there are certain extra things that we got in this series, like the throws, right? The absolute
the random
craziness,
throws for objectives.
The really strange decision making, some weird drafts. The Alistair pivot who ended up picking up POG. You know, it was a day, and it will continue to be so for up to 3 more games. Now, this early game of this game has been 4 minutes in. Nobody's dying. Nobody's used summoners. Now, this is quite an anomaly for us for today. This has actually been the most stable early game we've seen thus far.
Yeah. Sidejax is bringing up a classic discussion point from 2021. EDG didn't have to play T1, so does their worlds really count? Yes, it still does. But similar vibes. Similar vibes. As I was mostly joking, I just won 9 games. We need it. It's my challengers, and I need it now.
Well, it's happening.
Okay, good.
Well, sort of. I mean, the gameplay is occurring. We're logged into the game, but like, nothing Challengers-esque is happening at the moment. I mean, this is like a glacial augment drop down with no damage put in. You know, a slight Renekton lead up here. Really good zoning from Illima, who is starting, by the way, today. Not always the case. We didn't really touch on it too much, but he's back. And
he's back in action.
His laning phase is good so far. And that's going to lead to a plate going down here. Well, actually, maybe not quite. Wave gets thinned out.
Yeah, it's pretty early on, 5 minutes. So, I mean, Illima's level 6. But
I mean, it will get it. It's just not going to be right now.
Maybe a little bit. You can see the big CS difference. Like, Illima's doing a great job putting on that pressure. He has some help from Courage, and it's one way to get the Jax behind. Right, eventually the Jax becomes very strong in the 1v1, and you're not really going to be able to fight him, but then Renekton has team fighting power. It feels like I'm explaining Zeri Lulu Shinami. Like, you guys know how this goes, right?
Yeah, so you commit the gank top side, you lose Dragon. Yep. So advantage here, but bottom side, they have
that
control.
Ocean Drake is going to help out the Jax in the top lane, too.
It will, albeit slightly. Lots of singing going on in the recall. It's cool. I mean, some people sing in the shower, some people sing when they're on the way back to base. It's all cool. It's fine.
Yeah. You got to sing in the car, right?
Yeah, some people do that. They can't
you
hear
ever
themselves.
Sing on your motorbike?
Yeah.
There you go.
I do. It's pretty rare. I usually like yell more than sing, you know, because.
Is that at the drivers or is that about the music?
Both.
Okay.
But usually the lyrics aren't about the drivers, so it's kind of it's a little bit weird how that works out. And look at that, he does get the play. Like I said, albeit delayed. Pretty massive lead, to be honest. Like, it's not fully natural because Courage did come over and help out, but Dahyuk is just not even slightly competing with him right now.
Yeah. He is down 600 gold
and
already.
There was a time for those who joined Challengers this year, right, when we had English and didn't watch Chronoco's stream or follow it at all, where Illima was considered to be the best top laner in Challengers for a while. But he has since fallen off a little bit and wasn't even the starter for most of this year. But this is the first time I've gotten to cast him in a really long time, and looking pretty good at the outset of it. Level 6 here to try to maybe get a flash.
Yeah, Flash Tibbers could get the job done. Goody just trying to set up the play here, and instead doesn't flash, and they show the Lee Sin.
Yeah, but I mean, it was a good reaction from Cleaver.
Should have flashed on him.
If he reacts perfectly, you still stun him, but like maybe you stun him, but you know, you waste your flash and gonna hang around a little bit longer. Courage.
They
is
know that
pop
Vincenzo is in this brush. Yeah. There it is. Q's gonna land. Doesn't matter. Not gonna go in on that one.
Yeah, he find himself on top of the turret instantly.
Hey, it's Illima down here in the bush or river. The river that has a pixel brush. Yes.
A little brush up there at the top. There's a little brush on the side. Goes in the river a little bit. How do you think those brushes get water? You know,
should be a brush in the pit as well.
It doesn't rain on the rift, but it's very green.
Yeah, here we go. Dahyuk's in there, gonna land that one. Gets the Dominus out. Just flash on in, and they turn it around so quickly. But the Tibbers is huge. It keeps everybody off of Goody as he saves it for just the right moment. And now Diablo and Plan B are like, I heard there was some action.
Oh, and the Rift Herald is gonna reset as well. Vincenzo wanted to hold on to that one. No blast plant for Illima to get over, and no flash. So not like he could try to re-engage here without those ultimates either. There's just going to be Live Sandbox's plant, and in the bottom side of the map, they don't even commit to grabbing the plate here. Will delete some CS, but going to walk away with a CS deficit, no plate. Drake goes over, flash committed, 2 flashes committed, and that's not feeling great as Guangdong Freaks. Not that it's going to cost them their gold lead, but it will be a little bit of the wind out of their sails, and some of that gold will be shored up here for Live Sandbox. Probably going to be dropped into the bottom lane. Could be put mid.
Interesting. I mean, it seems like a relatively normal time, but good CSing so far.
Yeah.
About 10 per minute, so very very high amount. Means he gets a Shiv very early.
He might have gone Futures Market also. We have seen it before. We've seen LeBlancs do it, seen Kaiser do it. I don't know if he did, so don't quote me on this, but...
No problem. Do is just our job.
It is.
It's just what we got to do.
You're welcome.
It's like what Lee Sin says.
What does he say?
He says, hey, hi, pun. But I don't know what it is in English. So, yeah, it's been a long time since I played on the English line.
All right, Valdez.
Yeah. Cool story, bro. Okay, man. Kaisa does have features and free boots.
Yep. Okay.
So, there you go.
That is, yeah, it's pretty common. You don't have to do it, but it does give you that spike a little bit faster and allows you to get out of lane easier and contest Drakes. And speaking of, second Drake in 15, Andil going in.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Rel going in. They're trying to get on top of Cards. That Q will land, and that's the execution first blood. Vincenzo picks it up as Dahyuk getting himself in a little bit of trouble. He does have teleport, though, so he might be able to shore this up, but Ilma winning that trade.
Yeah, he should just stay top here and see if he can get some plates. Dahyuk trying to defend desperately as Andil may have to ult. And got Aftershock. Got Aftershock. He's going to be okay. And they actually don't get the Drake, despite the kill. It's actually first blood. Oh no, here we go again.
I mean, it's not my fault. It's Annie.
Guess so.
Yeah. I wonder who voiced the lines of Korean Annie.
I have no idea.
Now I'm really curious.
We'll watch this one more time. Plan B with the re-engage, tons of damage coming through from Diablo, and then the Q lands. And over here, stun hits, doesn't have enough damage with the Q to get the kill. And had Iron Spike Whip. Not sure if he activated it there or what happened with that. I didn't see the animation, so still don't think it would have killed though.
I can't just make that noise out of nowhere. I need to hear it, right? We need to have Tibbers come back.
You're not gonna hear it for a little while, but you hear it in sides later for sure. Ilma, there's really got to be careful about going in on this with the turret aggro there. So far, I haven't been sold on how this comp is being played for Quantum Freaks, minus the really cool flash play we saw topside, but didn't end up winning them out the exchange.
Leader is in a very weird spot. It seems like they knew about it.
He is in trouble.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. He's just getting 100-0 to finally get the sweep in here. The Q does follow as Diablo says, well, thank you very much. I will scoop that kill. And that's a free one.
Thanks for living for so long so I can give it to the Kaisa.
Yeah.
And that's big money. That's Hextech Drake. Going to be 2 Drakes to start. A lot of extra money. Triforce Viego. We saw this from Grizzly, I believe, actually, in the LCK. I'm not entirely sure if it was him, but I think it was. But some newer tech that we are seeing come through for these brawly compositions. I think it's actually pretty wise here, but...
The umbrella compositions.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
Well, he just went straight down here because he's like, I got a control ward. But he doesn't have vision in this brush. And the ward is on top of him, and the second they see him, he's dead. They know exactly where he is.
So they had vision on the left side. And he
And
came
the
in
right side.
behind, and yes, and the right side. So they know they didn't go out of the bush. And then they checked at the tower. They're like, well, he's not at the tower.
They just knew. They knew he was in the bush. Well, they knew he was in the bush. They just didn't know like which part of the bush he was in and whether he was in Q range or not. And Vincenzo's like, he is. And then
there he was. Even with the crown, doesn't matter. Got CC'd forever because it was Lee Sin kick into Annie Tipper. Or did he have Tibbers? I think he didn't have Tibbers.
Well, he got the stun for sure, regardless.
Yeah, he had the Annie stun and the Rel combo with the crash down and the Magnet Storm, and eventually he died to Kaisa, of all things.
Kaisa is very strong at the moment. Not the strength of the champion in the meta, but Diablo in this game, he is halfway to his second item, and not a whole lot that we're seeing here from Kwangdong Freaks in terms of proactivity. Also have that one attempted fight there on Herald, and putting Cleaver to the top side of the map here. They have some vision on Herald, and Ilima is looking like he's starting to walk up here, so I think they're going to contest this big time. If they could get a big team fight win here, it could swing the game back into their favor. No bounty on this Kai'Sa. It's just really been that additional kill she picked up and the futures market that allows her to have such a comfortable item lead.
Is she just gonna have Nashers at like for like the
At like 19
fight?
minutes, yeah. Yeah, she will.
In 3 minutes time, I guess so. Well, it's crazy what you can do with that futures market route, isn't it?
Yeah.
You get so much, you get the free ass boots as well, so you're just getting so much money very early on, as the entirety of this squadron is in position. X-Blast is down, as now we do have Cleaver coming in from the top side. A little bit of a start off on the 4v3 scenario, but Bullet gets isolated, does use Featherstorm, and then just dies. Doesn't flash. Courage is just pushed away, and meanwhile the Renekton died.
Fight was very broken up for the side of Kwangdong Freaks, even though I think they're in a position to actually turn that. If they focused targets, the target selection was not good. And Bull is just isolated, not healed for at all. And what looked like was a bit of an overextension there from Live Sandbox with the Empress of Eye coming through ends up being pretty disastrous as, yeah, let's see how Ilima dies. He just gets counterstruck and then dies.
Yeah, he just thinks he's stronger at this point in time, but against the Jax who counterstrikes you as you're dashing in,
He wasn't.
he wasn't. Yeah, Divine Sunder, especially in these long fights, you're going to be getting a lot of value out of it. And
He chose to die, essentially, unfortunately.
yeah, it's just a little miscalculation, you know?
Yeah.
Didn't have his calculator out before he went for the trade.
Didn't have his abacus.
You're not allowed to have a calculator.
But you can have an abacus.
If he was allowed, yes, you are allowed to have an abacus. If you really want one, I'm sure they would allow you to have an abacus.
It's like doing the calculation. It was a little bit too slow, so he's just like, couldn't calculate. Better just E in.
Let's see how he dies. Oh, he died because they killed him. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Yeah, you know, about 1630 on the 2-item Kai'Sa. Seems fair.
Bro DRX, who won?
The fans.
The fans. Bro won also.
And also the fans.
And also the fans.
Yeah. We. Champ.
Nashers is done, by the way, 1730.
1630.
1630.
Yeah. No, it's not fair.
But I mean, he has it for the Drake, is what I'm getting at. And 1730 into the game, he's already made an impact with it for the last minute. Has additional wave clear in mid, and they're going to have Prio. Look at how quickly he, with Plan B, can clear this wave and then come over here to look for the contest. Both top laners have teleport. They will likely both join this fight. As Cleaver, if he gets pushed out of this fight and can't Emperor's Divide, there's just no functional way for Kwangdong to win this. It's just not going to happen. It has to be about Cleaver's engage.
Yeah. And now their side lane isn't winning, so yeah. It's let's see how this one goes. Diehawk now looking to proxy the wave. Definitely can do that. So Rift Herald comes down, and Illima's just gonna take the long way. He's just gonna walk down. Says,
Let's
okay, I don't
see.
care about top lane anymore.
Cleaver's in position.
Yeah, nice engage here. Tries to get the sweep, but misses, and the counter Magnet Storm is huge. His TP's coming in. They're trying to get on top of Goody, and they will take him down, but nobody is really dealing with Diehawk there on the backside as down should go Plan B. That will be the one, but Diablo is still alive, and nobody dealt with the super fed Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and
even Diehawk, who came in a little bit late.
The Renekton is now out of ult, and Diablo's just going to continue to poke. Now, I don't think that Live Sandbox can actually take down the Drake itself, but they continue to push and shove this team away, and eventually maybe reset for it, but lots of damage here still available. This Kai'Sa, or rather Xayah, is still up, and they're actually just going to start this because there's no vision here for Kwangdong Freaks, so Kwangdong should be able to sniff this out and come over and contest. Don't want to be giving this up until Cleaver can teleport back in. They are going to commit to this fight part 2.
Fight part number 2, and they should be able to just burst it down. It's going to get pretty close, as this might not fully upgrade it perhaps. Either way, going to take it down. That's the Chemtech, and they just, you know, they're just running by, saying hello, and then they left.
Kwangdong really just did not do their due diligence, and then they decided to check a little bit late, and then they were caught with their pants down. As the engage here from Andal is not exactly the one you want, because it's onto this Annie, and then the engage here as well, Proto Belt to dodge, just catches only Tivers and the Rift Herald. And then you see how much damage is put onto Vincenzo. He's forced to flash away. And this Renekton is big. And it turns out that him coming down here was very critical for this fight. But the Kai'Sa just does too much damage. It's a trade, but it's a trade up for Live Sandbox. They take the third Drake of the game. It's Chemtech Soul. So Soul Point here, not that valuable. But I think Kwangdong Freaks definitely could have contested. And they waited too long, came in very late.
So now Diablo has 4 kills. Actually, for a large part of the beginning of that fight, he was just hitting the ulted Alistair. So not really doing critical damage, but eventually he hit him with a W right after the Unbreakable Will fell down, and then he was able to follow up, of course, with those 2 kills at the end. So he's still getting rewarded with the money. And he's gonna have 3 items here in a little bit. Like, he's already got a pickaxe, like he's gonna be getting there. And eventually, yes, the Kai'Sa is kind of low range and can be a little bit squishy, but she's very slippery. Diablo has cleanse. He's been playing pretty well so far.
I mean, the scary thing is, like, he can poke, he has wave clear, he can follow up on dive.
Wait, so
he does a lot of damage in team fights. Yeah, he can't tank. That's the one thing he can't do. But he can do everything else. Cleaver has flash, dash, and crown, so I don't know if this is, yeah, I don't know if that's really the mission that you're looking for, Live Sandbox. As they're going to try to clear some vision here. Maybe start threatening a Baron start, because Diablo is so big.
Yeah, what about the shield from his ulti, Wolf?
빨간 팀의
What? The
포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Well, I mean,
A little bit tanky. Not really.
not really.
But
That's the one thing he can't do.
yeah. If they can link a couple of things onto Diablo, like the cleanse is a bit of an issue, but what if like Andal gets a big engage onto him? You cannot cleanse the knockup, so could definitely try to just combo down Diablo. I think it would take him being very out of position to really make that happen, but it's challengers. We've seen crazier things happen already today. That's definitely something I've already said for a good reason.
True.
So, yeah, who knows? A lot of this weight will be on Diablo to carry a little bit. But they do have the Jax, who's in a much better spot after that solo kill. So Tenzo just gonna sit by, pick up the other half of the red buff. Be good with that.
Looks like we're just gonna chill for 2 minutes before that Chemtech Soul spawns. It's gonna be an early elder this game if Kwangdong Freaks cannot deny the Drake, and I don't think they're that interested in it.
Ow.
Yeah, and he's gonna do it again. At least this time Bull is able to dodge it and gets all of the CS.
How about this time?
Well, since he dodged it, it's gonna take a few more seconds before he can do it. Has to hit.
Yeah. It's still like, it's okay, so it's 12-second cooldown.
Yeah, it's pretty long.
Right now. It's like, it's long, but it's not, well, it's like medium.
It's long.
It's like medium.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not like Warwick W, but you know.
Yeah.
All right.
Who was the main?
I don't know
She
if-
was not.
I don't know about this.
Yeah, getting on in there again. Divine Sunder just whacking away at the Renekton. He's got Counter-Strike up, and now the Kai'Sa's there, and I don't even think he needed him. So, once again, taking a trade that Dihawk will be very happy with.
I just don't understand. I don't understand why.
Are you okay?
I mean, I don't think that's not what you want to be doing. In this case, you have to respect the Jax. You have to just sit under your turret. You have to say, I'm not winning the side lane. It's not about how good you are as a player. It's not about your 700 gold lead. It's about what Jax does. And guess what? He got a second Counter-Strike. What are you going to do about
Wolf.
that?
He finished Squinsu's.
Yeah, he did. And
Oh,
guess what?
no.
30 seconds till that soul fight.
I feel like our chances of a 9-gamer are slowly circling the drain.
I mean, we had a pretty strong early game for Kwangdong, so keep your hopes up. Not
Okay.
for this game, that's for sure, but
feeling just a little bit sad, a little bit
빨간
melancholy.
팀의 포탑이
I mean, this one
파괴되었습니다.
is probably donezo. But it doesn't mean that Live Sandbox is just going to take an easy 2-0. It kind of means that, but like it doesn't actually mean that necessarily. Like, if somebody asked me honestly, you know, how I feel, I would tell them that. But Just how I feel doesn't mean how you feel doesn't mean that's how it's going to go. Anything could happen. We saw that last series.
Yeah, that is true.
We saw the first series where both games in games 1 and 2 were insanely one-sided. Maybe Quantum Freaks bounced back with a crazy one-sided game 2. You don't know, Valdez.
Yeah, I don't.
Stop acting like the
Honestly,
hope is
I
dead.
don't know
It's not
anything.
dead, Valdez. It's okay.
You're right.
It's not okay for Andil. He's just giving Diablo more resets on the Void Seekers.
That one was off. It's okay. He's still going to be doing 30% of
Vincenzo on
people's
the
health.
flank.
Let's see how it goes. Q is actually going to land. Nice try on the flash, and he does get the Featherstorm out. And Bull, okay, now he's half health. As Ilima in the front line is going to get caught out here, as down he should go. Huge Magnet Storm, and they are just looking to wipe them up, as does Cleaver. Is going to put up a nice little wall, but you can't stop Diablo from flying on in from miles away, as the W is going to miss. But I think with the Z here in a couple of seconds, should be able to catch up to Ondil. As there it is, 1 Q, 1 auto, down he goes. Now 6-0, I believe, is Diablo. And this game is, yeah, feels pretty over.
Yeah, kind of trying to decide who is POG. Is it Dahyuk who killed Ilima when Ilima gave him opportunities? Is it Vincenzo who's kind of been all over the map? Is it the Kaisa because it's all
Plan
about
B.
her? Plan B, that's...
Although it does
I
feel
don't
like
know about
Pongdong are
that.
kind of goofing up the engages, but he's hitting them. He's getting the angles.
I mean, in this case, Q comes through. Good ult here from Bull, but just so much poke damage here. And then, yeah, I mean, Ilima, he was trying to set up for the re-engage, but he shouldn't have been up that far. Then this comes through. It's pretty clean. Looks cinematic. And like, Cleaver, he has tried so hard to do these disengages. And he keeps hitting big Embers Divides, but there's just nothing. There's nothing in the tank. He's like, I saved you guys. You guys.
Yeah.
I did it. I hit them. You guys can fight now, right?
Yeah, he's been good. You know, he's he's getting those lineups, but unfortunately,
The thing is, like, I mean, it's always gonna be a big lineup like that when you're playing against a dive comp where everyone piles
Yeah.
in. He did a lot of damage in this game so far. Ilima did too, but hasn't been effective.
doesn't count. Yeah, he's like taking aggressive trades and doing like the whole health bar of Jax and then just dying. As we do have
Speaking
a
of Jax.
TP to the top lane. And okay, so Ilima's gonna come over here. W's continue to hit as now he is, oh my goodness.
Valdez has never seen Kaisa W's before, man. He's learning.
I think it's just that it's so early that it's
There's the
this
shield.
much. Like it's like
Crown's gone.
yeah, like we can see this in the LCK at like 30 minutes, 35 minutes, but not this early.
Nope.
He does take 2 turret shots for fun.
I mean, I think he's just showing off. Honestly, I think I'm gonna vote for him.
Yeah.
It's just, the game is too much about him at this point, even though he did just get the last hit on people in that one fight and then be able to buy
Right
all the things.
place, right time.
Yeah,
Right, Wolf?
he created opportunities for himself, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he's still doing it. Look at him. One more. Okay, how, like, at this point, just walk away. Stand behind the turret.
does
Just
go
stand behind the
pretty
turret.
fast.
I know, but, like, just stand behind the turret.
I think actually the best way to nerf it is to take some speed off of it. Like keep it the same damage, but make it so that people can outplay it. Because sometimes it just feels like it just hits too easily. Ilima is getting a very nice angle. He's going to find Diablo as the cleanse does come in, and now he does have to get away. Nice flash as well, just kiting it out as the lead is just too wide at this point. The W is going to miss. Meanwhile, Dahyuk was not even here. He's just taking down the base. And down will go this next is Liv Sandbox going to take game number 1 in about 29 minutes as we will have a huge Quadra coming through for the Kaisa. That is the end of this one.
Basic start to the series.
Based.
Very one-sided game. Dahyuk just comes in and ends it. Goodbye.
Ended.
And
Yeah,
I'm voting
gonna
bot.
follow you.
I'm voting bot.
It's been a long day, and you know what? Like, he did the boom boom damage.
He did.
Let's do one boom boom damage vote.
No, I'm down for that. Let's see
It
how
was a good boom boom damage.
see how boom boom it is. As look at Dahyuk, by the way, on the minimap. Like, he's already on Nexus turrets when Ilima engages, and this is just showing like how doomed this is for Kwangdong. Like, they're like, maybe if we win this fast enough.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
No, that's...
Yeah, that was like half a self bar.
Yeah. Dayak is just like, I don't even know what you guys are doing. Like, the point of the game is to kill the Nexus slow.
Yeah. Nice, nice BM stopwatch there at the end.
31,000 damage.
Yeah. Still not as much as, say, Tep's Tristana in that one game.
We didn't really like the Xayah pick here.
No. No, we didn't.
And it didn't really live up to even our, like, what we thought it could do in a mediocre situation, let's say. It was, unfortunately, a very tough game. Yeah, never had a chance. Illima, his early laning, his early levels were fantastic, but he did not know when it was over. He was living in the past. He was like living in minute 7 at minute 20. You know what I mean?
Yeah. A lot of the times, like if you guys watch LCK a lot, you'll notice that sometimes there's no action. It's because the laners know exactly when like spikes are being hit, and Renekton will put on some pressure, but then he'll back off at the exact right time because those guys have played the matchup like they could have even scrimmed it with their buddy like 30 times before, you know, especially if it's a common matchup, right? I think what we saw here is a clear, you know, he just wasn't ready. Like, I don't know, his Renekton was good, like he has the hands, but the understanding of when to go in and what to do, and, you know, and some of the trades were close, and you could say, okay, maybe Illima is used to outplaying his opponents, whatever. But, yeah, in a long trade against the Divine Sunder to dash in, I think the first one was a bit of a mistake. The second one, what are you going to do?
It's his second Renekton game of the season. Lancer's only played 2 games. I just haven't really commentated Kwangdong and see that many of their games this season. I actually thought maybe it was 50-50 between the two of them. Diablo is going to pick it up, which I think everybody was ready for a cop-out vote, you know. 200% damage
We're all
per gold.
done looking for like the 5-head angle. You know, like, oh, who really was pulling the strings on this? We're like, no, I see big number. I put vote there.
Because, I mean, he was oppressive, but he was not the defining pick. Like, I think they could have won with any AD carry with the scoreline he had, but because he was Kai'Sa, it was just painful for Kwangdong. They were like, he's just raining on us over and 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 over again. Like, we can't do anything. We can't walk towards Baron, but also, like, we can't even cower in our base. He will find us. He will kill us.
And he was very accurate. You know, he knew exactly where he was. He knew his spike. It was quite obvious. And so I really like that tech too. Just, you know, avoiding fights, farming it out, futures market, get that Shiv, and farm your heart out. And that he did. Well, guys, we are done with game number 1. Most important in the game is the next one. We'll see you in a bit.
빨간 팀의 악재기가 파괴되었습니다. 빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Hello and welcome back to Challenger League. We just got Liv Sandbox bopping Kwangdong Freaks in game number 1. Now we're going to hope that Kwangdong Freaks can bring it back and that we can have 9 games so that we can also be cool, just like Atlas and Chronicler.
I want to be
Otherwise,
cool
we're
like them.
cringe.
I saw all of the
8 game
signs.
days are super cringe.
We haven't had the Elder flip yet, but we otherwise got all of the signs.
We could
all
have
of
it here in
the-
game 2.
Like, my knee's hurting a little bit even, and I'm just like,
Ooh.
it's not because I banged my knee earlier on the non-existent desk. It's because it's going to 9 tonight. Let's see what this draft looks like. I want to see something crazy. I want to see Kwangdong Freaks absolutely pop off. I want them to have, like, the Galaxy Brain read. It's not going to be Varus. It's not going to be Varus, that's for sure. It's not going to be the
Please
Zaya
not.
pick there. It's going to have to be some Galaxy Brain stuff coming out,
Like
or else
Kaisa.
the dream is dead.
Galaxy Brain, the best AD carry in the current meta. Oh, or Tristana. Are you the type of person that puts on a sock and then a shoe and then the other sock and then the other shoe?
No.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think you were insane. Me neither. You didn't bang your knee, you don't have legs.
You can't actually do that in Korea because you put your shoes on last when you leave the house. You never wear your shoes in the house.
You could carry your socks over
That would
to where
be-
the shoes are.
Even weirder.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, you could technically do it. I wonder if I've ever done that. I don't think that's even possible. I don't think it's possible for me to have done that. Kwangdong Freaks did
I don't
select
think
blue
so.
side, by the way. You wear socks inside?
I mean, sometimes I usually wear them on my way to my shoes.
What else would you wear
In the
inside?
winter, I also wear my socks inside
you wear
often.
socks? You have feet? Yes. Socks first or pants shorts first? Depends on
Ooh,
feeling.
Honestly,
I go both ways.
two things. Like, depends on if my pants are like, if I get my socks, my pants are in another room. Socks are going on first. Also, are the socks easy to put on? Because if the answer is yes, I will always just instantly put them on. If they're like socks, you kind of gotta like finagle them a little bit. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
A little tight, or you gotta make
the
sure.
little finagling.
Yeah. Then I'm definitely putting pants on first, socks last. All right. Draft.
I usually
Bring us to the
don't
9.
put on socks if I'm putting on shorts because it's much easier. If it's pants, much higher probability that I'll put on socks first. But yeah, the draft.
Yeah. No, I feel you. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna get into the socks anymore. We we need to channel game nights. This is why we don't get to get 9 gamers. We're talking about socks. We're gonna talk about this draft, which is so interesting and completely different than what it was moments before. And by completely different, I mean exactly the same, except Poppy was banned earlier this time.
Yeah, and they swap sides.
Yeah.
Do you ever wear tier 2 boots or are tier 1 good enough?
I'm always tier 1. No magical properties.
Yeah, I guess I'm the same.
Just make me move faster.
My shoes are orange though, so maybe that's some kind of tier 2 boot.
I do think it's really weird the champions go onto the Rift barefoot first. It just doesn't seem like the right way to go to battle. All right.
Yeah.
First pick, Tristana, not a thing. Sejuani's gone.
Renekton.
Ilma is committing.
Just don't do what you did last
Dialog is
time.
like, okay, I'll opt in.
Of course. And now play Kaisa.
He's going to play Jax, and they're going to pick Kaisa.
You're definitely not picking Olaf.
He's definitely not picking Olaf. If he
Definitely not picking
does,
Olaf.
then we're going to 9 games.
Maybe he wants it too. Kaisa's good. You were going to pick that anyway. Pick up the Kaisa. Oh, this is actually good because, you know, well, I guess Kwangdong Freaks could take the Jax away, but they're probably not going to, right?
Well, I mean, I think Kwangdong was there. I think Liv Sandbox were just kind of like, we're going to pick this, and there's nothing you can do about it. Also, we're getting this, by the way. It was like a mental, it was a mental game thing where they're like, yeah, we're going to play this, and we're going to beat you again. So just get ready. This is where something has to change, and I don't know if Azir is it. I don't think it's it.
But Wolf, it's on top of the tier list. And there's only one answer to Rel. It's Alistair.
So even on blue side, you're letting Liv Sandbox just control your entire draft.
Yes.
They're actually Liv Sandbox are red side and blue side actually functionally in this draft.
They're also yellow side because, well, they live Sandbox. Ooh, the Varus pick.
I told you guys this wasn't going to be the answer.
Yeah.
The less Kwangdong's draft makes sense, the more hopeful I am that we get a crazy one that goes the distance. Well, yeah, Jax was going to come in no matter what.
Mhm.
They just wanted to use some extra time to think about what they want to ban.
No mid laners. So we might see some mid lane bans. Could also
Azir's
target
gone.
the junglers.
Azir's gone.
Azir should be gone. I think as Live Sandbox, though, you could ban Azir. Or you might even look to pick it up yourself.
Ooh,
And just
Maokai.
not ban it and say, okay, if you want to leave it, we'll pick it.
I guess that's a possibility.
Like, if they really wanted to prioritize that. I'm not sure. Like, Azir can get in there, but watch them pick, like, a Kali. We go to 9 games. That could be fun.
We're not going to do that.
Hey, you never know.
Silas is actually really good for Live Sandbox. I do like these Silas bans from Quantum. I think it's really good for the dive.
I like this. Based on the draft, which is meaningless, 9-gamer isn't looking so great. Very true. That is a very challenger statement that you have just
Now,
made.
Mikon, please answer me honestly. It's not looking good. It's not looking good.
But teams have been known to totally
Run
just
it. Yeah.
run it in the second half of draft. So let's see. Live Sandbox pick up that Akali. Maybe they'll play Heimerdinger mid. Who knows? There are many different ways. It is your ban.
It is tough though, to be honest. It's not looking good. You can just pick Viego and then have counter pick. So like I said, they functionally got the first pick blue, Kai'Sa, and also will have counter pick in R5. They also forced an Alistar pick.
Yeah.
So
Like you look at
what do you
those-
got, Kwangdong? You got Renekton into Jax that you got absolutely obliterated in last time? That's what you got?
Yeah. Like you look at those first couple of picks, Renekton B1, which we've seen, but with Kai'Sa banned. And then you pick Alistar B2. And you just know you're not in for a good time.
Yeah, you're like,
Against anything.
It's like that trade thing where it's like, I receive Kai'Sa Rel, you receive Renekton Alistar.
Oh, God. Oh, God. That's not a fair trade.
Well, I think it's probably going to be Ari for Guti, to be honest. And we're going all in on the Wukong. Okay.
Woohoo, Kong. Lee Sin. Okay.
I mean, Courage is a good Lee Sin player. He's had his moments. I think it's going to be an Ari. Just makes the only comp, the thing that makes it.
No.
Oh, no.
Please no. Please no.
No. Oh, it's just
okay,
going to be Ari.
please play-
Stop trolling and just
Please
lock
play.
it in.
Okay, God, that was
Oh,
really scary.
man. I mean, I'm down for the 9-gamer, but like I didn't want it to be
Not
like
like
this.
this.
Not like this.
Not like this.
No, I wanted it.
Oh, boy.
He was never going to pick a Kali into Annie, Lee Sin, or Renekton. There was no way.
Well,
There
we
was
have
no
seen
way.
people do it before.
There was just no way.
Oh, man. Remember, it was Pulbay, right? He picked it into the Renekton something, and then he got stunned when he went in on the...
Oh, yeah, an LCK.
No, it was Pulbay.
Oh, Pulbay.
I
Oh,
think it
the
was
flanking
Pulbay.
pull game? That was actually
No,
into Azir.
maybe it wasn't Pulbay. No, it
No.
was someone else who played it, and you were like, this is never going to work.
That was in LCK. And you and I had like the argument. Like,
Oh,
on
that
the
was
desk.
LCK?
Yeah, it was during the desk.
Oh.
Like off camera, I was like, this pick is
Oh,
terrible. And you were
yeah,
like, no, it's
that's
going
right.
to work. And I was like, oh, yeah? Did not work.
And then I got stunned. Well, I mean,
There were some gameplay buttons that were pressed in certain ways that were not ideal. It was not completely that I was right. It was partially that I was right, partially the Akali play wasn't great.
Let's see.
It's Live Sandbox with a well-defined pick comp versus Quantum
Hungry
Freaks with some engage and single target blow up. They have to get through an Ari.
Some disengage. Random kickman.
Let's see how Ilma plays, because if he
A
plays
random
better,
assortment of 5 strong champions.
if he plays better this time, maybe you could play through topside a little bit, you know, get to the late game where you can engage for the Varus. If they decide to hard engage on the Rel, you disengage, kite through the choke point, use your Varus power. I'm being hopeful for the 9-gamer. I've got my telescope out. It's looking into the future. I see the 9-gamer, you know. Got my
It's just out there.
binoculars.
Yeah, we got to summon it. We got to gather our energy. Let's do it for game 2.
I was a little bit late.
미니언
But it was okay.
생성까지
okay.
30초 남았습니다.
It worked.
Hold my breath, man. This is it's a tough one for Quantum Freaks. You know, 1-7 could end their first round robin on a 1-8 scoreline. There's a loss here.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of game wins either. They took 1 game off of DRX and 1 game off of T1. Other than that, they did have the 2-0 win against Bro. So that's a total of 4. I said total like 3 times. 4 games won so far.
Yeah.
In summer. 4.
Yeah. And that would,
Not
if they lose here, they will be at -12, I believe, if I did the math correctly.
Whoa.
So that's not looking ideal. Did I do the math correctly?
I don't know.
Yeah, I did.
It's kind of scary
That's wild.
doing the math on the stream.
Just because like 8 losses, 16, and you said 4 game wins, so -12. Yeah, it's not that hard.
Well,
I just thought I crossed something up, but -12.
Illinois went for like a little windy walk, but he's okay. Came back, has Q, got all 3.
Yeah, but now he's going to. Okay, that was scary. You queue the minions and don't hit the jacks. That's not the kind of trade you're looking for. But level 2 first here for Daihug. This happened last time. Zone him away for a moment. Get that minion. Wait for a few more hits. And level 2. Level 2.
Dash down as double stun. We got everything stacked up here. All the passive stacks for the Kaisa.
Hail of Blade.
It's so funny, too, that, like, I love how there's basically no consideration for the fact that, okay, well, Illimat didn't have a great game on the Renekton, but even more importantly is that Kaisa is available, and Diablo just PUG'd against you guys going 10-0. And it's just like, no, Renekton's better. That actually happened.
That did happen. That actually did happen.
All right, nice setup here. Goody in a lot of trouble, but the charm comes in. Flash forward, Courage picks it up, but he will go down. Hashtag worth.
Yeah, I mean, that's some additional assist gold going over to Cleaver, but more money for Guti, so in the isolation of the mid lane matchup, actually a win for the Ahri. She gets more money. And we'll watch this one more time. Trying to be aggressive here instead of on top side in mid. It's a little bit more of a power play here with the setup. Stun, flash forward here allows the Q. Goody panics, flashes instantly, but it's enough to bring Courage into turret range. A bit surprised he fully committed there. And like, Goody's flash was so late that like, I don't know, it just felt like a little bit bizarre that he was committing that hard, but you don't want to trade flash for nothing, so have to force it somehow. But at least then he doesn't get to choose, like, I want to go in almost and then get your flash and then be okay with it.
Vincenzo is going for a little walk here as now he's in between Cleaver and Courage. Has to flash away. We got a little roam up from Ondil as he is in trouble. Charm is going to land, but Vincenzo is so dead. They're going to give that kill over to Courage.
That's a W.
Okay.
This Lee Sin pick starting to pick up some steam. Now, hopefully, it's not going to be a Raptor situation where has a great early game, gets a bunch of kills, and then they kind of run it a little bit off of one Lee Syndrome moment. Zillima's going to proxy the wave over here, starting to get that CS lead back up. Just got to wait for the right moment to stop doing this. Step 1 complete. Down here, things getting a little bit better for the Varus. Nice pop there on the passive.
And Plan B just trading with the other support. AD carry's going at it, support's going at it.
Mid laner's going at it.
Kind of. The mid laners rarely go at it though. Mid lane is it's kind of a sad position nowadays.
I mean, Goody's he's kind of trying to go at it a little bit. He's like being deceptive with his orbs. He's pushing this wave in. He's not afraid of anything. Probably should be a little bit more afraid.
That was a nice little incinerate stun there, set up by Cleaver.
But Goody denied 2 CS. Worth. Not a whole lot of action outside of that exchange there.
Yes, we are on course for 9 games with Kwangdong ahead here. They were ahead in game 1. And then they took an arrow to the knee.
Yeah, more like a sledgehammer to the knee, let's say.
Oh my God! What is with you and the brutal analogies today?
I mean,
you said something
just-
about the fingers and stuff, and
you're just not
man.
you're just not telling the full story, you know? It was a bit more than an arrow to the knee.
yeah, true.
More trauma.
That's
It was
an
not a mere
outdated
arrow
meme.
to the knee, Valdez.
Going to
Ilima,
meme jail.
he's got level 6. They're getting this Drake. Diux got under a little bit of pressure. Let's see if they actually are able to turn this into early Rift Herald control.
Yeah, it's not Chemtech Soul either.
Yeah.
Second Drake on the map.
Yeah. 9 games.
9 games. Yeah.
To me, as a professional commentator, the most important thing about this second game in this final series is that we go to 9 games. Doesn't matter about who wins. Doesn't matter about the comps. Doesn't matter about the players' feelings. Okay. I want 9 games. Like I said, I will get what I deserve. This might be our last chance.
You've done your time. You've put in the effort
I want to have
day in, day out.
I want to have a speech like Tidus in Final Fantasy X where he says it's his last chance, but it's actually about the 9-game day. And about how Kwangdong Freaks need to stand up to Live Sandbox here. They're standing up to Guti a little bit. Just a little bit. He didn't go first strike.
Oh,
Long range turret
could
shot.
have been so much gold. Here's Vincenzo trying to set something up on Ilima. Nice flash forward as Ilima is in trouble. Does have flash. He's just trying to get this kill, and actually he will with the Q. We got a fight down in bottom side. 2 kills for Kwangdong Freaks. They are coming back and trying to make this 9-gamer a
magic.
thing. Ignore that Vincenzo just got a kill to clean it up. That's not as important as Bull.
The magic, Valdez. The magic of the 9-game night. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my knee that was neither wounded by an arrow or smashed by a sledgehammer. It's just that kind of night as Diablo's going to get queued on here. A little bit late on the cleanse, my friend. It's not really cleansing the Lee Sin kick. Unfortunately, we'll be dead. DED. That's a Varus. It's Bull's Varus.
Yeah.
Lethal tempo. Bull Varus. The
Attacking
prophecy.
really fast.
The prophecy, Valdez.
We better get an Elder Flip in one of these games. Then we have the full completion. Like everything happens. We get every part of the Challenger stream in one go, in one day.
In one single night, the
Yeah.
most memorable night of LCK Challengers in LCK Challengers history. On the global stream.
Well, Courage is gonna get this for free.
He is.
Yeah, you got that first Hex Tech.
So, Hextech going over, Herald going over, Varus with a lead, Renekton with a lead, Lee Sin, lead.
Leads in.
Yeah, leads in any. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah, it's going even. It's okay. It's good.
Should have
Fine.
taken first strike, but Level 8. Man, we're getting to the nitty-gritty as Gore Drinker's picked up for Courage early.
Wow.
Early Gore Drinker. It is gonna get fiery here on this next Chemtech Dragon.
Do you think it's gonna be Infernal Soul?
I think it's gonna be either Infernal or Cloud. I'm hoping for Infernal.
I think it's gonna be Ocean Soul again. I think it's just gonna
Well,
be...
that sounds like the most likely scenario to lead to a crazy challenger situation. As Guti, that's not what you want. She just giggled though this time. She didn't actually say that.
Yeah, so I had to fill in the gaps.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
I'm just doing my job.
Courage, vision check. Clearing it out. Plates going down. Plan B hit level 6. Careful, careful, Ando. Careful.
Steady.
I'm not a biased caster.
okay.
I'm just a caster looking for 9 games of entertainment.
It's it has nothing to do with the teams at all. Nintendo, just passing by, trying to be useful here. Goody is taking a big bunch of damage. Tibbers gets another whack in there. As ooh, that's pretty close with the Q.
Zoning them out of some CS. 7 CS behind. 9 games confirmed.
It's just a guarantee at this point.
Illima, 30 CS up, not inting, not all inning. Still, I mean, you know, there's no Divine Sunder just yet, but he hasn't messed it up. He might be messing it up. I think he's messing it up, Valdez.
He does have Dominus.
Is he going to turn it back again?
Yeah, he might be able to get this kill on a Diehawk. Pretty close for the Q. Maybe not enough rage, not really doing that burst boom damage. But
That's
look
a whole
at this.
turret. Yeah.
It's so, like, Diablo's not going to have nearly the same game that he did in game 1.
I actually thought Illima was maybe going to end up getting taken out there, but with how, I mean, both of these champions don't have their Sunders yet. He's in the position to actually just kind of walk it out. Survives there. Has 2 plates to his name now, and in fact, it's Diehawk who backs first. Illima's hanging out. He's healing up, he's reneked, he's going to get another plate while they also get bottom dragon. Where is the macro Live Sandbox?
It is Lane Kingdom as it is Ocean Soul in this game. But hey, I mean, they get these first 2 Drakes very early. Maybe if they get a couple more, you know, a good 10 minutes. It'd be 22 minutes in the game, you have Ocean Soul.
She
Not
did
bad.
it! Guti, 74 gold down.
He's in the lead.
Look at the numbers are going up, they're going up. Look at him clear the wave, the numbers are going up. Oh, 14, 14.
Every lane is winning.
He's like 130 gold up now.
That's pretty huge. I'm pretty confident now that Cleaver's gotten across the line here. Swear you
Ocean
was
Soul.
listening, showing us the gold. Yes, very much a lot of gold here. In favor of Guangdong Freaks, you can see overall about 4,000. And what comes next?
What do you mean?
Like in the League of Legends, what comes next?
Oh, I was gonna say. I mean, well, the 9th game, obviously, between Guangdong Freaks and Live Sandbox, are very likely Live Sandbox choose blue
games are
side.
happening. Yeah.
Well, what comes next is the next objective fight. So, Sunder, once that's done for Diehawk, maybe we can see Live Sandbox put up a fight here on the second Rift Herald. We need to see some engages. This time they're not getting donated a massive lead to the Kaisa, as Ilma's going to take out another plate here and potentially just the whole turret.
The timing of this is perfect. It's 40 seconds before the plates go down, and Cards comes up here. Probably Ilma's calling him up. Hey, let's put on some pressure. I can get these last 2 plates. It is so much extra money. They get 5 plates in bot, 5 plates in top, and 0 plates in mid.
Ilma, weakest performance in game 1. Got an early lead, but then kind of ran it down the lane a little bit. And we're like, what are they doing? They're prioritizing the Renekton. Kaisa's up, Rail's up. Just going to do that. Not going to pick these 5 prior champions. We were a little bit disappointed. What happens in reality? 40 CS lead. All plates. First brick. Second brick. They got both turrets. They got topside control. Rift Herald spawning. Everything
Double
you
brick.
think you know about challenges. Every idea you've ever had. Any concept could just be turned on its head on the 9-game day. You just don't... You just can't see it
Anything
coming.
is possible.
You just can't know.
That is the wonder. That is the allure of the Challenger Day.
1 in 17 we got obliterating game 1. Game 2, 1,750 plate gold.
How do they do it? How do they manage it? All the LCK teams are trying to figure it out, and yet they still cannot.
It's just, it's the magic.
Yeah, they don't have the Challenger's magic. That's why.
You can keep your 6-game day up. I prefer the magic.
All right, this is a good-looking one for Live Sandbox. There's only 2 people elect to fight. We do have double TP coming in here, as it is the shutdown for Diablo. But let's take a look at this frontline. Cleaver and Illima leading the charge. Lots of low health bars on the side of Live Sandbox. That's a stun to come in onto one, as in goes Vincenzo. He's looking for the shutdowns, and he will not get a single one, as Bull will just barely survive and pick it up.
We did not curse it. The dream is alive. Illima is...
The magic.
is charmed, and Guti is as alive as the 9-game dream as he walks away, but that was a sick fight from Illima. Ults takes all that damage, and Renekton is so strong in this meta, but when you're this far ahead, it is kind of unreal as even his phage is going to get value in this fight. Chains of Corruption here initially blocks the engage from Plan B, but he's still able to flash the delayed Magnet Storm here. But Bull, he's the one who isn't touching, and Ilma appears. He teleports in. The hero looking for redemption after a loss in game 1. He bounces back in a big way, and then Bull, the on-hit Varus God, does he miss? No. Does the stun come through from Annie? Yes. Does Vincenzo get a reset? Not on the 9-game day!
If this was a cringe 7 or 8 game day, he would have gotten that reset. The Viego would have gotten a quadra kill. We might not even be here. Might have just already ended. Might have just been the end of the day. Take a look at this gargantuan gold lead he has in the top.
Yeah, 2,600.
2,600 gold.
A whole team would be lucky to have that at 16 minutes. And Vincenzo's trying to make a play. He will not commit.
He will not make a play.
I mean, in this time, Ilma can actually go on the Jax. He's 2 levels up. Like, this time the Jax doesn't actually win.
Yeah.
I mean, he will eventually,
Times
but
have changed.
I don't know if the game actually goes that long.
Yeah.
Okay, Viego, calm down.
We do a little poking, you know.
It's a little, see, that's a little pokey stick. He's got this like toilet paper roll sword. He's back in elementary school. This is a dead turret. I don't even know if the charge is required, but we'll be committed to this disengage so they can get this soul point. Dihuk's going to try to get some bounty gold here, but it is going to be the Ocean Soul Point that's picked up. And he'll pick up some bounty gold for his team, but the scenario here is quite dire, as Diablo is also rocketing his way towards that 2-item spike with the Nashor's Tooth, because even Futures Market did pick up that kill earlier. So there's a window back in. As much as I want to say it's only the 9-game dream, but now I've done my legally obligated there's a window back in statement, and so I'm going to go back to hyping the 9 games.
Yeah. We thought.
Contractually obligated to tell you guys
Yeah.
that Live Sandbox might win. However, buy into the 9-game hype.
Yeah. Buy in. It's time to buy. Cleaver. Ooh.
She's not going to be laughing after this.
Yeah, he's dead. Okay, nice pick. Diablo gets the kill, you know. If they're going to find an angle in, you got to start with some little picks here. It's not like a crazy Solus happening, right? 1 by 1. And, well, we're just hoping it doesn't happen again.
Look, just suddenly, out of nowhere, the Ari Viego duo appears.
Yeah.
And then Kaisa picks up the kill. Like, they're just trying to empower this guy. They knew Diablo, as we did, was the POG of Game 1. And now they're trying to use him to deny us the 9-game night. They're feeding him money. They're putting it in his inventory. He's got his Nashor's Tooth.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit concerned, Valdez. Only a little bit, but a little bit.
A little bit concerned Doge right now. And, I mean, these W's about to start flying.
Yeah, I mean,
They're about to start flying.
they are going to start flying. He's got enough AP for the evolve and the resets.
Hit Q, take Q. Hit Q, take Q. Very nice kick. As, oh, he didn't hit the knock-up. Is it going to matter as Cleaver, okay, hit Q, take Q. That is the way.
Courage's family, assumedly, is here, and he is playing his heart out for them tonight. Hit Q, take Q. The Everfrost was really sad, and okay, it's time for the W's to fly.
No.
No.
No W's. Only Q.
Only missing W's.
Only Sonic Wave. The Sandbox are going to wave their 2-0 goodbye.
That's right. That's what's gonna happen.
Hit Q. Oh, he actually started.
They're just pushing
never
mid
mind.
super hard, and then, I mean, they're getting value in all these lanes. Now, look at what Ilma is not doing. That's right, it's inting this time. He's got Gore Drinker and Sterix. He may be up an item, but he respects the Jax.
Yeah.
Even a level and a half ahead. This time, he's not walking up. This time, he's not going to get stunned. He's here
This
for the
time,
9-gamer.
it's different. He knew that if he had tried a lot in Game 1, there's a potential they get the 2-0, right? He didn't want that. He knew about the 9 game, of course. the basic Giga Chad that he is, and he decided, well, we need 9 games.
Well, like, here's the thing. At this point, Illima was just like, well, we got to lose one of these two for the 9 gamers. I guess I'll take the hit in game 1. So he just walked up to Jax and said, you can have it.
Let's have a fight, you know, like, best man wins. Like,
But
if I get
now,
you this time, you get me next time, right? Okay.
now he's got a job to do, Valdez.
Yeah, now he's on a mission. Now it matters. Okay, flash forward. They're trying to catch Courage, pick by pick. I mentioned it before.
Okay,
And
now
they get
he's
a
got the
kill
Lee Sin.
and the teleport that gets canceled by a Jax in the side lane. So Ilma trying to TP in front of the Jax.
Oh, what a dramatic player. He's keeping it interesting, isn't he, for us as Cleaver. Cleaver, he looked like maybe he wanted to collapse there, but I don't think he had the numbers to back that up. As heading towards Baron here, I mean, it's 21.5 minutes in. I don't think either of these teams is quite at the level of damage just yet to actually commit to that. Teleport down on the Renekton is actually huge, though, because Dahlia can now put some additional pressure on, because he's got his Cleaver, so it's a 2-to-2 item scenario, and he can actually kill the Renekton now straight up, even a level down.
Wolf, can you hear it? It's the 8 game angle.
No! No, Valdez. I can't hear it. I don't
Okay.
listen to such things. They don't enter my brain. I have a clean mind
We have blocked them
and a
out.
clean spirit.
Well,
And
you and I have cast many a cringe 7 or 8 gamer, so I don't know how clean the spirit really is, but it's okay. We're looking to cleanse it tonight.
Andil looking for the pick.
Oh, he's gonna get the pick. That's gonna feed that Diego pretty nicely. TP does come in, as now Diehuck looking for the trade, but Ilima is literally a raid boss. Is Vincenzo just gonna get out of there? But Diehuck has different thoughts about this. As Goody now is coming over the wall, they're gonna catch the Alistair, and all of a sudden, that 8-game day is calling me. I'm cringing a little bit. Oh no, the flash forward gonna get the stun. Diehuck still full health, so is Diablo. And the W is going to land for the double kill.
Oh no, Diablo's getting fed. Diablo's getting
This
fed.
game is turning around. Live Sandbox.
He's a 9-game denier.
They want to
Valdez.
deny it.
He said, no, I'm not. There's no 9 games. There's no curse.
No.
I think the Neo Wolf he just needs some medical attention. This is not actually going to be the 9-game day. There's no weird superstitions. Here we're the stronger team. We're the 2-6 team, not the 1-7 team. And they're going to get the picks. They're going to get 4 kills. And history may repeat itself again. As while this engage seems tempting, it definitely wasn't the play here, because Rel is very tanky and Bull has no vision
Bull
here
just dies.
whatsoever. He just walks straight forward. He passed right into an 8-game day. He was walking right into it.
Why did he walk that way? No.
He said people need to go home. I said, no, Bill. We're going to stay in here all night.
We're sleeping here. We're
I
sleeping.
need a 9-gamer. I need an Elder Flip.
Yeah.
As
You
at
get
least
the
this is a
9
cool
games.
play, but ultimately it is going to be at a heavy cost. As in live, we're setting up for that Soul now. This would be huge. It will really help against the Kaisa.
Oh boy. This game is anybody's game now. I mean, Live Sandbox here, they're only down 2,000 gold. Diablo's fed again. And the Kaisa, especially because the Kaisa can stay alive much easier. Now, Bull does have double summoner up. And Diablo is down a flash. And who knows, maybe Live Sandbox say, well, we have to go all in on this Drake. We don't know what's going to happen with that, but let's see.
Okay, Courage here. I mean, if you're grouped up like this, eventually somebody's going to take it. You want it to be the front line. You do not want it to be the back line. Ilma's very low. They have the Ocean Drake, the solo Ocean Drake, which is going to help them heal up a little bit, but it's not too significant. The Soul will be much more helpful to, you know, allow them to hit something and get the health back. But Plan B here, seemingly alone. He has a control board here. This is actually such a sick setup for the flank to end the 9-game dream, man. He and Jax coming over here together. There's no vision, no idea. This could be a disaster.
Oh.
It's going to be a disaster. It's a
boy.
disaster.
It's a disaster! The Plan B Magnet Storm is huge as Diablo is in the back line. Ilima is tanking up a storm, but he immediately goes down. Live Sandbox, they're looking to deny us what we all wanted. They want the 2-0 for themselves.
No, the 9-gamer. The 9-gamer.
We were so close.
The antithesis of the 6-gamer.
Cleaver did 0
The
damage.
full-length Challengers experience. Why can't I ever have this?
Why do we have to be the cringe duo?
Only the Chronicler Atlas duo. Why are we the cringe duo? Oh no, I'm definitely not getting invited to Worlds. Oh, the Guangdong Freaks, they just didn't know.
No.
It's Ocean Rift, there's a big bush.
They were
Diok's
missing
over
the critical
wall,
information, man.
and it was a disaster. A four-man, actually
God.
three-man Magnet Storm with the Jax follow-up here. The Counter-Strike itself isn't that massive, but
Stop playing bars, please.
yeah.
Please. All right, so surely Guangdong Freaks come back from this, right?
No, it's turning red, Valdez. They're showing us it's turning red. It's a 1,600
We
gold
have
lead.
fallen off a cliff, a 7,000 gold lead cliff.
Why does Plan B hate fun? Why does he hate fun? Why does he hate longer games?
Yeah.
Why does he want his team to do well in the standings?
So they were down 7,000 gold, and Diablo is still 7-1 at the end of it. Like he went through hell and back, and
Yeah.
he's like, yeah, okay, not even a scratch, 7-1.
I think, I mean,
And why did they give him Kaisa?
no, Valdez is not about the draft.
I know,
Actually,
but
it kind of is, but
it's. I mean,
it's about map, control,
surely
vision,
you can. Yeah,
vision holes.
he's 15. Yeah,
I'm just
Diablo to C9 in a few years. No.
I'm quitting the 9-game faith after this fight.
Yeah, after this,
I'm actually
I've given
never
up.
asking him again.
We've lost all hope.
I'm never begging for it.
We're
I'm
the cringe
never
duo
gonna
now,
feel
so
hopeful.
only 7 and 8 gamers
Yeah.
every day.
We actually will
No
officially
6, no 9.
rebrand to the cringe duo after this.
I mean, we have to
I think
It
that's what
is
it
our
means.
identity.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
to get this close and to to go so far just to have nothing. As I was wondering about this before, like why doesn't Diablo have blue? For a second, my heart skipped a beat. I'm like, there's no way he just stole that blue, and then I remembered.
yeah, we share.
It's a new patch.
We share.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Have you unbanned me on We don't have LPL mod, okay? Sorry, I'm sensitive. It's a sensitive time for us here on
Yeah.
the desk.
No, I don't watch LPL. Watch here. They don't even want you there, clearly. So like, just come hang out with us instead. We're very supportive, and we'll make sure you're never banned here. Send me a DM if you're ever banned. You have immunity now.
Yeah.
You caught me in a vulnerable position, and now you have immunity.
We better not see Diablo leave. I want to just watch this guy play Kai'Sa all game long. All day, wait. What?
All season
All the
long?
time.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, not just this game. Yeah, no, Kai'Sa's in a really good spot. He's playing it really well. And here we are, looking for the pick.
Courage.
Onto Courage, and yeah, he's dead. Down he goes. That's just a free Lee Sin, and it should be the free Baron here, as he will spawn about 6 seconds after it spawns itself.
yeah. Not to mention that this Kaisa that has wave clear and poke and burst, and also insane engage range, just kind of making things happen. If they can't catch her, something you could do. Now you don't want to chase her because you know what's in that bush.
Bull's like, I'm done. He just stops moving. He's like typing in the chat like he's solo queue raging or something. No, he's not. But it's a rough time, and I just wonder how they're going to be able to stop this Baron. Well, the Sandbox are not going to start it up right away, as they're looking for the fight, actually.
They are doing so much with vision manipulation.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
everybody's trapped. Plan B on the flank again. Another disaster!
Oh, another one! No, the Magnet Storm, and Bull dies again. He did 200 damage. As, okay, everybody's getting into the cluster here, as Diablo in a little bit of trouble. Incinerate in the follow-up for the Alistair.
Wait.
Isn't Andil turning it around? Andil kills the Kaisa, and Guangdong Freaks are winning the fight now.
Get that Jack! Still let that Jax get away. He's got to teleport. I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't trust like that, Valdez. He's still alive.
Oh, they're going to get the Baron.
They're gonna get the Baron, probably. There's no teleport wards. Vincenzo has no flash. He has Heartbreaker. He's trying to heal up. Well, they're gonna get this. Wards on the edge. They have 3 wards. There's a way. I wish this could be sure.
TP.
Okay, here's that Jax TP. Oh my God! No, Valdez, no!
Not like this. Oh, Nintendo's going all the way around. Oh, it's getting close. They're keeping it at this health, and no, they're getting. Oh no, they're all getting too low. Cleaver's gonna go down, and so is the Lee Sin. They got wiped. The Baron at 2,000 health.
Don't let that Jax go with 50 health. Don't let him go.
Just hit the Baron and smite it at least.
No.
Come on.
Oh, come on.
Oh, it's so
over. 30 minutes, 30-minute Baron. The base is going to get opened up here. There's standing
Thanks for
gold.
the
There's
leash,
so the
XDD.
sad B from Plan B. You're supposed to be the happy B. You're Plan B, no sadness. No denial of 9 gamers. Oh, look at this. Diehuck and Goody coming in. The split is actually pretty good on the Counter-Strike, and Illima's flash is fantastic. And then the re-engage comes through with the stopwatch from Goody. It's too good. There's no damage here. Cleaver, he's Annie. He's got no burst. He's got no sustained damage. And the Baron is just sitting here on Team Live Sandbox.
It was such a close situation because I saw Cards was hitting the Baron like 2-3 times after his team had already peeled off of it, but it was so low that I don't blame him at all. I think it was just, you know, everybody's got to be on the same page. Like, either just burst it down and smite it away, because if you get it off the map, then, you know, even if you die, like, it's a really dire situation, just, you know, don't go for that. And even the Elder Flips being denied. Like, Live Sandbox are just taking one by one these, like, tiny little ocean breaks that don't matter.
Yeah, just...
Like, we could have just had Kwangdong Freaks take the one dragon, and at least we could get an Elder Flip.
Yeah.
As, you know, a little bit of condolences for our no 9 gamer.
Cringe caster duo over here getting cringe 8 gamer.
아군의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Oh, man.
It's going to be a hard night tonight, Valdez.
It's going to be a rough one.
Not sleeping well. Not sleeping well tonight.
Yeah.
Guti getting in there.
Oh,
Charm. That is a nearly dead Annie 100-0. And
Goody's, like, stepping up and making these crazy plays. Like, Live Sandbox are so invested in not letting this get to the next game.
The good news for Kwangdong Freaks is that they had all of those turrets up, so the inhibitors aren't threatened yet. Still 50 seconds to go. The bad news is that's a lot of extra money to Live Sandbox. DRX level 18, they're trying to kill him. He is a Jax. He has Zonias. He will not die. He's not interested. Illima is also now basically dead.
Okay, they're looking for the play. Oh, the timing on the
Stopwatch.
Zonias. And Goody's just going to flash away. But the damage being done to Plan B here. Getting close. W going to hit. And that's a Q from Bull. He's stepping up now. Hitting some big Qs. He's got some poke, he says.
All right, well, that's the end of the Baron. They only get 1 inhibitor. Still significant, but well, there's a nexus for Kwangdong Freaks. Still a chance of the 9 gamer.
Hey, we had DRX fall behind, lose 3 inhibitors. It was a very, very different game scenario and draft, but let's ignore that for a second. Kwangdong Freaks, they're only down 1 inhibitor. There
Everything
is
is
still a chance.
possible. That's what Chroniclers. That's the Chronicler Challenger's tenet.
If you believe enough, you just have to believe.
Look, once upon a time, all of those numbers were blue. Now they're red. They could become blue again. They could become blue again. Yeah.
Do you work for the LPL? No, I don't work for the LPL. Who is this guy?
Who is this guy?
Oh,
I mean, I wouldn't mind doing some guest work. Like, they should call me. But no. But Chronicle, that was a Din Jax. This is a Renekton. He doesn't hurt the turrets. He doesn't hurt them. He doesn't push in the side. He doesn't win the side. He can't do it. He can't do it alone. And it's Danny. You know, there's no sides in this game. They need to win a fight.
Yeah.
They actually need to win multiple.
Just need to burst it. We're seeing Yundo showing us the excellent amount of bounce damage. I mean, Bull does a ton as well.
I mean,
So
he's
waves
got
don't
Riftmaker.
really matter.
He can actually do a lot in a team fight if he's set up properly. This is, you know.
Cashers work for the Muffin Man. Yes, absolutely. I always, yeah, that's my day job.
Okay, now
When I come cast here.
now the Void Seeker missed. You have a small window of reprieve.
Yeah, Quantum Freaks only needs to kill Kaisa, Viego, and Jax, and then they get a chance. It's
They
that
can
easy.
kill Reld and leave, and then maybe win the fight. You know,
Leave Sin.
he's not leaving. Not until the Nexus is dead. One of the two of them. He's not going anywhere, Valdez.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll go ahead and promise you right now, he's not standing up off of that desk until one of these Nexuses are gone. There is no chance.
I believe that, yeah. Oh, boy. So, what happens is you should not stand next to the minions because then the lightning will bounce on you.
Yes.
Do you see this? 4 people all moving together to avoid the 1W.
Well,
it's so ridiculous. Oh, we're going in.
Okay.
Well, okay, he's just...
Hit Q, take Q, Valdez.
Hit Q, take
Dodge
Q.
the W.
It's going very deep as, oh, the Everfrost value. Jesus, as the Magnet Storm comes in and bullets in the front line. He's just going to die for nothing again. Illima's dying to die-hook as well. Oh, man, this game is over. Illima might be able to get away. Ondil looks like he might as well, but W comes down. Diablo does have flash, but I think they're just going to go for Illima and maybe just push down mid lane and end the game. As Vincenzo gets
He's
the
getting in there. Ondil's just trying to buy time. He's just trying to buy time for death's timers as Illima actually gets out. I don't know if it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to matter because he's not going to be able to do anything.
Oh, man.
He can't even back.
The game is over.
It's over.
Congratulations to Live Sandbox. You got your 2-0. I hope you're happy. You better be.
I'm going to give that.
Yeah.
I'm going to give that vote over to Plan B. He had a fantastic game.
We're voting for the support here. I'm glad that we can do that again now, at least, you know?
Yeah. Thought it was a really good game for him on Royale. The vision game for Live Sandbox was actually so good. And I think that Kwangdong Freaks just started tripping over themselves in the late game because they just didn't have the ability to check it safely, and they could not. I mean, they were just feeling so much pressure. I mean, the poke was coming in. There's engage angles they can't see. You can't be in mid. They can't be in their base. If you're sitting in your base, you're going to lose all map control. You have to eventually try to push that mid prio out. And every time they did, Plan B was waiting on the side.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at some of those damage numbers. A little bit more realistic Kai'Sa numbers this time around, but the Viego damage was also
Yeah.
big.
Everybody doing their part. And it was a very smooth gold graph. You know, we peaked at about 7,000, and then there was like one fight where Kai'Sa got a couple of kills, and then the game was changed forever. And we eventually made it down 10,000 gold as they won the game. Live Sandbox in the lead. They take the 2-0. We don't get the 9 games.
I'm never getting the 9 game. I'm ready to move on from believing it could happen to me.
If Crony and Atlas get 9 games next week, I will be so sad. Not even happy or
No, I mean, I actually
not
just don't care
angry
anymore. I'm
or
done.
disappointed.
I'm done, Valdez. I'm not going to be sad or mad.
Yeah,
We're
I
the
mean,
cringe casters. We don't
we're
get those.
emotional now, so you know it's hard to think straight. I mean, 9 games is still very important, of course, but
We don't get those.
seems like we just don't get them. Yeah, you might be right about the Varus pick. I think it has a time and place, but Kai'Sa right now is, I think, by and far the best AD carry, and there were some things that happened in draft that you know.
What's solid-plated bull dust?
It wasn't a good.
What's? Oh, I see. I get it now.
I don't get it.
It's just it's a euphemism.
Oh,
She's
I
saying
see.
that actually I do care, and that what I just said was
Yes.
a bold-faced lie.
I see. Can we have your link?
Yeah, I'm Proxy Wolf on Twitter and on Instagram
He's coming after us, the LPL guy.
and on Discord.
I am Brendan Valdez. Yeah. That's
Please
us.
follow me on Twitter.
Cringe Duocast. That's what we're here for.
I do occasionally post about things that aren't 9 game days because I'm cringe.
Yeah, sometimes.
Plan B's gonna get it.
That's nice.
Only 50% kill participation is actually quite low considering how much of an impact I think he had this game. I mean, it was a high kill game. A lot of those kills were wonky and weird, and were Bull just frankly walking across the line. Plan B won every major team fight, but he did not kill Bull every single time. Sometimes
Yeah,
that
in the
was
early game there were like some kills here and there that he was just not a part of, but that was when Live Sandbox were losing. And then once they started winning, it was due to Plan B really stepping up and winning a lot of big team fights for the team.
I'm on
He is
Twitch.
on Twitch.
I'm about to post in the chat right now.
He's not, you know, the consistent streamer.
I'm certainly not, but
But he is there. As here we are at C4, as Astronautilus has said, is the Cringecaster community corner, and chat is, you know, it's somewhere in there. Maybe Cringecaster and chat community corner at C5 this time, only for us.
I also do part-time. Now, most people don't know this because they only know me from LCK and LCK Challenge, but actually I'm a part-time mod in the LPL chat.
Yeah, according to that one guy, Pratty009 or whatever, yeah. Can you please unban me from LPL?
But like, I actually have a very strict process for how I decide to ban and unban.
He also said earlier, he's like, I did some things that were pretty naughty. I'm like, well, there's probably a reason why you're banned. Are we also cringe? I mean, it does kind of rub off, doesn't it?
Nah, I don't think they're cringe.
You guys aren't. I mean, it's just you might feel it from like emanating from this cast. So, what are you gonna do?
Got some a little bit of waiting to do, me and you.
Yeah.
To before we go into this this next section of show. So I just want to say, everybody, thanks for supporting us. Like, we tried really hard to get the 9-game day.
We're getting really excited.
I really believed in it. I thought we could do it. I thought Kwangdong could do it. I thought the lead was immense. Like, I felt bad for doubting the Ilma Renekton pick, the priority. But
I never felt bad about that. I knew it was right.
Maybe it didn't happen because you got excited. Maybe it didn't happen because I'm not going to get into it.
You don't want to say something when you're mad, right? You don't want to regret saying that. Yeah. We are AI, okay? It wasn't a KT match, so we can get excited. It's fine. And nowadays, you can even get excited for KT. I have said multiple times on the desk that I was excited for KT and their current streak, and things are going fine.
Yeah, as it turns out, we're not very superstitious here, except with 9-game day stuff. Until after tonight, I won't be anymore, but
yeah, times have changed.
I was, and I'm not anymore.
Who is the KT of Challenger?
Hanwha Life, probably, to be honest. Yeah. Every time you think, like, wow, this team's doing really well, and then...
Yeah, kind of.
It could also be DRX, kind of, but, like, I think it's more Hanwha, because DRX actually wins stuff.
Yeah, they're a little consistent, you know. If they're going to play well, they're going to play well. If they're not going to play well, they're not going to play well. And they did lose to Bro earlier today. So, Wolf, can you unban my Nintendo account?
No, I saw what you were doing on that, and I think that's really inappropriate.
Yeah,
so.
That's not what Animal Crossing is used for, honestly.
In all seriousness, like, if you're banned, like, I can't actually help but, like, legit, like, you're not gonna get unbanned. Like, Nintendo's not gonna unban you. They don't do that. They don't unban people. So I hope you're not actually banned, because you should probably make a new one. Rip your games.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. Who won? The fans. The fans won.
To be honest, Pratty, I don't normally like to talk about this, and I know there's a few people, 1,000 people watching, but like, don't let this get out. I have a little secret. There's a way to chat in LPL, even if you're banned. You make an account called Pratty007. It actually has a James Bond theme to it, so like, it seems natural. No one's gonna suspect you. Go in there, boom, post in the chat. You're in there. Now, it doesn't have to be 007, but I think it's the most natural way.
Did you just show a knee on cast?
No.
No, okay.
No. Certainly not. No.
Definitely didn't happen.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Yeah, they're just trolling. Maybe our creators are creating new AI. I don't know. It's possible, but we wouldn't be aware of it.
Pratty 0909. We casters can't make it to 9.
We can't make it to 9. But maybe Pratty can. I don't know. Yeah. Well, at least Live Sandbox, I mean, they should have been the better team, and they were.
And they were.
They did pull it back from a 2-0.
Actually, I feel like they really were the better team, to be honest.
They really were. It ended up being that this one was actually the most one-sided match. Even more than Bro DRX, which ended up being very close, as we saw, or even very one-sided to Bro. So,
and then the KT series was like all one-sided games, but went back and forth. But yeah, this was the one I was like Kwangdong might just be too weak of a team. And then I believed for a second, but turns out your first instinct, go with your first instinct, you know, generally speaking.
Yeah. So here we are. It is a bit depressing, but it's okay, you know. We got it out of the way, you know, we got the 8-gamer. This, like, the worst part is that it wasn't just an 8-gamer, is that we got so close to it being a 9-gamer, and then it wasn't. Right? Like, if the first series was 2 games and then the others were 3, that's still pretty cringe, but it's less cringe. Because at least we know we're like, well, the 9-game dream is done, and we might be a little cringe, you know, might get some extra action, and that could be cool. You know, we can make a story out of it, but this is just sad.
Yeah, this is kind of how I felt when Damwon got beaten by EDG in the finals. Yeah, I kind of felt like this. I was like, oh, yeah, we're going to do it. Like, 3 out of 4 LCK teams.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then the next year, I was like, oh, okay, 3 out of 4 teams, and then DRX won. We're like, oh, that's kind of weird. I don't know what it means, but like it was a really cool hype run. And now everyone's just like forgotten about that because of the LPL winning MSI in dominant fashion.
They always do that.
So I've moved on from being obsessed with my region success. That was the first big change I've made. You know,
now you're obsessed with 9-game days.
Now then I was, but now I'm no longer obsessed with 9-game days.
What's your new obsession?
I don't know. That's the weird thing. Like I don't know what I'm gonna hone in on now.
Need a little time and a little bit of off time to, you know, do some
self-reflection.
Yeah. Kind of think about, you know, what it is you truly value. Maybe it was the 9 games in the first place that
you know
were
what?
cringe,
Maybe
not.
It's kind of maybe I'm a 6-gamer guy now.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe that's what I'm looking for.
6-gamer.
Maybe I'm actually just trying to be like,
yeah.
What about like the clean gameplay? Like I want to see like stompy games. So maybe that's what
that
I
becomes
like.
your thing now. It's like
I don't
looking
like elder
forward
flips.
to some great, consistent challenger beatdowns.
You just want to see some good macro. I want to see the better
24-minute games.
Running circles around. Yeah, 24-minute games. Like early first blood, double kills, any Zeri moments. Like maybe that's what I'm looking for, Valdez.
Kaisa moments. You know,
that's the new thing.
Because you get 2 kills, you buy your Nasher's Tooth, and then you win the game. Apparently, that's just the new thing. But it's challengers, yeah. I mean, well, true.
Valdez, he's got a good point though. Maybe I shouldn't give out the 6-game day.
I mean,
look at it in all of its near glory.
Chronicler and I were a 6-game day people duo a couple weeks ago.
This was the closest we will ever get, Valdez.
Yeah, I feel like you and I, we've mostly done 7-gamers and 6-gamers, but to get the 8-game and get so close wasn't meant to be. Nongshim move ahead. Bro are catching up. They're looking better and better every day. DRX struggling. And Live Sandbox 2-0. Good stuff. Good draft priority, I would say. I think they came in with a very good understanding of the meta. Drafted accordingly. Kwangdong Freaks, probably the exact opposite. But they tried. They tried their best. They had a lead in Game 2 and even in Game 1, but still some work to be done on their side.
Here are our final standings as the -12 I was talking about unfortunately did come to pass for Kwangdong Freaks, but the Sandbox taken an extra leap ahead of T1. T1 will also have to 2-0 their next series in order for them to tie. It'll be their final series of the season. They will be playing it tomorrow. So we do have a few teams now complete, right? All of the teams that played today have finished their first round robin. I said season, but round robin, last game of the round robin. So a few teams left, and they will be playing tomorrow. The 4 of them, D+. They are on the cusp of the 18-0 perfect season. Or, sorry, round.
Robin.
Yeah.
Yes.
And HLE is a tough opponent for them. T1 versus Gen.G, a precursor to the Saturday Showdown in LCK. Not really, but like we can try to frame it that way for narrative.
Maybe. Ooh. Yeah.
4-4, ominous match number.
What does it mean?
It means death.
We'll have to. We'll just have to wait for tomorrow. It is 6th place versus 9th place, which is pretty nice. We also might get to see Nice play, one of T1's mid laners here in Challenger. And then, of course, DK versus Humble Life Esports. DK looking to run it through. Can Humble Life Esports put an end to the streak?
I I don't know, but I think they're the best team that's in our league that could be the one to do it.
And they are in second place.
They're in second place. They've looked better. You know, D+ doesn't look invincible, but even when they're massively behind, they turn it around every time. So they're very rarely massively behind, but they have been, and then won the game. They have not dropped a single one. So
yeah,
it's been a fun day of LCK Challengers. Not the maximum amount of fun that we could have had, but it was fun nonetheless.
It was fun nonetheless. You know, sometimes cringing is fun. And, you know, maybe next time we get 6 games, and then we can feel happy about that. Or perhaps in the future we get 9 games, and we can say that we finally did it. Until then, we'll never know, because it didn't happen today. You guys will see Atlas and Chronicler tomorrow. Maybe they get 6 games on the 2 series day. That could be, like, kind of interesting. Yeah. Not as cool. I think for the 2 series day, it is 4 games. That's cool. That's coolest. Because it's like,
honestly, all 3 of them,
out.
all 4, 5, or 6 is cool to me on the 2-game Tuesday. It's just chill. It's easy.
2-game Tuesday. There it is. Well, guys, we're done here. We do have to please close in comments. So thank you so much for watching once again, and we will see you tomorrow for more challengers. Have a good night. Bye.